session representing Germany. Team Captain Alexander Zverev Sr., Vivian Hyson, Tim Putz, Lena Papadakis, Daniel Masseur, Laura Siegemund and Alexander Zverev.
The defending champions.
If you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Brazil and Germany.
Das Lieder Deutschen is the German national anthem. The defending champions will be looking to reproduce, of course. In the first edition of the United Cup, it was the Americans who triumphed. They were outstanding, too good against Italy. They beat them 4-0 back then. That's when you had more matches. Last year, of course, just a singles, a doubles and a mixed. 2-1 went down to the wire against Poland. Herbie Hurkacz having 2 match points in the men's singles. Wasn't able to put Sasha away, and then Sasha and Laura Siegemund came back to win it in the mixed.
I'm pretty sure all of their mixed doubles matches came down to a third set match tiebreak, and in particular that final where they won 10-4 in the match tiebreak. And we've seen so far how every point counts, especially in that mixed doubles when there's deciding points, momentum shifts, anything can happen.
So the German team in good spirits. Tim Putz the best doubles player out there. He's part of the team as well. And always a joy to watch the Brazilians compete. They're going to have their hands full. And crucial for Beatrice Haddad Maia when she takes on Laura Siegemund. They've played on 4 occasions. All of those have been on clay. And I think that suits Siegemund a little bit better. She's got a good head-to-head record. She's won 3 of the 4. So I think the surface probably favors this lady, but how's the body feeling?
Well, that will be the big question, won't it? After playing 3 hours and 22 minutes on Saturday night, where she was facing cramps and clearly some fatigue. How she responds and how her body holds up, well, only time will tell. Siegemund's a feisty player. She will make her work.
She certainly is. She's a disruptor.
She is. That's a good way to put it. She'll throw in a lot of chips and slices and possibly a lot of drop shots, and maybe just to get a feel of how Haddad Maia is moving out on court.
Okay, let's listen in for the coin toss.
Laura, we have Isla here doing our coin toss for us today. First of all, for me, in each corner you have the towel boxes. It has the country flag inside. Also, the clocks we've got in those 2 corners, plus on these sides, just to keep an eye on the clocks. Any questions? No? And Isla did want to ask this side. Laura, what are you asking? You've got to give it to this side. Wow, that's confusing things. Do you want to ask this side? AO is the call. Give us a big toss. And it's John. Receive, finally, and just a photo facing this direction. Isla, turn around.
I like the earrings that Isla's got.
Excellent job, Isla. We'll head off this way.
She's suited and booted. So, first match on day 3 sees Germany take on Brazil. It's the first match as far as the Germans are concerned. And they are represented by 36-year-old Laura Siegemund. And what a fascinating career and productive career she's had.
Absolutely. She's won 2 career singles titles. She won the French mixed this year. Also won the US Open doubles in 2020 with Veres Vanareva. So she's an all-courter, can play singles and doubles, currently ranked 80 in the world on the singles tour, has been as high as 27. She's just, well, what you would call a veteran on court. She's feisty, she's going to make Haddad Maia play. And even just the coin toss there, Robbie, choosing, you know, the Hot Shots kid offered her the choice of heads or tails, and she, no, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to let Haddad Maia take it. And so just, you know, every now and then might throw in something quirky.
Yes, no kidding. 15 career doubles titles. Played well second half of the year. But when you have a look at Laura's top 20 wins, a lot of those came down under early on in the season in Adelaide and at the AO. So I guess the feel-good factor when playing here is pretty high. She likes it. Beat Alexandrova at the AO and played some really good ball in Adelaide at the start of the season. Just having a look at her results on the hard courts versus clay, and definitely played some of her best tennis on the clay. So that's why I think Beatrice here in picture will probably have my vote in this head-to-head matchup, even though she's in the deficit 1-3. They've played on 4 occasions. I like her on a hard court against Laura. I think she's got the power to hurt her. And I think the lefty serve will be a lot more effective on a hard court than a clay court.
Well, she's currently ranked 17 in the world and has been as high as 10, and that was back in June 2023. Reached the quarterfinals at the US Open just this year. Was a runner-up in Cleveland. Won a WTA Tour title in Seoul. So she finished the season inside the top 20, and that was her 3rd consecutive top 20 finish in her career. So she's consistent.
She certainly is.
Well, we've touched on a number of times, Robbie, it's the physicality from Haddad Maia, and it's always, I don't know about you, but if you've played a long match or you've gone for a big run and it's not the next day that you really tighten up, but it's the second day.
Yes.
So the stiffness, it all kicks in, and that's when you really feel it.
Yeah, no kidding. And it was a brutal match against Gaio.
Especially not having played, you have a small off season, not having played, the body's not used to it.
Yeah, it's not hardened like it is mid-season. Here's the head-to-head that we banged on about. Siegemund leading at 3-1. They played earlier this year in April at the Billie Jean King Cup qualifiers. It's a mouthful. Straight sets to Siegemund. Prior to that, it was 2019 that they had played. We mentioned, I've got Brianna alongside me, but Jill, a bit like Sasha, is late to the party. Thanks for joining us, Jill.
I'm so happy to be here. I was so excited to hear your voice. Yeah, I rushed here just to try and join you guys. But yeah, I just was interviewing Sasha. He was great, actually. I mean, he came in, quick interview, spoke well as he always does, and then quickly got on time to the opening ceremony.
So you're the one that kept him late.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried, but he's such a good talker, you just want to listen to him. But I'm so excited for this match. I mean, defending champions coming out, I've been excited for Germany to start to see, how they can perform. Siegemund, new for her, right? She's now the top singles player here, so she's taking over that role, but they have such support from their team, so it's going to be really fun. And like you said, Boyana, to see how Haddad Maia comes back physically, I think we're going to notice in the first couple of games how she's feeling, but it's going to be fun.
Okay, so we're good to go. Here, I was giving Sasha a hard time for being late, but it's Jill Krabus that I should be giving a hard time to.
I'll take responsibility.
Alex Senior, he's done such a good job coaching his boys to becoming top pros. Captain of Team Germany.
Team Results.
It'll be the southpaw from Sao Paulo, Brazil, to kick things off here on day 3 in Perth.
Ready.
It'll be a second tie for Brazil. It's a first for the defending champions, Germany.
Love. Love. 30-15.
And a good start to the season for Siegemund in 2024. Adelaide beating Samsonova, who was ranked 14 in the world at the time. That was one of the top 10 wins, together with Alexandrova at the AO, 2 of the 3 she had.
That's
the type of variety that Siegemund will throw in throughout this match. She'll throw in the high heavy, she might throw in some slices. I don't mind that move from Haddad Maia, trying to take time away.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Well, that's the slice, isn't it?
30-40.
Kept the ball low. Drew Haddad Maia forward, and Haddad Maia just not really doing quite enough to push Siegemund out of those alleys.
Early break point for Team Germany.
Yes.
So like hen's teeth.
Advantage, Team Brazil.
Always helps when you can set up the point with a big first serve. Key for Haddad Maia, try and keep the points short.
Game, Team Brazil. First game.
I reckon that lefty sliding serve has got to be worth at least 100,000 a year. Just so annoying to play against. Take a couple of games just to get the stiffness out of the muscles. Jill, I was wondering, what's the longest match you've ever played? You must have played a couple of long ones in your career.
I've played so many long ones that people hated playing after me on the schedule. I got a lot of players that were just annoyed that they had to follow me. But yeah, it's tough, and it's tough to turn around, to come back the next day. But I think these players have done such a good job of paying attention more to the recovery process. So I think it's gotten a lot stronger with the players. They, know the time it takes to recover. I think obviously Haddad Maia has a lot of experience in that category.
Lara Siegemund
to be able
representing Team Germany.
to turn around, as well as Siegemund too. But these players have, that's something that's been on the top of their minds the last couple of years, is that recovery and the sleep is so important.
Yep.
Love.
Very good season. It was very of last year. He's finished number 2 in the world.
Got a little bit stuck there with their feet, Haddad Maia.
See how wide her base is to return.
Love.
I think that's a smart serve from Siegemund, really just going into the body of Haddad Maia. She's tall. Maybe not quite as crisp on her feet as well, so looking to jam her up.
Game, Team Germany.
Perhaps just struggling to get under the ball.
One game.
Quads, hips a little stiff this morning. She has had a day's rest, had a day off yesterday. What does the wind predictor suggest? It's going heavily with that Haddad Maia, despite the fact that Siegemund leads the head-to-head 3-1. I reckon during your Aussie summer swing,
15 love.
if you have a bad ball toss, you have to say, sorry, mate. It's in honour of Pat Rafter. And if you don't get a second serve. Looks like we're going to have a few of those today.
It would just never sound as good as it did when it came from Pat Rowe, right?
It's true.
Nice play there from Haddad Maia. She likes to stay on the baseline. She's an aggressive type of player. So for her, she needs to find a way to create some opportunities. And that was a perfect example of bringing Siegemund forward. Having good eyes to notice that the next shot, the next volley will be there right on her forehand side.
The
reason somebody like Siegemund has been able to carve out such a effective career, as we have a look at Brazil's team captain, is because of that variety that she has. Still a bit of old school in her. It's not always the one pace. Great variety.
Perfect example. She's used that chip return off that forehand side a number of times, and the ball stays quite low. So for Haddad Maia, she really needs to get under that ball. But again, not having done enough with that backhand, which opened up the down the line for Siegemund.
And it's tough to return a lefty serve topspin, right? So
yeah,
the chip negates the lefty spin beautifully. She's earned herself another break point.
Deuce.
So well anticipated. But still work to be done thereafter.
Team Germany.
She does really well to anticipate where that next shot is going, Siegemund. And the last couple of times that Haddad Maia has approached the net, Siegemund has chosen to go down the line. So maybe something for Haddad Maia to keep in the back of her mind. Cover that down the line a little bit more. She's fired up, isn't she?
Late second set. Yes.
I just noticed how far back Siegemund was standing on that second serve return, so her mindset isn't looking to be aggressive of that second serve return. She was just looking to get the ball back in play, and so there was a lot more distance to cover from where she made contact with the ball, and it just landed way too short for Haddad Maia to put away.
For a moment there, Laura thought that ball was out.
Advantage. Team Brisbane. Game, Team Brazil.
Well, she's already had to fight off
Team
3
Brazil
break
leads
points
by
in 2
2
service
against 2.
games. So she's done well as the Brazilian. She'll sit down with a 2-1 lead.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please quickly make your way to your seats. Time.
Well, Laura, of course, comes from the beautiful town of Filderstadt, Germany, right near Stuttgart, She was a former champion there. That's a big tournament to win, let alone winning a tournament in your own backyard. It's got to be one of the coolest experiences for any tennis player.
So she likes to finish inside the court for Haddad Maia. Nice deep return, getting Siegemund on the run and not making an error off that one.
Love. 30.
I love how deliberate she is with everything she does.
I mean, she's not the biggest hitter on court, but she uses her placement, doesn't she?
So well planned. I think even the fist pump with the arm up, it's like the emoji, isn't it? Perfect form. When you've got a biceps like her, why not? I'd be pumping mine all day long. So it's Haddad Maia now with first break point of the match for Team Brazil.
Game, Team Brazil.
She only needs one.
Team Brazil leads by 3 games to 1.
Well, I believe Jill is with German team member Daniel Mansour.
Daniel, thanks so much for joining us. Defending champions coming in, the German team, guys in good position. What is it? How is the preparation coming in for you guys? The German team now playing not until the 3rd day.
Yeah, I mean, for us it's the first match day, so I don't know if it's an advantage to be able to prepare a little bit longer or to already have one match played. Yeah, we will see today. But yeah, I think we prepared very well. I was practicing yesterday with Laura. Today in the morning she looked yeah, really sharp, ready to play, although it's the first match of the season. And yeah, I think also, although it's a 1-3 now, she was off to a good start. Didn't take the chances in the first 2 service games, but yeah, I hope it's going to be a close match.
And how, I mean, she's now coming in as the #1 German player for singles. How was she feeling? How is her mentality to approach this match?
Laura's mentality is always full power and full focus. Now she's like really very positive aspect for the team, and she's very happy to be German's number 1. She's ready to play 2 matches because she was also not sure if she's ready to play singles and mixed maybe the same day, but she's feeling great, and as I said, she was doing well in practice, and yeah, she's definitely ready for everything that's coming.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got to have such a good atmosphere here. I think just as a team, you have great players, but what else about this team camaraderie is so strong?
I mean, with Sasha, we have the top player of the event here, so he's like kind of pulling us a little bit to another level. We're trying to support as in the best way we can, and yeah, with Laura playing also such a good doubles, winning multiple slams already. I think we have a very good team, and yeah, still every match is going to be very close. But also on the other hand, we have chances in every match, I would say.
Yeah, well, I'll let you get back to supporting your teammates, but thank you so much for joining us. Good luck.
You're welcome. Thank you.
A few more aggressive points there. And those last few points from Siegemund. Actually stepping inside the court a little bit more, putting a bit more pace off that forehand too. 128 kilometres, that last forehand.
Is a beautiful choreography about how Siegemund plays this game. She breaks right back, and we're on serve at 3-2. It's just great tennis intelligence, isn't it, Bodge?
And I was also using, I think, putting a little bit more depth on her shots from Siegemund. You can see she's looking to step inside the court. A great hustle with that slice forehand, and just sensing that Haddad Maia was a little bit behind that baseline. And in order to execute that shot, you need to have everything technically right. So well disguised, and the backspin on the ball just to keep it down and not allow Haddad Maia to get to that one. What a way to break back.
Time.
Nice to see Alexander Zverev get involved.
Ja, Ausschlag wie du möchtest. Ausschlag, was dir besser gefällt.
Do you speak German, Robbie? Did you get any of that?
I do understand a fair bit. It's in the genes with a surname like Koenig.
We can translate that then.
I understood the English part a little better.
She has a heavy forehand.
At the moment, you're okay, but just don't let it be less than 10.
Just a soft warning there from Tom Sweeney about the time between points, maybe. Okay, so 5 games in, a break each. So battle well and truly joined. Jill, you're the rules expert. What's what's the deal with a misplaced ball toss when the clock is running out? How does the umpire deal with that? Because we've seen it a couple of times from both women today.
I think they just get as many ball tosses as you want. I mean, I think once you start your motion, the clock stops. So after that, you get all the time in the world, I think. I think you just have to start the motion and then the clock disappears.
Nicely done.
And Jill, are you sensing that Siegemund is starting to step up a little bit? She's looking a lot more aggressive. Sounds like she's got a bit more pop off that forehand side as well.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I think she's obviously trying to inject a little bit more pace behind that. She's always been one that likes to be aggressive. She likes to come forward. And she's been great at doubles, is a multiple Grand Slam champion in doubles, so she's very comfortable in the forecourt. And I just love that she's always kind of looking for those opportunities to sort of take control and come to the net. But she does have a little bit more pace. I think she realizes. I do feel like Haddad Maia has increased the pace from the start of this match compared to her match a couple days ago. So that's been a little bit different. She's come out a little bit stronger off the ground.
She likes to dictate off that forehand side too, Siegemund. Likes to go behind, inside out. So something for Haddad Maia just to be aware of. Try not be too predictable. Maybe try and get her, if anything, I think on the run off that forehand side, that's where she doesn't like to be.
She's old school with the forehand grip as well, as Laura. Just great vision. The dynamic duo of the drop shot and the lob.
Just that split second, isn't it? The change of grip. Good court awareness. And to have to execute then the lob, especially over someone who's so tall like Haddad Maia. Loves it.
There's the emoji. Love it.
Game team German. Three games.
Just such a feisty competitor. You know, you marry that with the great tennis intelligence, and you want her on your team. You want her in tight situations. We saw it firsthand last year when so many of their matches came down to the mixed doubles. I think Angie Kerber played one mixed and she lost, and thereafter it was Siegemund who replaced her and was undefeated, saving match points along the way. Together with Sasha, they dragged Germany over the line.
Love 15.
She liked that one.
Oh, she's really starting to find that rhythm off that forehand. So for Haddad Maia, needs to start changing it up a little bit, maybe get her jammed into the body, or even throw in a slice down the tee, give her a different look.
Such a great lefty play.
15 on.
refusing to give up any ground on the baseline. That's the key.
That's the right play there from Siegemund. Was looking to move forward. Bit of an opportunity missed there at 3-all, 30-all. Would let that first volley drop and then hit the ball, but Siegemund has so much confidence that she's just willing to hit those low volleys, and she wasn't doing anything fancy. She was looking to hit another volley if that's what it took. That ball right there, she could have let that drop and made it harder for herself, but she chose to take it out of the air, open up the court.
And for me, Boyana, what you highlighted there so bang on about volleying in the modern day.
Advantage, Team Germany.
So many players want to finish the point off with the first volley. And they don't have the belief or the understanding that quite often it's a 2 or 3 shot combination. The first volley, you set the point up for the winner on the second one. And they're so desperate to win it with the volley that they overplay.
Team Germany.
Siegemund. Das ist gut. Germany take the lead.
Germany leads by
4-3.
Well, let's have a look at beautiful Perth Optus Stadium at sunset. You've got the beautiful crystal waters, the beaches, Rottnest Island, Pinky's Beach. You can ride around the island, take a trip to Fremantle, all within such close proximity. Crystal blue waters. You could spend a whole day at the beach, Robbie.
Oh, no problem there. I love the beach. I'm a beach boy. Grew up in Durban. I appreciate some good surf and some good salt air.
7 points.
And Matt Ebden is always quick to remind me of how beautiful the beaches are around here.
I'm not surprised. Because we really do have the best beaches in the world. One of, maybe.
Great visuals of the determination,
Time.
the passion that Siegemund brings to the match court.
What a big game that was, too, at 3-all. She's fought back from 1-3 segment, got back to 3-all. She was down 30 love, but she just hangs in there, and that plays on the mind of Haddad Maia, knowing that she can't afford to lose a point here or there. She just does not give up without a fight. And the longer the match goes, the more that adds the pressure.
New balls. Weightless, weightless.
Haddad Maia had to go and change rackets to coincide with the ball change. Here we go. I mean, Jill, she hits that forehand so early, doesn't she? It's so annoying to play against.
You know, I think a lot of it has to do with the type of ball Haddad Maia is returning. I mean, that especially on the backhand, it stays so low and flat, and Siegemund loves that. She loves to redirect that pace on the forehand. That's the perfect play for her.
Thank you.
She understands the importance now that she's got the lead to make the most of it.
Siegemund. I mean, she has time and she's not put under pressure.
40 left.
She can afford to add a little bit of pop and depth to that forehand.
Tell you, her defensive skills weren't too bad there either.
Yep.
That's going to be key, I think, for Haddad Maia is the depth on that ball. Anything short, that's what Siegemund's loving, because she moves through the ball so well. And so that one caught her, that one was a little bit more challenging because it was just inside the baseline and able to rush Siegemund. So that depth's going to be important for the Brazilian.
Game. Team German.
First ace for the #1 German.
Team Germany lead by 5-3.
Just a couple of spots ahead of Tatiana Maria and Yulia Niemeyer. Tatiana ranked 86, Yulia 89. And Laura coming in here ranked at number 80 in the world. It's 4 games on the bounce now for her.
So important for Haddad Maia just to hold serve here and put the pressure back on Siegemund to try and force her to serve out the set. I'd love to see her play a few more shorter points if possible. Use that first serve to her advantage. Especially after playing a tough match on Saturday.
15.
Physically, maybe not being at quite 100%, so she can keep the points short. And if this does go to a long 3-set, then at least she'll be a little bit fresher too.
15.
Not for the first time today. She's done such a good job of going back behind the Brazilian. She knew it as soon as she hit it, that it was going to be golden.
Thirteen, 14.
Set point for Team Germany.
Set, Team German.
5 games on the bounce for Siegemund.
6 games to 3.
What an intelligent set of tennis from her after falling behind initially. She wins it 6-3.
No, I don't think she's going.
Is she going?
No, no.
Maybe Laura thought she was also going to take a toilet break if Beatrice was going to take one.
Well, let's have a look at the first set summary, and it was all in the favour of Laura Siegemund, especially from that 1-3 deficit. Had a bit of a high first serve percentage, 70%. And then when that first serve did go in, she was winning those 64% of the time. The forehand really stood out for me in terms of her ability to create the opportunities and go back behind Haddad Maia. And then look at that, creating 10 opportunities come at the net, converting 8 of those. So she's just continuing to apply pressure and finishing off those points. So she's feisty, she's fired up. She knows how to win these points against Haddad Maia as well. Used a lot of variety. The chip forehand return, always going back behind Haddad Maia when she was coming into the net. It's just smart tennis, controlled aggression. Didn't really do a whole lot wrong from when she was trailing 1-3. For Haddad Maia, well, sometimes showed glimpses of her ability to move forward and attack. But you have to give credit to Laura Siegemund. Didn't really falter despite being down early on in that first set.
Vou sacar um kick aberto, não dá pra derrubar. Tem a mão dura, não dá pra derrubar. Ah, beleza, saquei um kick aberto excelente. Já fecha a parada, ela já sai cruzando. Peguei bem na bola, não peguei tão bem na bola. Opa, esse peixe começa bom. Ela me apertou, centraliza a bola. Apoiei, eu aperto ela. Mas é jogar o jogo, assim, tipo, você teve 3-1 saque, não jogando incrível, mas se colocando a bola, você consegue. A partir do momento que você foi lá 3-1 saque, deu uma dupla falta de novo, você fica com a cabeça assim, você pressiona. E ela sobe aqui de novo, trabalhar. Lá pra melhorar o score, melhorar o tosse, fazer as coisas, ajustes que você fez. A 3-1 agora tá 3-3, tá ruim.
So plenty to digest for Brazil's team captain. Just feeding some information, what he thinks needs to be adjusted.
Nice to see them having fun.
It certainly is. What it inspires the youngsters when they see some of the best tennis players around in living colour. As soon as they get home this afternoon, they want to drag their mate down to the tennis court and replicate what they've seen. So I think the slight delay is that Laura Siegemund has gone for a quick toilet break.
I always find that interesting when you have the momentum. For me, I think I would have liked to have kept playing and just kept the ball going, but
Yep.
she's obviously liked to slow things down a little bit.
I can see her now. There she is. Just walking below where our commentary box position is. Back to her team bench, and let's get that second set underway.
Time.
Keep that momentum working firmly in her favour.
Laura, Laura. Next drive.
So a quick change of ends.
Second set. Team Germany to serve.
Team Germany are set to the good.
Love 15.
Okay, so that's better. Using the line a little bit more for Haddad Maia.
Love 30.
Already in these first 2 points, she's definitely closer to the baseline. I think it'll be interesting to see if she continues that tactic. But I think it's definitely intentional. She realizes that she's got to probably take control a little bit more earlier on in the point.
Yeah, crooked that backhand and ripped it.
Let's first.
That is a roaring forehand.
Love 40.
Not a bad way to start the second set. Can't defend that kind of shot making. It's just too good. 3 break points.
Game
Team Brazil.
Okay.
First game, second set.
Whatever coach had to say. Those instructions were taken on board pretty quickly, Bodge.
Well, they had a pretty long discussion too after that first set. Unfortunately, we couldn't understand what was going on, but clearly they had a game plan for that opening game. 3 winners all down the line. So something to keep an eye on.
Oh, it's a big turn of events there. Siegemund now the favourite. 26% swing.
Please find your seats. Thank you, ladies.
Initially it was 71-29 in favour of the lefty. After Siegemund won the opening set, that's all changed. In case you were wondering, Siegemund actually does have a winning head-to-head record against Haddad Maia, but those are all on clay, previous 4. Siegemund leading that head-to-head 3-1.
Let second set. Fifteen left.
A quick start here for Haddad Maia.
Hasn't lost a point yet. 7-zip in the set.
Game. Team Brazil.
Make that 8.
Team Brazil leads by 2 games to 0.
Definitely an increase in pace for sure down here courtside, not only off the ground but on the serve as well. Just getting a couple extra miles per hour. Just pulling the trigger a little bit earlier too in the rally. The slight change that Haddad Maia has made to start the second set.
Love, 15. Let first set.
Joe, I'd love to get your thoughts because Siegemund took that extended break after the first set, after coming back from 1-3, and clearly the momentum was in her favour, and then before you know it, she's now down love 2, and
She's won 1 point.
She's won 1 point. So what are your thoughts on taking a break, especially when the momentum's in your favour?
Yeah, I personally never really loved it. I always felt like it messed me up in particular. I mean, when you have the momentum, it's always good to, for me, I thought to keep going. Because you don't want to give a lot of time for the other one to reset, to regroup, to sort of settle the mind a little bit more. And I think you can definitely see in Haddad Maia's demeanor that she looks a little bit better because she had that time to sort of let her coach get her in a better mental space. But it's very personal. I mean, I think it's varies with every individual. Some players really like it all the time, and it doesn't affect them. But I do feel like there's been a big change. And like I said, I think Haddad Maia has lifted her level a bit to start the second.
Team Germany.
So Team Germany on the board in the second set.
Lead by 2 games to 1.
And it's Brazil who's in the ascendancy 2-1. Just got a glimpse there of Laura Siegemund, who's actually got a ring on one of her right fingers. And she plays with it. I mean, that's the racket hand.
Yeah.
Jill, what's going on there? I mean,
I never liked that either.
Ways I could have done that.
I don't even like playing with a watch. I didn't want anything. I always felt like, you know, it's amazing how many of these players play with jewelry, with watches, and I don't know. I didn't like anything that would disrupt me.
It was his Sasha up next. He looks like Mr. T when he's playing. I mean,
a lot of them are all decked out now.
I wonder he's playing 5 sets.
That carries, you know?
But you're right, especially the ring. I mean, that would rub against your grip all the time. Yeah. But obviously, it's just something that she's gotten comfortable with. We know how superstitious players are, too. Maybe it's a superstitious thing.
Yeah. Maybe when she won in Stuttgart.
There you go. Yep.
That's when she won in her hometown. She won 7-6 in the third in the final against Kiki Mladenovic. I mean, can you imagine how good that must feel? That is one for the rocking chair years from now.
Time.
Yeah, but she's still not tossing.
If it's more than that, she's allowed to get the towel and things like that.
Again, just questioning the time taken between points. The segment.
So Team Brazil 2-1 with a break.
Love 15.
So feisty, so energetic. She'd be like a little Jack Russell, wouldn't she? Just always nipping at your heels. Best shot on the forehand.
Going behind the play 100%. Yep, she's done that a number of times throughout this match.
With that continental grip that she almost has, it just fades the ball away, doesn't she?
She had a bit more time to set up as well. When the ball's coming in harder and when she's off balance, that's where she struggles. But when she has the time, she's able to get the ball out in front. It's a weapon.
She'll
have to have that run over.
Like this.
So percentage of Haddad Maia is awfully low in the set.
38%.
It's a failing grade that. You're a school teacher, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
Although maths is not my specialty. Really feel that if Haddad Maia can utilise her serve a bit more to set herself up in that forehand and keep the points short, it will be in her favour. She'd love to finish a few more like that.
So Haddad Maia waiting again here. Not sure what Tom Sweeney said there. Wondering if she's trying to get inside her head.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch the full thing. I think he was just mentioning that she was okay. I think, you know, she does like to take the time in between the points. I mean, you are supposed to go to the server's pace, but Siegemund taking a little bit extra time. You can see Haddad Maia getting a little flustered.
Forehand drop shot has won her so many free points today for Siegemund. And normally we see the drop shot off the backhand side. So for Siegemund, she's able to produce it off both sides.
I mean, you can't see the difference there between the deep one and the drop shot.
Disguises it really well.
Thank you.
This.
Okay, so this is interesting. Haddad Maia's ready to serve.
Got to play to a reasonable pace, not necessarily hustling. getting the desired result. Whatever it takes.
Team Brazil lead by 3 games to 1.
Oh, she thought it was a change of ends, but it's not.
Oh, this game's had everything.
Yeah.
Jill, would you say that Haddad Maia just then was trying to speed up Siegemund and maybe question her time between the points?
Yeah, I think that was definitely a tactic that she was, you know, purposely trying to point out the fact that I did think she rushed that one a little bit, but I think she was trying to make the point. I mean, it was a good effort. She took actually a little bit of pace off the last few serves, which I think caused a little surprise from Siegemund. There were a couple, you know, it wasn't quite ready. She was waiting for that bigger pace. So it was good tactical play from Haddad Maia to mix it up.
It was good tactical play just to rush her. I like that. Just disrupt her. But of course, Tom Sweeney just reminding her that it's got to be reasonable, the pace at which you play. You can't win the point and then step up to the line 5 seconds later and expect your opponent to be ready. It's all part of the mental battle, though.
But Siegemund does that, doesn't she? That's her intention, is to get into the mind of her opponent, and clearly that's what she's doing to Haddad Maia right now.
Yeah.
It's all unfolding.
Oh, and Haddad Maia's doing it back to her, right?
Correct.
Rushing her.
Let first. There you go.
Is that sun-related, Jill?
I don't think so. I mean, it is pretty bright when you look up, but it's cloudy, so there's a pretty big cloud cover. I felt like she just lost control of that toss. That toss was very low. It was a little bit further out in front than normal, so it just didn't quite. Oh, now it's coming out a little bit. Yeah. This is where you kind of you do have to adjust a little bit if it's something that's a factor, and if it is in your eyesight.
Yes.
Such a big point here for both players. For Haddad Maia would be to continue on that lead, and for Siegemund would be making sure she's still in this second set.
Let first.
Well done there from Haddad Maia, forcing the play. And
Advantage.
Siegemund on the run on that
Team Brazil.
forehand side, so not giving her time to dictate the play.
That particular area of the court is where Siegemund has been so effective with the forehand, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Every time she gets that forehand in the middle of the court, she just redirects back behind Haddad Maia.
And guys at Bolt 6 have got some good information for us on our monitor here, and I can see that when Siegemund hits that forehand to that quadrant of the court, the forehand side of Haddad Maia, she's winning the point almost 83% of the time. That's how effective that play has been. And that's whether it's an inside-out forehand, we've seen her fade a couple, or, as we just saw there, whether she's going down the line.
Nice to see Haddad Maia moving forward.
Advantage. Team Brazil.
When she can create the play and get Siegemund on the move, that's where she's most dangerous.
Team Brazil.
That's pedal to the metal now for Team Brazil. That's
Team Brazil.
a double break
By 4 games to 1.
that Haddad Maia has got for her team. She needs 4-1. Well, I've heard all about the Kimberleys, and it's a region that has so much to offer, from sailing and stunning clear water with these picturesque walking tracks. You can even ride camels along the beach. Helicopter rides. It's just a stunning part of Western Australia.
Might be able to bring back some pearls for your wife, Robbie.
Shh. Behave. The bag is full. So just Tom Sweeney's having a chat with the supervisors, Claire Wood and Pam Whitecross. Not sure what that's about. Is it about time between points? Is it about the ball tosses? Is it about maybe even closing the roof? Is there rain imminent?
Time.
She's always serving wide or
It's very
tea.
heavy, that's why.
Yeah, but wide or tea, so you know where she's going.
Please take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare for play.
Brazilian genes, clearly evident.
That's just the second double fault there for Haddad Maia in this set so far. First serve percentage still very low, sitting at 44%. But when it does go in, she's winning the 0.71% of the time.
30-15.
It's one of those serves that's good for both boxes.
And that's the type of shot she was making in the first set, Siegemund. So sometimes when a player is running hot and making those plays, you just have to try and hang out on the court as long as possible and make them play that one extra shot.
Team Brazil. Team Brazil leads by 5-1.
Good bounce back ability from Haddad Maia, who weren't with us early on. She was up 3-1 in the opening set, lost 5 games on the bounce. And since then, she's really upped the ante.
she's looking to finish the point a lot more, using that down the line off both sides for Haddad Maia. Maybe taking a little bit more of a risk, but it certainly has won her a lot more points in this second set. Jill, are you sensing that Haddad Maia has been a lot more aggressive so far in the second set? Jill, we're just touching on how aggressive Haddad Maia has been in the second set. Have you noticed that she's looking to maybe finish the points a little bit shorter, using that down the line a lot more?
Definitely, but that's been from the first game of the second set. That's something that has increased significantly. I mean, I already felt like she was stronger from the start in this match from a couple days ago, but even in the second set, it's definitely elevated. And the depth as well. I mean, it's something that's been more effective. She's got much more length on her average rally ball.
shot.
(30-40).
This has been a swift turnaround. You remember, she's coming off the back of playing 2 days ago a match that lasted 3 hours and 22 minutes. So she's had to play catch up, come from behind. It's a good effort. In the slot.
Even though she missed that, I feel like that was the right thing to do, because, I mean, that's not going to make Siegemund feel good, because she was going to be under a lot of pressure on the move already. So I sort of like that Haddad Maia went after that serve.
Haddad Maia, the way that she's turned around the second set has been impressive. She's holding that baseline so well and moving the ball around a lot more, so she's getting Siegemund on the stretch. I like that she was looking to hit another volley if needed, because Siegemund does so well to get every ball back.
It's brought up set point number 2.
Game and second set.
2 will do.
Team Brazil.
Team
6
Brazil
games to 1 set all.
wrap
New
up the
balls,
second
please.
set. And for the second time, Beatrice Haddad Maia is going the distance in the women's singles.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised, because that's what Haddad Maia loves to do best, isn't it? Loves to go the distance in all her matches. Physically, she's looking good. But let's have a look at that summary of the second set for Haddad Maia, winning a lot more points off that first serve, keeping the unforced error count low. And a few more errors coming off the racket of Siegemund. So she just did so well, Haddad Maia, right from the start of that second set, putting her foot down, executing well, especially down the line off both her forehand and her backhand, and just breaking up the rhythm from Siegemund, not allowing her to use her court craft. Some of the highlights of that second set, and you can see Haddad Maia attacking off that forehand. Thought her footwork was a lot more cleaner too, getting to a lot more balls, having some added depth to her shots as well. Her ability to move forward and take time away from her opponent, Haddad Maia. And she's fired up. We're going to the distance here. And Jill, at the start of this match, we were questioning the physicality of Haddad Maia and how she would respond after Saturday's epic 3-set battle. Are you seeing any signs of fatigue?
I haven't at all, actually. I almost feel like as this match gets longer, she looks better.
Yeah.
And maybe it just took a little time for the adrenaline to get it to kick in, but I think, you know, she looks really good. She's moving a little bit more aggressively. She's not waiting on the ball as much as she was in the first set, which is a great sign, because it is more physical to move that way. So that's a good sign for her physically, that she's still feeling pretty fresh. I mean, look at her. She's bouncing around. She's ready to go. And it's amazing once you start playing better how much that can just help you forget about if there is any fatigue involved. But I think she's looking good.
Yeah, I agree. Looked really fresh in that second set.
Yeah, the joints are loosened up now.
Final set, Team Brazil to set.
Okay, all to play for. First point up for grabs.
Love people.
I'm always amazed by the scoring system in tennis. Oh, it's such a definitive line in the sand, and how that affects players mentally from one set to the other. It's one of the very few points she's lost when coming in.
Starting to creep up for Laura Siegemund. Now at 21 unforced errors.
Oh, I tell you what, off that first serve, that's a heck of a second.
Yeah, she almost seemed just to mistime that first serve, but then to come up with a second serve like that. Wow. Really kicked up out of the hitting zone of Siegemund.
Yeah, I got a close look up at her face after she missed that first serve, too. She was in shock. She didn't have an explanation either.
Game Team Brazil.
That's a touch of genius.
This game, final set.
A little bit of Hogwarts stuff from Haddad Maia.
That wasn't an easy shot to a half volley to produce that. That takes control.
That's some serious skill and wizardry. And you hit that a little too hard. The next ball is coming right at your chest, and it's coming hard there. Okay, what does the wind predictor tell us now? Oh, it's almost sitting on the fence now.
Please take your seats.
It's just a 5% swing, but in the favour of Laura Siegemund still. Would you question that, Robbie?
Yes. I'm going with Haddad Maia. Jill, what about you?
Well, she's definitely yeah. I mean, she definitely has the momentum. I think she's playing a little bit stronger now, and her confidence has definitely grown. You can see it in her demeanor. I mean, everything that Haddad Maia has managed to do is kind of quiet Siegemund a little bit. I mean, Siegemund, I feel like, thrives on that energy that she can sometimes bring. We saw a lot of it in the first set. She was much more vocal, more fist pumps, had a little bit more, you know, pep to her step, and Haddad Maia has been able to sort of subdue that on the other side. Done a good job.
That was a great depth off that forehand return from Haddad Maia.
15.
Certainly a lot more fist pumps coming from the Brazilian, as Jill touched on, quietening down Laura Siegemund. And the types of shots that Siegemund was making in the first set, and as this match has progressed, she just hasn't been able to maintain that level. And that's the key when you play top players like this. You have to be able to play each set at such a high level, and any time that that level drops, these top players really capitalise.
Third tier.
Beautiful combination of shots, no panic, not overplaying, just selecting that back quadrant, hitting the target.
And that's better energy from her. That's what we like to see, where she looks at her team, looks at her coach, and gets that positive feedback from them. It's a good sign for Siegemund.
Let first serve. Yes. Advantage, Team Germany.
So important just to hang on to her serve here early on in this third set to feel part of the match, because she's been out of it for the last half an hour or so. Don't want to go down an early break here if you're Siegemund.
Job to get to that drop shot. Haddad Maia.
I get the feeling this game could be so crucial in the
100%.
context of this match, right?
We would have said that with Haddad Maia winning the first game, the momentum was in her favour, winning that second set comfortably. But this second game, there's been so much back and forth, could set the tone for whoever can win this game.
Advantage, Team Germany.
Of course, the longer these games go on, the more meaningful they become. Laura, just so methodical in everything she does. Can you believe it? And I'll tell you what, that'll help settle Siegemund into this deciding set. She's got a meaningful digit alongside her name now.
Well, her energy sort of went missing, didn't it, for Siegemund in that second set? And we were questioning whether she was able to get that back, and you just see how she felt that game was so important. And just like that, her energy's back. Those fist pumps are there. Both of these players would be so familiar with each other as well. They've played a number of times. They know what to expect. It has always come down to the wire.
Love 15.
And that's the forehand that worked so well for Siegemund in that first set. Kind of went missing in that second set, early on in this third, but the good sign for her is she seemed to have found it yet again. 128 kilometres per hour, that last winner. Good shape on that ball too, just to make sure it lands inside that baseline.
Love. 30.
You just sense a little bit of momentum shifting, Jill, don't you, down there?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not huge, but just a tad. But I do like the energy now that Siegemund is bringing, and she's starting to match the extra pace that Haddad Maia has brought. So she's definitely upped the pace off the ground for sure.
First ace for this set for Haddad Maia. Play there from Haddad Maia. Does so well when she can use that first serve effectively. Just didn't seem to get up to that last ball, did she, Haddad Maia? Almost wasn't expecting that slice return of what seemed like a bit of a slower first serve too.
It was smart, though. I mean, the use of the slice is effective on these courts because it does stay so low. And Siegemund does a good job of getting a lot of pace on that slice, so it just really doesn't come up. It's tough to handle sometimes.
Crucial break point.
It's another long game, isn't it?
It certainly is. That's a pacey serve, 156 by Haddad Maia standards. Which reminds me of Nadal. Whenever he was break point down the left, that's when he would so often go down the tee on the ad side.
Advantage, Team Germany.
I mean, how's that for geometric perfection?
Serve, break point opportunity. She's disappointed with that one, Siegemund.
Seems like she really wanted it on the backhand.
Yeah.
She didn't want it on the forehand. She's actually stepped inside the forehand to hit that backhand. Body position wasn't quite right, was it? You're cramped, trying to make space, but it's too close to you.
Look on a second serve. Let's see what she does on this return.
Advantage, Team Germany.
She was going with a crush and rush there.
Well, she was standing so far back initially, but then as Haddad Maia started to start that serve, she was really creeping forward.
Notice the sun is just, it's coming out, then it's going back behind the clouds. It's not easy when you're trying to serve and that's happening. Well, now it's Haddad Maia who repays the compliment.
See, I thought Siegemund could have gotten to that ball. I almost think that she thought that one was floating long.
I agree.
She definitely had a play on that. Just really stopped running towards it.
Yeah. Both of them with line-licking ground strokes.
Advantage.
It's more of the same.
Brazil.
Oh. Smack bang on the line. Hora's not happy. It's a big hold, huge hold in the context of this contest. Put a little asterisk alongside some of those forehands.
2 games to 1.
2-1. Well, Perth is one of the host cities of the United Cup. That's Perth in all her glory, from Kings Park in the heart of the city to the cocktail bars that my co-commentator loves to frequent. You can adventure around Rottnest Island and enjoy the landscape of Elizabeth Quay. It's a remarkable city. A little bit of jet boating. There's our friends, the quokkas. Cute little animals, aren't they? Supposedly the happiest animal. Is that correct?
It is. Always have a smile on their faces. Always willing to say hi, take a selfie.
Yeah, my daughters are dying to head out to Rottnest and get a picture with a quokka, but even more so is she wants to hold a koala.
Well, there's a few places you can do that here.
Okay.
Time.
DJ's had his A game today. He's been catering for all age groups. It's getting us in the mood with a bit of the Bee Gees. Brazilians are never shy to get out of their chairs and bop and weave. Haddad Maia will be in a good mood after that last service hold. Sun is out. It's a little tricky from that end. You can see Siegemund just testing her toss.
Choosing to go back behind Haddad Maia.
15.
Oh, well set up there from Siegemund. Not looking to hit a winner off that first volley. Almost hitting that drive volley behind her a little bit, but was able to get away. Good start there for the German.
Once again, this is the side of the court that she really was so effective towards in the opening set. That forehand down the line, inside out. Oh, great defense. We saw the offense in the previous point, Bodge.
40-50.
How do you like that?
Well, it's just another long game, isn't it? The last two games have gone to deuce. But even the points seem to be going a little bit longer as well. So we're getting to the tipping point here. Which way will it sway?
Game. Team Germany.
I don't know about you, Jill, but I feel like there's been a lot of jousting in the early stages of this third set.
Yeah, it's actually fun to watch down here just to see both of them trying to adapt, trying to tactically figure each other out in this battle. I'm a little bit surprised sometimes that Haddad Maia leaves that down the line open, because that's obviously been super effective for Siegemund. And you almost feel like she can inch that way, take that ball away from her force-throw to go cross sometimes, but she's left it open a few times.
Even if she just stood on that side.
Yeah, sometimes,
you know, just
yeah.
give her a different look, right?
Or like fake her out, or,
yeah.
you know.
Love 50.
Nice change of the direction there from Haddad Maia. Really seems to be painting the lines in this third set. Certainly has been more aggressive since she's been able to turn this match around.
I just love how confident she is with those high forehand volleys, because they're not easy, Jill.
30.
No, they're not. I love your energy, Robbie, always.
Oozes energy, Robbie.
Totally. But that's an area where I feel like Siegemund's been a little bit stronger, is she doesn't hesitate when the ball is lofted in the air. She's willing a little bit more often to take that ball. There have been moments I felt like Haddad Maia could have done that. She waits a little bit. And so, to me, Siegemund, she does a better job of not hesitating.
She doesn't overswing on that half forehand volley. The motion is nice and short and compact, and she uses the body weight going forward to generate the penetration.
40-30.
So effective, that lefty serve down the tee. Takes the pace off it and just scrapes the line. Couldn't get any closer than that.
Yeah, 99% out.
1% in.
Is 100% in.
Left first serve.
They've both upped the quality, haven't they?
Yeah, they sure have.
So
Really, yeah, neither player constructing, you know, 2-3 points together. It's really 1 point to Siegemund, 1 point to Haddad Maia, neither giving an inch.
Yeah, and a lot of these points
Time
being
violation warning, Team Germany.
finished off with winners. It's been a long time coming. It's just taking a little too long there. And Siegemund has received a time violation as a receiver.
That's just too good. 2-all juice in the third set.
Team Germany.
Using that drop shot. Gets the height over the net, but then it just, when it lands, it just drops. It doesn't sit up for Haddad Maia to get to. Tense times here.
It's all happening.
Yes.
Such great hustling from Siegemund, making Haddad Maia play that one extra shot. And credit to Haddad Maia, she managed to take a ball out of the air, took her time on this bounce overhead. Both players working so hard for every point.
Advantage.
And just to clarify,
Team Brazil.
with time violation as a receiver, if it happens again as a receiver, you lose the point. But of course, if Laura was to get a time violation as a server now, it's just a warning. Two different categories, those.
Yes.
One is a receiver, one is a server.
How about that return around the net post? Match just tipping over 2 hours now. Nice.
Excuse me, Joe.
She just stayed so calm on that volley. I mean, I think that was definitely the key. I mean, you can easily rush yourself in that moment because you know Siegemund's quick on the other side of the court. You know she's going to look to cover the open court, but it was such a good, calm volley.
That'll work. Sorry, Joe. I need to correct myself. Just having a look at my time violation notes. If she were to get a time violation as a server, it would be a second serve because she's got a time violation already as a receiver. So it does carry over to the serve. Would only be a second serve though, so she would lose the first. But if it happens again as a receiver, she loses the point. once again, all of these rallies just being finished with winners.
Brazil.
Testimony to the quality of the tennis between these two.
Game. Team Brazil.
Oh, this is good. This is what we want.
Brazil.
Both players playing well at the same time. It's 3-2, Team Brazil.
Interesting to watch the coach player dynamics, because after the Haddad Maia lost that first set, team captain was up out of his seat. He was using a lot of hand motions, very vocal, but now you can sense there's a bit more calmness within the team. Done such a good job of turning this match around, Haddad Maia.
Like 20-0.
I don't know.
So, what do I have to do? Sag mir, was ich da in den Fahrt Break heute mache. Soll ich einfach mit 8 Millionen in Return spielen?
Sie geht auf volle Risiko und das...
Nee, aber was soll ich machen? Soll ich mehr machen? Oder muss man einfach sagen, es ist zu gut? Soll ich einfach genauso weitermachen? Oder soll ich mehr machen?
Sie macht gute Aufschlag, sie macht gute... Wenn sie spielen in der Linie, auf der Linie, bei Breakball, was kannst du machen? Also das ist ja... Du hast nicht schlecht gespielt.
Also du findest, bei Breakball muss ich genauso machen, wie ich es jetzt mache?
Ja, du musst nicht
aggressiv, natürlich.
Ja, und sehr frei, gut.
Time.
So retournieren, gut. Ein bisschen zu kurz gemacht natürlich.
Well, Laura Siegemund, very animated on that change of ends, but I love it. She wants to know what she should be doing. It's happened 20 times now.
Well, I think tennis players are perfectionists, aren't they? They want to win every point. They want to make everything right, try and decipher what's going on. Where can I win more free points? What's my opponent doing?
I love the tone of Alexander Zverev Senior there to her. Very calm, just calming her down.
There's also Siegemund looking to him for some answers as well. What do you think? What should I be doing?
Love 50.
And for me, just the tone, even if the messaging wasn't what I would have wanted to hear, I just felt calm listening to him speak there.
I think we all just paused and watched him, didn't we?
Yeah.
I know we're only 3-2 in this third set, but this set has been going for 40 minutes, and the first two sets went for 44 minutes, so it just goes to show how tight this third set is. We've had a lot of games go to juice, back and forth, so it's intense out on court right now.
And both players with more winners than unforced errors, so it's testimony, again, to the quality. Both players playing well at the same time. Joining us for the first time in this match, there's a lot that has been going on in this deciding set. It's a time violation for Siegemund as a receiver. That happened just a game ago. Just to reiterate, if she gets one as a server, she will lose a first serve. If she got another time violation as a receiver, she would lose a point. She's got to watch the clock now.
That was a very tough one to try and drop shot off of. I mean, that had a ton of pace behind it. It stayed so low. I think she definitely wants to utilize that play to try and bring Haddad Maia forward, but that was a really tough one. Maybe not the right shot selection.
And also, most of her drop shots have come off the forehand side for Siegemund too. So it's maybe a little blip of concentration.
40-30.
Had a great response with the serve out wide there from Siegemund. I wonder what the swing predictor would be saying right now.
Game, team Germany.
Good hits. Nicely poised.
3 games.
To 3 games each in this deciding set. If you weren't with us at the start, Siegemund was down 3-1 in the opening set. She reeled off 5 games in a row. Then she took a bathroom break, which surprised us a little, given she had so much momentum. And Haddad Maia came out and she won the next 9 points in a row. Just stole all that momentum from the German. Won that second set 6-1. And here we are, 3-all in the decider.
Love, 15.
Both have run a long way so far. 1,600 meters for Siegemund, almost 1,500 for Haddad Maia. You've got to remember, most of those are sprints with dynamic changing of direction.
The depth from both players in this third set has been impressive. Really having to dig up the ball off their feet sometimes. Siegemund trying to use that forehand drop shot again, but really just not hurting Haddad Maia.
Her best ones have been to the other quarter of the court, haven't they? Backhand side. I also think as well, Haddad Maia is just better with the forehand when it's lower. She can do more with the ball, more dexterity in the wrist versus the backhand. sneak.
16-4. That was good.
Oh, so it all started off that return, wasn't it? Just stretching Haddad Maia, noticing that that return was going to float into the air, and again choosing to move forward and take time away. Impressive how comfortable she is moving forward and at the net, Siegemund.
Just going back to the previous point, I was just watching Siegemund because she was on, I'm sitting looking straight at her, and we spoke about the not hesitating to come forward, and it's just the awareness. You can see she's paying attention to where Haddad Maia is in the court. That's why she's so quick to get up to the net.
Let's first set.
She went for it, didn't she?
Was it the right shot to go for?
Well, she's been winning her points by being aggressive, especially off that forehand side. So,
and especially down the line.
Yeah, you don't change a winning game. I guess it just comes down to the moment. It's 3-all, third set, so much on the line. She's missed 2 forehands now on the break points. Siegemund, that is. Seems to be having a bit of trouble with that ball toss, Haddad Maia, looking directly into the sun.
Advantage, Team Germany. Game, Team Germany.
What a nightmare, 2 serves. And Haddad Maia
Team Germany leads
gives
by
the break
4
to Siegemund. Team Germany out in front now, 4-3.
She almost wanted, I think, to stop the motion and start again, but then it was almost too late, so she had to hit it. It was just unfortunate for Haddad Maia.
Jill, do you think she has just completely lost it in the sun there? Has that just been tossed right into it?
You know, it's possible. The way the roof is, it's hard for me to see where the sun, because it's pretty mostly enclosed. So it's tough to me to see exactly where the sun is right now, but obviously it's causing a problem. I mean, double fault in the previous point, that one was just a strange motion. I don't know, seeing the replay, I almost feel like she was already so far inside the court that she almost felt like she had to go for it or something. I'm not quite sure, but completely misjudged that toss. It's an unfortunate timing.
Time.
Back-to-back double faults costing Team Brazil big time. But, I saw team captain have a good chat with Beatrice after she lost the opening set. And she recovered well. He's given her another pep talk there on the change of ends. And life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you respond. That's what matters now for the Brazilian.
It'll be also interesting to see how Siegemund approaches her ball toss on this particular side of the court. Certainly helps me to get that first serve going.
15 love.
Bit of a shorter response there from Haddad Maia, not really putting any pressure on her opponent. And Siegemund having the time to unleash on that forehand. As much as it's helped during this match with the drop shot, Siegemund just has to be careful to not overuse it and start to be a bit too predictable. Yeah, really have to pick your moments.
Yeah, and understand which drop shots were working so well. It was the forehand chip cross court. That was so much more effective than that one. She's played 3 to the forehand, she's lost all 3. You can see how wide and varied the ball tosses are, just trying to avoid the sun from that end. Low and wide, whatever it takes just to get a good visual of the ball. Anything in the box will suffice now.
Serving into the sun and
15
you get your serve in, you also then have to react because you've got the glare from the sun still in your eyes that you have to be on, especially when you've got someone that returns the ball so hard. It's challenging. Spoke about how Haddad Maia would respond after those 2 back-to-back double faults, and she certainly has. She's been positive. She's fired up. Doesn't seem to have let that last game affect her a whole lot.
Yeah, and a shout out to team captain Rafael Pacchiaroni, who on both occasions when she's been down in the dumps has had some good messaging. It seems to have worked well. It's wonderful shot making. Just in the nick of time.
Oh, what an excellent game from Haddad Maia. You got to give her a lot of credit for bouncing back after the 2 double faults in the previous game. And I love the way she just flowed through those ground strokes, really went after him in that last point.
And Jill, just going back to the change of ends.
Yeah.
The chat with the team captain, how responsive she was. She didn't feel sorry for herself.
No, I know.
She just
impressive.
took it on board, just like she did at the end of the opening set. She could have easily felt terrible about the 2 double faults and been in a poor mood. Anything but. Oh, crowd thoroughly engaged. 2 hours and 25 minutes. The opening 2 sets were pretty one-sided, but this one has been nip and tuck.
You can hear the intensity from Haddad Maia, both in her footwork and in her breath work as well. The intensity that she has during the point, in between the point.
Yeah, first to applaud the quality of the shot making. Early, accurate, and pacey.
It's a real tug of war, isn't it? One player creates the opportunity, the next player responds. That's what this third set's been all about, back and forth. Neither giving an inch.
Is that?
She's getting the crowd involved, isn't she, Siegemund? Point of the match so far. That point had it all, Robbie.
15.
The drop shot, the lob, the overhead. This is not an easy shot to make. We were both on the edge of our seats.
Executing those drop shot off both wings.
That point was huge. What a good response there from Haddad Maia.
34.
And she does indeed get the break for Team Germany.
Team Germany.
What a game. And Laura Siegemund will surf for it after the sit-down.
New balls, please. Team Germany lead by 5 games to 4.
And she'll have new balls to serve with too, Robbie.
And serving from the good side.
You have new balls now.
She did ask Thomas Sweeney on the last change of ends when the new balls were coming in, so she's actually timed it quite perfectly.
She also just checking on a time violation. She said, I have until 15 seconds, right?
Agora você estava com a bola na mão, você tinha que ter sacado, não sacou, já foi. Agora é atitude para pegar, colocar os dois pés no chão e apertar a devolução, certo? Ir lá e trabalhar de novo. O ponto é assim, ó. Atenção, o ponto é assim, você precisa de 300 chances, ok, mas você tem que ser humilde para criar 300 chances. O que não dá conta é assim, eu preciso de 300 chances, eu vou ficando puta a cada chance que eu perco. Certo ou não? Sim ou não? Sim ou não? Ou não? Sim. Então beleza, então vamos colocar a atitude de novo, vamos quebrar o saque dela e se dar uma oportunidade de sacar melhor de novo. Certo ou não? Bora.
Rafael Pacchiaroni.
Usando esse forehand de novo, usando esse forehand de canhota, tocando a bola por fora, cara.
Words of wisdom, hopefully, for Haddad Maia. He definitely still believes. How much belief does Laura Siegemund have in her serve right now? She tries to close this one out for Team Germany.
And that's where, sorry, Robbie, that's where the first point or two for Siegemund is so crucial in this game. To get up early, keep the foot down. Just waiting for the right opportunity to attack on.
15 left.
And the stats tell us on average that when you win that opening point on serve, if you're a woman player, your chances of holding go up 29%. It's a big one to win, especially when serving out a match. Siegemund was so instrumental last year in the mixed doubles and helping Team Germany to win the title. Of course, remember, it was Angie Kerber who was playing the singles. Laura involved in most of the mixed doubles, bar one, I think I remember seeing. And proving her worth here on the singles court today. Such a feisty competitor. She has 3 match points for her team.
Team Germany.
Wunderbar!
2-6-1, 6-3, 1-6, 6-4.
What a deciding set. A highly entertaining third. But she is simply too good when it mattered most against Beatrice Haddad Maia, who she takes down 6-3, 1-6, 6-4.
Such competitor, isn't she, Laura Siegemund? Always backs herself. She's feisty. And when it came down to the crunch, she really held her ground. In particular, that point at 4-all, that epic long rally, which set up those 2 breakpoint opportunities. And then what a way to serve it out with new balls. She's happy with the win.
And rightly so. first point she played when serving it out was immaculate. Major contributor last year in the mixed, and she's pretty much left off from where she was at the beginning of the year in this competition, and a very crucial point for Team Germany.
Yeah, it was a battle out there, wasn't it? 2 hours and 33 minutes. Her first time out on court so far in this United Cup as well.
And after a great battle, it's nice to see the two protagonists embracing warmly. And I believe Jill is down courtside now with Laura.
Laura, huge congratulations. It was a tough battle, but you're so strong mentally. What was able to get you through that match?
Yeah, you know, it's always the same old, right? It's nothing new. I was just really trying to stay with myself. It's great to have the emotions, to have the team, but at the end of the day, you know, the court has the same size. You just got to win the points, and you got to be focused on how you want to do that. And I try to, as much as I like to suck in the atmosphere, and I try to push myself, but I try to stay really calm and focus on my game. It's the first match of the year against such a great player. It's not easy, so I have to, out of the pocket, pull my best game, basically. And I just try to focus on that and stay cool in the moments, even, you know, then when I got an advantage, I let it back down, and yeah, that was the key then.
You mentioned the atmosphere. You have a lot of fan support, as well as, of course, your team. We'd love to see you get the crowd involved. How much does that help lift you up?
Yeah, that helps a lot. I mean, it was amazing from the beginning. Usually, you know, wherever Bia plays, it's like you're in Brazil. I don't know how she does it, but the Brazilian fans are pretty amazing. I felt that when we were playing doubles together. But actually, there were a lot of German fans, so that helped me a lot, guys. Thank you so much for the support. It's just like lifting you, you know. That's what we play tennis for, right?
And you're coming in, of course, as defending champions. You're playing the #1 singles, got the point for Germany. I think how much, because it was tight last year, right, getting through. How much does getting through those tough moments help you come out today?
Yeah, that's always key. You know, it can be, you can play so-so and it's a tight battle. If you win the last point, it makes you feel much better than, you know, you can play an amazing match and lose it and still kind of feel bad about it. And I think that was last year really important, that we got a second chance basically as a lucky loser, and we took it, and in the tight moments we hung in there. And obviously that gives us confidence. It's like the match today. It wasn't perfect. For nobody it is at the beginning of the year, you know, but I try to stay in it. I try to stay positive, and hopefully that's given me some confidence also for the next matches.
It was a great fight, great match. Congratulations and best of luck. Everyone, Laura Siegemund.
Well, she speaks so well, does Laura. Great insight. And they are up and running in Group E or Team Germany. Spoke so beautifully about the battles that she's had historically with Haddad Maia. She's had the wood over her. She came into this match with a 3-1 head-to-head, and it's just more of the same, I guess, Bodge.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we just look at some of the stats from the overall match, for me, it was the forehand winners for Laura Siegemund. She certainly used that to advantage in terms of hitting back behind Haddad Maia. Had a really great first serve percentage, kept the double faults low, and like she said in her interview, it's just winning. It's about winning that last point and backing yourself and staying positive. And she sure did that throughout the match. It wasn't perfect, but she created the opportunities and was able to convert right at the very end. So that will certainly give her a lot of confidence moving throughout this Aussie summer of tennis.
Yeah, it certainly will. Highly competitive third set. Both players, for the most part, hitting more winners than unforced errors, but just a few creeping in at the end there for Haddad Maia. But what a way to serve it out for Team Germany. Laura Siegemund coming up trumps yet again. Still plenty more tennis to come. Of course, the men will be up next, but from Jill, Bojana and myself, Robbie Koenig, it's bye for now.
Is The main man, the highest ranked male player in the competition at the United Cup in 2025 is Alex Zverev. About to be introduced onto court, the world number 2.
Please welcome for our next match representing Brazil, Thiago Monteiro. And their opponent for today's match, representing Germany, Alexander Zverev.
So Zverev will come to RAC Arena here. Germany off to a good start. Laura Siegemund taking the opening women's singles match. 3 sets over Beatrice Haddad Maia. Brazil yet to get on the scoreboard in terms of a match win here. So they really do need to pull something out of the fire here. But with Zverev up against Monteiro, big task. Defending champions off to a good start. David Colbert alongside Mark Philippoussis, John Fitzgerald courtside, and looking forward to seeing Sasha Zverev had a massive year in 2024. Get off to a good start here in 2025. He's a regular visitor to the ATP Cup / now the United Cup. Knows what it's all about. Monteiro had a torrid tussle against Zheng Zhizhen of China, 6-3, 6-love for the Brazilian. So stepping it up big time here. Good afternoon, Mark Philippoussis. It is afternoon.
Yes.
We kind of don't know what time it is. We're
yes.
Stuck between East Coast time, West Coast time. It is the afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good to be here. I'm looking forward to watching this one. And, you know, as you said, I think Alexander's playing his best tennis of his career. And 2024 was an incredible year, and I think 2025 could be even better for him.
Normally stuff you know about it, we have a net device, electronic line calling, so all the line will be called by the machine. The towels, you know, the boxes, it's signed by the flag. The ball kids will not be able to handle the towels, but we have 2 persons in the corner if you need. Any question? No. So we have, this is John Newcomb or Australian Open. Australian Open. Please, man. Live it up. Well done. Sasha, you receive. Can we have a photo, please? Have a good match. Thank you.
So Zverev deciding to receive after winning the toss there. Shots. Little Tacker has done his job. Retreats from the court. Gives us an opportunity to have a little closer look at Thiago Monteiro, 30-year-old from Brazil, 109 in the world. Has been as high as 61. That was in October 2022. Got a great record against top teners. He's won his last 4. In fact, he's had 2 wins over Carlos Alcaraz, which is 2-0. How about that? One was a retirement.
Yeah.
And the other one was in Melbourne in 2021 when Alcaraz... Remember, they played a couple of tournaments in the COVID-affected year at Melbourne Park before we got things underway. But you'd hang your hat on that, I think. First round of 3 of the majors, the Grand Slams in 2024. But a big task here against Alexander Zverev at 27 years of age, the world number 2, equaling that best. He hurt his ankle at the French Open back in 2022. Had 69 wins last year, Mark, the most of his career. So he had a, as you said, he had a huge year, semi-final of the Australian Open. And so he will come in this
3
year.
minutes.
His task will be to win a Grand Slam. But he loves the United Cup. Perfect start for him. Of course, led his team all the way to the final last year, where they beat Poland 2-1, saved a couple of championship points against Hubert Hurkacz. Now runner-up in 2023. you get to that sweet spot in your career, Mark, where it's go time, isn't it? And with Djokovic, Nadal, Federer ahead of the way to a degree. Djokovic, of course, still going around, and there's plenty of challenges. But when you've had, not that I want to raise this with you, you've been to the Grand Slam final a couple of times and you haven't got them, and you're still playing and you're still at your peak. You need to climb the mountain.
Oh, of course, and
2 minutes.
Alexander's had an incredible career, and as you mentioned, we talked about 2024 was one of his best, and that's, after coming back from that terrible injury he suffered at the French Open, where he was playing some of his best tennis. And I believe that he will be holding up a Grand Slam trophy in 2025. 2 in the world now. He's a favorite without a doubt. The Australian Open. He loves this surface, loves playing here, loves the atmosphere, the way the ball bounces, and this is these matches, this event is important to him, and is a good preparation, perfect for the Australian Open.
Good crowd in Sunday afternoon in Perth. John Fitzgerald's just finished eating his birthday cake from yesterday. He's been in a food coma. I saw him this morning, and he was lying like he'd just eaten everything yesterday.
The
Fitzy,
biggest birthday cake I've ever heard in my life.
It was enormous. And we got one slice each, and he ate the rest. Fitzy, hello. Welcome to you.
Guys, fellas, come on. That's what I have been doing well the last 12 months, just watching that diet and staying away from the cakes, David. So
it's amazing.
Oh, look, thank you for everyone with their well wishes yesterday. There's part of me that wanted to forget, but it is what it is. I've reached that Beatles song record, you know. Yeah, you know what it is.
Well, we won't mention it again until this time next year, and then we'll just replay the same gags. And so, well, roof is slightly open, overcast day. It's a kind of strange one. It's quite warm outside, but without that sun beating down, it's a lot cooler. Feels a lot cooler than the 30 degrees.
And I think by Perth standards, there's a touch of humidity today. Just it's what it feels like with the overcast conditions. But really perfect. I mean, no wind to speak of in here, and this is a good way for Sasha Zverev to start his campaign, I think.
He's got a big task, hasn't he, the Brazilian here, because he started off okay against Zhang China 6-3 in the first set, and then it quickly left him 6-love. And they'll be desperate to try and get a point. It's going to be hard to see them getting one here. And Zverev, as you say, it's a good opener.
Well, I think the only advantage he can take into this is that he's got a match under his belt, even though it wasn't one that he'd want to remember, Montero. But at least he's been in these conditions, whereas Alex hasn't been yet. This is his first match, but gee, he's in shape. I'm with Mark. I don't know if he starts as the favourite at the Australian Open, but he's certainly in that 4 or 5 man contingent that can win it. And he's done well at this competition before, and sees it as a good lead-in. So he'll be up for this and want to get off to a good start.
So Germany took the opening match. Singles victory to Laura Siegemund. So
ready?
Have the chance to close it out here.
Love 15.
We do see a lot of Zverev this time of year, but he does look fit. He's always looks fit, but he's even a little slimmer and tighter around the. He's done a lot of work, I reckon. He looks powerful.
Love 30.
You know, one thing I really enjoy watching, there's a few things, but with Alexander is he's a very smart player. He plays himself into the match. He's got plenty of margin over the net in the first few games on his forehand and backhand, and nice, you know, never looks like he's rushing. He's nice and relaxed, but you know, and then when he's got an opportunity, he'll step in and rip it. But
15-30.
Definitely an opportunity for Tiago. As you said, Fitz, he's got nothing to lose here, and he's definitely a much better player than what his result was yesterday, the other day in his first match. So hopefully he can settle in and give himself an opportunity to play the tennis he's capable of playing.
Sharp work.
Pretty good start at the net, wasn't it, from Zverev? You know, it's probably one part of his game that I've always had a slight question mark about, the ability to volley consistently and with feel. I mean, he's got such long arms, and he's a big man. He's 6'6" and 198, and to get that racket head close to the eyes is not easy for a guy of that stature. But that's good to see him in there early and making some good reflex volleys there.
Now just pummeling Montiero to get the break. So Zverev takes the opening game.
First game.
And Zverev here is doing something that I think should happen more often, Mark. He's just gone straight to the other end and he's ready to go. No back to the bench, no getting a drink, no, he's just ready. Well, I like it. Old school.
Yeah, they've only just played a game. You know, like you said, these guys are fit. He's broken. He knows what he has to do. He's just got to focus now on his serve, hitting the ball well, seeing it well. He's ready to go. It's like, let's go, let's play. I love it.
Pace of play is a continuing topic of conversation, tennis and golf, but matches durations are creeping out. Sessions going for longer and longer. But Zverev, he's busy, ready for business.
Jeez. Alexander does such a great job in using all of his 6'6" frame in his serve. I love the ball toss he has. It's high, it's consistent, allows him to reach up and hit it. Uses his legs nicely into the serve as well. I think it's one of the best shots on the tour. That first serve is huge weapon.
14 love.
Isn't it interesting, Mark, that his second serve became such an enigma? a few years ago. We don't see it or talk about it much anymore, but it was he almost had the yips on his second serve, and it was hard to understand why. Like, his first serve is just exceptional.
It's a complete mental thing, wasn't it, Fitzy? And he was just a complete deceleration of the racket head in the second serve. That's all it was. But he understood that. He was on the practice court. I spoke to his brother. He knew what he had to do, but sometimes you just got to somehow play through that, and he did. But and his fix for that was actually doing 2 first serves, if you remember that, instead of rolling in his second serves. He'd start going for that second serve, and but yeah, there was a time where he was really dodgy.
Gee, I shouldn't have brought it.
No, just as you mentioned, the serve, 2 double faults.
Can you
Has it
believe
looked
that?
like getting one in since you've started praising him? That's an early error from John Fitzgerald, unforced.
Game Team Germany.
Gets there in the end to consolidate that early break.
Team Germany leads 2 games to 0.
This is interesting. This is from last year's Australian Open, Mark, and the second serve where he goes back further on the second serve. So first serve starting a little further forward, still, you know, quite a distance behind the baseline, but for the second serve, he takes half a step back.
Yeah, look, I don't mind that, because he takes a nice big cut, and he's got a lot of, as I said, there's a lot of range over that net. It's got a nice shape on the ball, and he recovers nicely. So I don't mind that.
I think generally, David, you know, when you see that, it means that it gives you an idea into not just his mentality, but how he plays and what his strengths are. He can compete with anyone in the game from the back of the court. If you're more likely to be a net rusher, that those lines might be reversed a little bit, where you're standing closer on the second serve, so you can attack it more and establish a position in the court. He's happy to just stay back there, not be aced by a second ball or forced into error, get the ball into play with some effectiveness, and then he just backs himself from there.
Yeah, and the first serve is a little closer, because I think he likes to cut off the angle on the serve, but when he has that second serve. Can't argue with the results, though. Moves incredibly well for a guy 6'6".
Oh, that was clever. Little punch to get on the board for Monteiro and Team Brazil.
Team Germany leads 2 games to 1.
That was a nice move. Sort of went straight to his racket where he was. Heavy ground strokes from Zverev. Team China is the other team in this group. So as it's standing at the moment, Germany, China battling it out for the top spot. You're not wasting any time, is Alexander Zverev. Up out of the chair quickly, ready to go. The early break here. Does that annoy you when your opponent, if you're playing so quickly, he's ready to go? When you sit there and wait for time, but do you know, does it put you off?
No, I think I felt like if a player was trying to rush me, I would slow down. It wouldn't make a difference for me. We didn't have a clock back then. I mean, we had one, but not visibly.
Low. Very low.
That's great depth from Thiago there on that ground stroke.
$40-30.
Big serving from Zverev. Average first serve speed of over 200 kilometres an hour.
Team Germany leads
3-1. John Fitzgerald's made his way down to Team Brazil bench. And Alvarez played in the mixed doubles. Fitzy, over to you.
Carolina, thanks for joining us. It's a tough competition, this United Cup, isn't it? And you've had a couple of tough losses so far. But how is the feeling within your team?
It's the first competition of the year, so everyone in the team is still trying to get in better shape. But it's it's a tough competition, as you said, tough players playing the best level. So yeah, tough losses, but the team is very united. We are all great friends. We've known each other since we are little kids playing tournaments in Brazil. So it's nice to be here with the whole team and get to share good moments. We are here for each other even with the losses. So yeah, it's the atmosphere with the team. It's good.
It's lovely to hear. It's a great bonding, isn't it, when you play in pressure situations with friends. Beatrice is okay. She's had 2 tough losses, but spent a lot of time on the court.
Yeah, she's okay. She's a very positive player. As I said yesterday as well in the interview, I get to learn a lot with her, even in the tough moments. She can get a good energy. She lost now like 20 minutes ago, and she's here supporting Thiago. So that's the point about playing for the team, you know.
You got to love that. And Thiago, I mean, this is a tough ask, isn't it? I mean, he's a very, very good player, but he's playing the number 2 in the world at the moment. There's so much power, isn't there, coming from the other end?
Yeah. He's serving big. He's playing big. He's the number 2. He's a great player, but it's a good opportunity for Thiago to play against great players in the beginning of the year and to prepare for a great season for him. He's a great player. He's an example for us in Brazil, for all the young players. They look for his example. So it's nice, good to watch a match like this as well.
Beautiful. And your form, you were happy in the mixed doubles the other day.
Yes.
You played well?
Yes, I played well. It was so nice for me because Rafa, my partner, he's a great friend of mine. We were playing together since we were like 8. So it was my first time playing professional tennis in mixed doubles. And it was a lot of fun with our coach here, watching and supporting with the whole team. So it was really nice, really fun. Even if we lost, the match was good. It was nice to try to return big serves from the Chinese players. And yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, fantastic. Great experience.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks a lot.
Can you send our regards to Guga?
To Guga?
Can you send our regards to him?
Guga, abraço para você. No Brasil.
Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
John Fitzgerald referencing there Gustavo Kuerten and Thiago Monteiro started watching and getting interested in tennis, watching Kuerten, who's at his brother's soccer club, and he was on the television screen, of course, 3-time French Open champion. And now it's Monteiro who's carrying the flag for the Brazilian men. That's how it works, isn't it, Mark? You can't be what you can't see, and it's important when you're growing up when you're into a sport, you see your heroes on the television screen, you dream about what it might be like, you mimic them, you wear, in Fitz's case, we all used to get around in the very tight shorts, pretending that we were John Fitzgerald, running around the grass.
It's good to see Thiago here fighting to get through this service game. Good save on the break point and another big serve here at deuce. Giving him a game point. He's only down 1 break. Definitely hitting the ball better today.
Good serving. Good service hold for Monteiro. Team Germany 3-2.
Team Germany leads 3-2.
Ningaloo Reef is a haven for those that like to jump in the water with large animals that have no chance of eating you whatsoever. Apparently the mouth can't open wide enough to swallow you, and that would be enough to encourage me to get in, Mark, knowing that that would be all right.
That's nice to know.
World's largest reef, 5,000 square kilometres of ocean, lots of coral, fish. Beautiful tourist attraction, as is much of Western Australia. So unique, any part of the world. They get a bit of encouragement from that last service game. Thiago Monteiro had some good results last year. A couple of 1,000 events in Madrid and the Italian Open, 3rd round and 4th round after getting through qualifying. So you talked about that at the outset, Mark, that he's better than the 109, and probably on his good days better than the 61, which is his career high. If you're making it through to the 3rd and 4th round of those 1,000 events, you're a serious player.
Such a big play for Alexander there. That 1-2, the big 1-2, that first serve, and then that second ball, whether it's the forehand or on the backhand, steps in beautifully. Body weight towards the direction of the shot.
Fitzgerald's return courtside. Fitzy was a lovely interview with Carolina. It's what makes this format so good, isn't it, to start the season? The two tours coming together, men and women, and whilst you may not play matches, you're in the team environment, you then part ways and do your own thing for virtually the entire year, and it's a tremendous way to start the season.
Yeah, I think this sport misses that team camaraderie sometimes, David, and yeah, what a beautiful young lady that was. She is, and you can tell the joy coming from her, just sitting there with her about what it's like to play with her countrymen and women. And yeah, it's a great format. They get a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge out of this too, I think. So all in all, it was a wonderful thing. Also good to see Sasha get in there and hit a beautiful touch volley on the point previous to that one. I think that's where he can really lift his game over the next 12, 18 months, 2 years. Maybe it can make the difference. He's got to win a major now if he wants to. If he wants to reach that pinnacle, get to #1 in the world, I think he's got to win a major. And he's been close. This is the probably preferred surface. And part of that all-court game, just to give him that extra dimension, I think is a big part of that opportunity.
So question to both of you after Monteiro serves here. Wimbledon's been the one where he hasn't had the strongest results. 4th round is his best on 3 occasions. Semi-final, AO, runner-up at the French and the US, but Wimbledon's the one thing, and that all-court game would help him there, Fitzy.
I think so, but he's got to find that extra little nuance to get over the line in one of these other majors too.
15.
And I think he's been showing signs about coming in more often over the last year or so, but I'm not sure he's been quite competent enough in that small facet of his game. And I loved the look of that volley. That was great feel. He came in, good technique, finished the point off.
So, in your opinion, that's a missing ingredient for Alexander, is just finishing a few more of his points at the net, being confident about moving forward a little bit more. I mean, look, he's going to have opportunities even to do that on the serve too, with that serve of his, that weapon of his. Now and again, to sneak in a serve and volley.
31.
Great serve. So, Fitzy, I think it's safe to say that's something that Sinner and Alcaraz did add, that coming to net more, you know, and they weren't afraid to try it and do it during their matches, and it's one thing that's definitely helped them to get to that next level. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Look, there's very little in this life I disagree with you. but I'm not going to disagree on that. I know that for sure. It's a big asset to be able to come forward and finish, isn't it?
And Monteiro trails 3-4 in this opening set. Rafael Chiaroni, team captain for Team Brazil. Still just the one service break here. It came in the opening service game of the match, Thiago Monteiro. Since then, tighter contest. So there's been strong on serve. 63% of first serves in. He's won 90% of them. Serving at an average speed of over 200 kilometres an hour provides difficulties, and now he's got the new balls, so they'll come off with some extra fizz here. Team Germany leading 4-3.
Love.
Now, when you sit on the edge of the court here like this, guys, you've both done it. You can see the trajectory of the ball a lot better at the court height. Or at the court level. And I've always been a bit fascinated with Sasha, how he doesn't have a lot of high to low on the ball. His trajectory is pretty flat, and he stands a long way back in the court for most of the time he's trading ground strokes. So his control and accuracy is exceptional to be able to do that time, and hitting the ball at that speed with possibly a little less margin on his ball than some of the other top players. It's pretty impressive how he can control it.
Well, you can certainly notice that from up here, Fitzy. I was thinking in that last swing, rear behind the right shoulder of Zverev, and it's a very flat ball consistently, not much margin over the top of the net. Yeah, that was a bit of a guess, but he went the right way. A little grin too. I got away with that one, says Thiago.
Well, he made a mistake, didn't he, Sasha? But it was a 40-love mistake. Not as damaging as it could be at another stage of the game.
Just a little flat on that shot, a little lazy. He's normally really good about getting his feet in position and always being balanced in his shots. Still got game point though.
Game in Germany.
Again, the big serve, 2-12 the last serve, 2-16 fastest so far for Zverev. Showing zero interest in the towel either. I don't think he's sweating. Just ready for the next point. Setting a great example for pace of play. There'll be more of it.
Love 15.
Yeah, David, you've touched on it a couple of times. It's one of my bugbears. I know that you know that. Pace of play. I think it's hurt the game a little bit. And we need to do everything we can to quicken it up a little bit, I think. And strangely enough, I feel like the shot clock is actually detrimental there rather than being a positive. Because I think players, you know, they reverse engineer it so that they see the shot clock and they know that they've got a certain amount of seconds left and they wait. I think it should be continual play.
Good serving. So here's a theory out of left field. I don't mind the shot clock, but you introduce it in the final set when things have, you know, you've been playing a long match. If it's a third set for the women or fifth set for the men, that's when you give them a little bit of extra time to recover. Just a little bit of extra. That's when they can take the full 25. Otherwise, it's 20.
Little?
Well, 25. But otherwise, it's less. Anyway. As you know, Fitzy, rules are generally invented because there's a reason someone's doing the wrong thing, so you bring in a rule. And the shot clock was there because some players were taking any amount of time.
That's true.
And the chair umpire really had to, and it was the high-profile players, chair umpire had to make a decision which was uncomfortable for the umpire.
Yeah.
So they bring in a clock, and that then applies to everybody.
Well, it's human nature to take advantage of whatever you can, but to win the point. But I'm not sure. It becomes habitual, doesn't it? A habit for all the players to when they start taking longer. And it's part of the DNA now, I think, of the sport where they watch the clock and they let it run down and then they play. And it's going to be tough to reverse that, but I think we have to try and do something to quicken play up.
Well, we'll send videos of Alexander Zverev to all the players. Now, here's a good example. That'd go down well.
Game, Team Brazil.
He's had a good first set here, Thiago Monteiro.
Team Germany leads 5-4.
Zverev will serve for the set when he returns.
restado, estás restando bien ahí. Lo que te deja, que estás sacando mucho primero. Si en el resto, el primer punto, has restado bien y te quedas ahí.
Alexander Zverev Sr. is the team captain for Germany. Defending champions waiting for the third day of play to get their defence underway. Team USA still to come. Zverev taking on board some fuel. Seems to suffer from type 1 diabetes, so really important for him to occasionally see him to monitor, just making sure the levels are good. So hasn't had it all his own ways, hadn't really been stretched that much. The world number 2. Broke in the opening service game. Now he finds himself serving for this opening set. Team Germany winning the opening match. Laura Siegemund over Beatrice Haddad Maia, 3 sets.
Yeah, that really was a nothing forehand. Middle of the court, just sitting there.
Very low.
Well, again, that's that shot, Fitzy. I can see you're on the edge of your seat now because you love a serve, a volley, a move into the net, a little deft touch. It's right up your alley.
Yeah, well, I think his technique, look, it's not bad. Sometimes I thought his racket face was too far away from his eyes because his limbs are so long. That's part of it. But he's showing good signs here for me. And I really believe if he can improve that just a few percentage points, it will contribute to giving him a better chance, I think, at the major. You know, I think when you're this good, you deal in nuances, you deal in fractions, and I mean, he's 2 in the world. He hasn't won a major yet, though. And I'm sure that will almost complete his career if he can do that, because it might get him to number 1 as well.
He's already been the Olympic gold medalist, of course, and with the ace, he's 3rd of the match. He takes the opening set 6-4 here, 41 minutes for Team Germany. Little fuss in the 6-4. Take a look at the stats of the opening set shortly, but it was commanding, really. Monteiro playing a lot better than he did against Zhang Zhizhen of China. First serve percentage pretty good. The number of points won on the first serve when it goes in is high. And the net points, Fitzy, 7-9, 7 out of 9. So clearly that's a strategy that he's employing here. Come in a little more often. pretty complete, Mark.
Yeah, look, he had that first service game, and then he went on cruise control and just focused on his serve and just did enough to win that first set. I think he'd want to step up a little bit more in that second set, take it to the next level. But look, first match of the year, nice clean set. Never really under pressure on his service games. Showing some nice touch when he does come forward. Shows that he's capable of some great net play as well as the back of the court.
And for the Brazilian, well, I think he'd be not satisfied with the end result.
Second set.
The scoreline, but he's put up a good fight here. See if he can continue. Just that first service game of the opening set. Saved one of the 2 break points, but ended up being the difference. Zverev ready. Monteiro takes his position to get the second set underway. If he was in second and third gear, he just slid it into fourth there, Fitzy, just to get this set underway, Zverev.
Yeah, well, Thiago, he just picked the wrong place. He left himself vulnerable, didn't he? Not a good volley after the smash wasn't put away, but the mistake was not putting the smash away, really. Great reaction, though, wasn't it, from Zverev? He threaded the needle on that backhand. But how quickly it can cause a problem.
Brilliant effort. Ball kid at the back of the court, caught between the knees.
Well, it's just a small mistake at the time, but that has, and they've always been known to have good hand-eye coordination in Western Australia, even without the hands.
Yeah,
David.
I'm not 100% certain that was deliberate, to be honest. It's just that's where it ended up.
There's some good athletes from this state, let me tell you. But yeah, this small mistake on the first point has now evolved into a monumental one.
Game, Team Germany.
And as the first set commenced, we start with a break of serve in the second set. Zverev gets the opening game.
You know, in this sport, David, sometimes I think to distinguish between the top echelon of players and the very, very good ones, that was a prime example of a guy ranked 100 in the world just playing a bad game. The top end guys do that a lot less. They maintain their level for longer. So there's periods of time when they look the same. You know, they compete well, they're even. You can't distinguish who's the better player sometimes, but then the lesser players sometimes can drop off more often. And that was a poor game by professional standard. Just takes all the pressure off Zverev and lets him open his shoulders.
Yeah, it's tough enough when you're playing Alexander to be hanging in there, but when you're giving him a gift like that and down love one and a break.
He's
never had an opportunity to settle into this match at all. Losing his service game, both sets.
Love. Game, Team Germany.
Big serving. Well, we talked about that net clearance on the ground strokes, and we can show you the difference between the two players here. Monteiro in the red, Zverev. That's a big difference, isn't it? In terms of taking time away from your opposition, the ball comes at you quicker, harder, flatter. Zero loop.
What's interesting is he still ends up almost with the same height after the bounce.
Yeah. 6'6" might help with that.
Yeah, exactly.
15 love. Very low.
Smart serve for a lefty there. To the body, the right hip of the returner.
After dropping his first service game, that's a much better effort from Thiago Monteiro.
Team Germany
to
leads
start like
2
that
games
would
to
have
1.
changed the feeling at the start of this second set. Zverev 2-1. Sun doing its best to poke through the overcast skies here in Perth on a Sunday afternoon. Warm day, heat rising over the next few days as we count down to the new year. Quarterfinals here that'll decide who travels to Sydney to meet two teams Shortly underway in Sydney for the United Cup final of 2025. Zverev here with the break, 2-1.
Net for service. Love. 59.
So that one needs to get a little better. That backhand volley to finish it. But I was about to compliment Sasha, and I still should, on that backhand he uses. That is an amazing shot he possesses. But that needs work, that one.
Allez, Thiago, vamos.
Team Germany.
Another two big serves under a little more duress than he's been on serve throughout the
Team
match.
Germany leads 3 games to 1.
Two big serves to take the lead out to 3-1.
Wow, was that a pretty shot. Thiago, I thought hit a beautiful slice. It stayed down really low. Look at this. And Alexander goes the highest part of the net. Great angle on that last replay. Head still, racket head acceleration. That was not easy. Alexander getting visibly frustrated here with a couple of his misses, especially on that forehand side. It's feeling like it's just flying off his racket a little bit. Again, first match of the year is just feeling his way in here into the match, but great signs of the way he's hitting the ball.
$30-15.
I mean, he's played his fair share of very good points, hasn't he, Thiago, today? I mean, it certainly has improved dramatically from his first match here, and that sometimes happens. You can be a bit rusty in that opening one, but he's got some feel and some talent.
So hanging in there. Again, that first service game, losing serve, Monteiro sees him trailing. It's Team Germany 3-2.
Team Germany leads 3-2.
Incredible area, the Pinnacles, Kalbardi National Park, a little under 600 kilometres north of Perth. Favourite location for photographers here, particularly sunrise and sunset. Limestone formations, Numbung National Park. Not sure how they determined that it was formed 30,000 years ago. Seems difficult to work out. The geologist's busy. Tremendous area. So upper set in the breakers, the world #2, highest ranked singles player, the men's side of the United Cup in 2025. We say 2025, I'm sure you understand what we're saying. New season.
Time.
A little cleaner than 24-25. So he's in command here. Take a look at the service placement from Zverev. Not many down the middle of the service court, that is.
Fair enough.
The body serve mark seems to, we've only seen 3 days of play here, but it's almost a rarity. It's an effective one when the time is right.
No, Dave, we don't see it too often, I think. You know, when you're hitting at speed that these guys are hitting at and the accuracy, I guess they're thinking, well, why have a chance for it to come back? But it's a very effective serve, and we've seen it a couple of times in this match. And the guys don't expect it, that's for sure. You know, so it's definitely an important one, but we don't see it too often. On the faster surfaces, we'll see it more. I think on the slower surfaces, you know, they feel like they can get out of the way.
It's another service game to love for Zverev. Edging closer to the finish line here. New ball, so new racket for Zverev. A loss here for Team Brazil would mean that they exit the competition. We saw Team Spain bow out last night. Mixed doubles still to come, of course. Could be important in terms of a tie-break situation. The winners of the three groups, both Perth and Sydney, automatically through to the quarterfinals, and then one team, the lucky losers, also joining them.
Very low.
Hey, Fitzy, do you know what session they're going on about?
I think Fitzy's got his headphones off. He's just in deep conversation courtside. Was it something about something being turned down?
Not sure. Let's see if he puts his eyes. Hey, welcome
Michaela
back.
down there just pointing out. Come on, Fitzy. Headset on.
Welcome back, Fitzy.
Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I was trying to work out what Sasha was asking for there.
That's what I was asking you if you know what he's going on about.
Well, there was a noise, but I don't know what it was. But he complained about it to the umpire and said, "I've asked you to turn that down, get him to turn it down an hour ago." And the umpire said, "Well, I asked," and he said, "Well, they didn't." But I don't know what the noise was, Mark.
You've turned your pacemaker down, haven't you?
That is harsh. I was starting to think I was talking too loudly.
You're snoring too loudly.
You know,
well, the art of commentary, Fitzy, requires you to have your headset on.
Dave,
you think after all of these years.
I think Flipper's taken it to a whole new level in commentator abuse.
Yeah, I've got a series of cards here, but I haven't been moved to use one with him yet.
Make it a red one.
Only because I've got the utmost respect for Fitzy and I love him. That's why, you know.
Good rally. Good service game again from Monteiro. It's almost a carbon copy of the opening set. Dropped the first service game. Hold serve until the end. Team Germany 4-3.
En la posición, tírala ahí, 100 metros para tirarla fuera ahí, no la red.
Conversation continues in the team bench for Brazil, but also Jerry Armstrong on the radio to the chair umpire and Del Nua about whatever it was that needs to be turned up or down.
Es la derecha aquí arriba, no te la quedes en el suelo.
uma testagem só de recado.
Почему меня иногда просто улетает куда-нибудь?
Couple of games away from rounding out the tie here for Team Germany. World number 2. Alexander Zverev. A break here, leading 4-3. Germany will take on Team China tomorrow night in the evening session. It'll be an entertaining battle, the battle of the giants, the 6'6". Zhang Zhizhen up against the 6'6" Alexander Zverev. He's a little bit wider, Zhang, a bit more of him. But, they both hit the ball very hard. Not quite there yet. So Dave, Detective Fitzgerald has been on the case.
Yes, call me Watson. He was not happy with the brightness of the LED lighting at the back of the court because apparently it's set for daytime. But because it's so overcast, they're coming in really brightly, and it was affecting his vision on seeing the ball. So, you know, this game is, particularly today, is full of small nuances.
Well done, Fitzy. You did all of that and didn't even leave your chair.
Call me Inspector Clouseau. Gee, that's a big serve. It's just so naturally big. With bounce and acceleration, you know, that the racket head speed is created by the length of his arm, and gee, it's awkward. It comes from an incredible height.
Another easy service hold for Zverev, who's now on the doorstep of the win.
Team Germany leads 5 games to 3. Long. Very low. Low. Yeah.
So it's a complete replica, isn't it, of that opening set. First service game is dropped, service holds throughout. Zverev will serve for the match when we return. Once again, Zverev sits down for about 15 seconds and then gets up, and he must have an appointment somewhere. Late lunch, early dinner.
I think part of it, David, is that he doesn't feel under stress. He feels like he's got Thiago covered here, and he doesn't feel too much pressure. I think that's part of it.
Hour and 13 minutes we've been in operation for. And world number 2, Alexander Zverev, serving for the match, serving for the tie for Team Germany, having won the women's singles earlier.
Love 15.
Diego says not yet. Really going after this forehand. Great acceleration. Really opening up the shoulders on that one. Didn't miss by much. Just a little loss of concentration here. Sasha's got to be careful because Thiago's definitely coming out more aggressive in this last game. Good for him. No, he's got to be aggressive, take risks. Not much you can do about that. Again, Sasha, that serves that wide serve, which is a tougher serve, men's tennis, over the highest part of the net. Does that with ease. Oh, with that 1-2 combination, brings up match point.
Yeah, I think he'll just want the one combination here. Big serve.
Team Germany.
Zverev takes the match. Team Germany take the tie to get the defending champions off to a winning start. Straight set, 6-4, 6-4. And the carbon copy replica both sets. Breaking serve in the opening service game, holding serve throughout, and that was it. So we'll have a mixed doubles encounter still to come, but Team Germany, they take the tie 2-love. Clean sweep would be handy. And for Team Brazil, that will conclude their chances of progressing through. See them back shortly for the mixed doubles, but Zverev, that was impressive. Have a slightly more difficult task tomorrow night against Zhang Zhizhen. It's the sort of start you want, though, to kick off a new year. So Monteiro will be happier with his effort here after his opening encounter, which was a little more one-way. Wasn't really able to lay too many punches on Zverev, who's just about ready to join John Fitzgerald courtside. Let's go down to Fitzy now. Connoisseur of fine watches as Fitzy as well. You can both compare timepieces there.
Yes, got you. Thank you, David, for throwing down. Sasha, so good to see you back in Australia. And hey, you look like you're in pretty good early form.
Yeah, look, I'm very happy to be back, very happy to be playing for Team Germany again. Perth is actually one of my favorite cities in Australia, so I really enjoy my time here. Visited Ross Ness already as well, so got a Quokka selfie in, so doing all the things that a guy who comes to Perth has to do. And yeah, just enjoying my time on the court right now.
I think tennis has made Quokkas very famous around the world. Now, look, your form I thought was very good. You haven't had much of a time off. The season is so long. Yeah. Obviously, your body feels good. We saw you with the shirt off the other day. You look like you were in pretty good shape. Okay, well, ignore that question.
I don't know what. I don't know what to say. I didn't play that much tennis in the off season. I was actually in the gym much more. So if you're saying I look good and the work paid off, I guess.
Well, I was actually trying not to look, but anyway, you've come into here with a lot of confidence. I mean, #2 in the world. Congratulations, by the way. Well, what an effort that is, everybody. Yeah. There's only one guy better than that at the moment in the world, I guess. It's good to have a good partner too, isn't it? Laura's playing well. She takes the pressure off you a little bit when you've got a win going into this match.
Yeah, I think it's the first time ever that we're up 2-0 in a tie. So last year we were playing a deciding match every single time. So it's nice to know that we got this one in the bag already. But yeah, we got China tomorrow. I think everything is still to play for. Even now, today in the mixed doubles, everything is still to play for us. And we're looking forward to the match. And hopefully it's going to be a fun one.
Will you play the mixed?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, last year I didn't have a choice. This year we got one of the best doubles players in the world, somebody who won the Need to ATP finals a few weeks ago. So we have a choice. We'll see who feels the best, and maybe I'll sit this one out. We'll see.
Okay, well done, mate. It's great to have you back. We hope you have a big summer. Good luck.
That's a good point he makes. This is ready and eager, you'd imagine, and they scraped across the line so often on the way to the title, and even when they finished in runner-up position in 2023, the mixed was so important to them. Usually Kerber was a singles player for Germany, but Siegemund and Zverev combining on a number of occasions in the mixed. Here's the tail of the tape. It was the first serve percentage. It wasn't super high at 63%, but boy, when it went in, it was a lot of points for Zverev with the 11 aces as well.
Yeah, net play was great too, David. You know, winning 9 out of the 12, coming forward. Yes, that is a part of his game, that he can improve, that needs to improve, and could be that huge difference for breaking through in a Grand Slam. But he is coming forward, and he'll get a lot of opportunities to do that.
So we've still got a mixed doubles to come here in the tie between Germany and Brazil. We'll confirm the team lineups shortly, not too far away. But for now, Zverev gets his year off to a winning start, and Team Germany take the tie against Team Brazil.
welcome for our next match representing Brazil, Carolina Alves and Rafael Matos. Germany, Siegemund and Tim Putz.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the RAC Arena here in Perth for the final match of the day session. Of course, we have that blockbuster clash between Canada and the USA to come in the evening session, but we still have some business from this tie between Brazil and Germany in Group E. It is, of course, the mixed doubles. I am Catherine Whittaker. I'm thrilled to have John Fitzgerald alongside me, and mere meters away in the best seat in the house, Barbara Schett is watching on as well. Fitzy, no great surprise, especially given what Alexander Zverev just said to you in your on-court interview, that Alexander Zverev is sitting this one out in favour of Tim Putz.
Well, exactly. You know, as this competition goes on, it'll be interesting to see if Germany progresses, which I think they're probably in the box seat to do, but no guarantee. Whether he will come back and play a few mixed doubles matches, Alexander Zverev. But for the moment, they've got a pretty darn good substitute in a doubles-only player, a very highly ranked one, and there he is.
Yeah, there he is, the man in the picture in the black cap, fresh from the biggest title of his doubles career, winning the ATP finals in Turin with his countryman and partner Kevin Kravitz just a few weeks ago. So they're a strong team, he and Laura Siegemund, alongside two double specialists from Brazil, Carolina Alves and Rafael Matos.
Big red button. If you press the red button, you can only the captain can only press it if your team is serving the next point. Can't do it as the receiving team. Press the button at 60 seconds with the captain, and then you step back after the 60 seconds. Any questions on that? Yeah, both teams can go. Both teams go. If one team presses, both team goes. One for the match. One for the match. Yeah, let's see if someone presses it today. All right, other than that, You did say you wanted to ask Germany. What are you asking? Well, yeah, we've got AO. We go AO. Okay, John's on the other side. John Newcombe on the other side. Let's do the coin toss. It is Australian Open. Well done. Receive. Finally, photo in this direction. You're in the middle, Carsten. Thank you, everyone. Great job, mate. Well done. We head off in this direction.
Carsten, the star of the show, is the hot shots coin tossers always are. The umpire really feeling the joys of life today, and he clearly, as well as all of us, are hoping for some red button action today. Babsy, you are just feet away from the red button. I want updates on whether that thing is going to be hit.
You know, if Team Germany or Team Brazil are not going to hit it, I might just run out there and press that buzzer. I think it's a great invention. We've seen it last night at some stage, actually towards the end of the mixed doubles, haven't we? But it didn't really help anymore. The team, what was it? Team Greece was out there. They obviously won that tie against Team Croatia. No, who did they play? I can't even remember.
It was Spain.
Oh, it was Spain, exactly. Spain pressed the buzzer, and it didn't help them anymore. But I think it's a great invention. It hasn't been used too often yet. I would love to see it today. But I think in this tie, you definitely have to favor Team Germany. They have so much more experience in the doubles. You mentioned it, Tim Pütz is coming off his biggest win, biggest success, winning the ATP finals. And also Laura Siegemund has won 2 Grand Slam titles in mixed doubles already. And she obviously feels very comfortable out there. And I'm not worried that she has had a long singles match. She is as fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, and always absolutely raring to go is Laura Siegemund, isn't she? I mean, she just loves being on a tennis court competing.
I just love the way Babsy's picked up Australian slang. She is as fit as a fiddle. That is not a European thing to say.
No, it's not. I've been hanging out with you a bit lately, so...
that was your first mistake. Great to have you there, Babsy. And, yeah, look, an exciting mixed doubles to look forward to. And I'm not sure how much is on this match. We probably won't know until retrospect happens. So I think Germany is overly endowed with some doubles expertise, though, and you know, because Alexander Zverev has proven in this competition before, Catherine, that he can well and truly handle himself with that serve in a mixed doubles.
2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. But he has also made it clear that he would dearly love to back up this United Cup title and win it again with Germany, but he'd prefer to do it not having to play all the mixed doubles that he did last year. So it feels like these two gelling as a team is quite important for Germany's success. I agree, and look, he's going to get a free afternoon today, Sasha, so that all contributes to, I think, freshening you up. But he looked exhausted at the end of the United Cup last year to me. He played a ton of matches, was on the court for a record number of hours. I can't remember how many they were. There was a lot. And I think it is a good thing that they can substitute him when they need to. Yeah, 10 matches he ended up playing, didn't he, across singles and doubles. And as he pointed out to you just a few minutes ago, I think all of Team Germany's ties ended up being decided in the doubles. Yeah, so they were high-stress situations. Because it's not just the physical exertion, of course. But Brazil, they've had a tough time at this United Cup in Perth, yet to get a win on the board. So I'm sure Carolina Alves and Rafael Matos would love to do that for their country today. Well, I had a chat to Carolina too. What a delight she is. I'd never met her before and obviously don't know her at all. But you could feel the joy coming from her sitting on the bench when I interviewed her about this team camaraderie that they have and the experience it provides for them. And there she is. She's just happy to be here. She played a good match in the previous mixed doubles for Brazil. So learning all the time and I think playing with other great players from around the world in this competition helps everybody.
Sets with no head scoring. A 10-point match tiebreak will be played at 1 set off.
Yeah, reminder
Team
there.
Germany won the toss and chose to receive.
A reminder there of the format, which is no ad scoring, which means sudden death at deuce. The man always serves to the man, the woman always serves to the woman, and the winner of that point wins the game. And of course, if required, if it goes to a third set, that third set will be a first to 10-point tie-break winner, of course, by 2 clear points. And also a reminder from the umpire that Germany won the toss and elected, I think, to receive. So we'll see Matos and Alves opening things up in just a few moments' time. Team Germany, of course, are back tomorrow to face China in the final Group E match. That a day session clash, and it's winner take all.
It is. I think there's a lot of interest on the women's side of the singles draw there, because you know, Sasha is favourite, I think, to beat Triple C. As good as he was in his opening match, I mean, on paper, tough to go past the number 2 in the world in Zverev, but on the women's side, that is open for both teams to take a win there.
Yeah, Zhao, very much an unknown, but scored that incredible victory in the most dramatic match of the week against Beatrice Haddad Maia. I think we're all still getting over that match, actually, Beatrice Haddad Maia included. So not to be underestimated in the singles. Anyway, that's for tomorrow. Let's see what this mixed doubles has in store.
He certainly has an innate knowledge of how to move and where to move on a doubles court, does Laura. As soon as you can see a move to her right there, she read that play beautifully.
She actually took the ball away from Tim Pütz. I love it.
You're so biased there.
30-15.
That reminds me of Hubert Hurkacz stealing forehands from Iga Świątek last year.
And you know where Laura Siegemund is going to move once she's made the return. She's not going backwards. She's going to head as quickly as she can towards the net, because that's where she feels most comfortable, knows how to execute.
She's full of intent, isn't she? Knows only one way in life, and that is forwards.
So far, Laura Siegemund has put every return into the court. Not so much for Tim Pütz.
Team Brazil. First game.
Of course, Laura Siegemund had the benefit of playing the singles and winning the singles earlier. Tim Pütz, this his first match of the 2025 tennis season. She was good earlier, wasn't she, Babsy? Laura Siegemund in that singles, and she doesn't mind a few dark arms, does she, out there?
Yeah, she's a great competitor out there. It's very, very hard to play against her because you never know what she's coming up with. First of all, she has that intensity, but she has the variety as well. She comes to the net, she throws him forehand slices, drop shots. You have to be very aware. So that was a big victory for her, I think, today against Bea Haddad Maia. And if you look at her now, she's always on her toes. Look at that energy level. I love it.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, share some of it around, Laura. She is incredible.
Tim Pütz representing Team Germany. 15.
Well, you have to have good peripheral vision, don't you, when you're returning serve in this modern game of doubles, because the net player is always moving somewhere, or pretending they're going to move, bluffing and moving back. And you have to keep that eye out all the time. Gee, that was a fair forehand.
15.
Like a warning shot across the bows. That. You a fan of the bluff?
A fan of?
The bluff.
Yes. I mean, I think you've got to try to dictate when you're at the net there. Catherine, my game was based around bluff. So the more you could bluff, the more chance you had.
But do you need to really know what you're doing on a doubles court to pull off the bluff? I guess is the question.
Well, I think, you know, Laura's a good example. She understands the angles and the timings of moving, when not to move. Part of that is pretending you're going to move sometimes, a little bit of movement one way and then covering back. I mean, yeah, it's a game of movement. And I think part of that is for the opposition. They have to have their peripheral vision in order to avoid that. So Rafael there was a good example. He held that forehand and then Laura had to move one way or the other. She goes to her right and he whips it back down the line. So
I think you always have to keep your opponents guessing. You can't be one-dimensional in doubles. That's the key. It's a bit of trouble here.
Early break point for the Brazilians.
Yes.
And still a break point, of course, now at deuce. A game point as well. He puts to serve to Matos this time.
they carry a lot of weight, don't they, these sudden death points?
I'm nervous, just watching.
Gee, he missed his step there. He lost his balance. Called early, and then just missed his step just before he was about to get set to hit that smash, and it caused an erratic result.
Bit of a shock of that, because it was Siegemund's shot.
I think sometimes in mixed doubles, and Fitzy, you would know that better, you know, the male player likes to maybe cover 3/4 of the court, as you can see now. I mean, that could have been maybe one for Laura Siegemund as well to put away. You feel a bit pressured, don't you?
15. I thought Laura was shaping to hit a backhand overhead there a little bit, which would probably say that she couldn't have put that ball away. But yeah, he certainly did move into her court, but at least he had the smash in position. He just became off balance, I think.
Yeah, perhaps some early nerves for puts.
Well, there's a case in point. where Matos moved and it caught Laura's attention and she changed her shot there and overplayed that volley. I'm sure she changed direction.
Let's take it.
Incredible placement on the overhead there from Matos.
14.
He was off balance here a bit too. He was just still moving backwards. It became a little awkward, but he controlled the racket face, didn't he? Very clever.
Points for a 3-love lead.
Just a little flick of the wrist here at the point of impact that generates so much power there on that forehand volley, a beauty. Gee, I thought through the air that was going long, but it must have just caught the line.
I think she found 2 lines in that point, Siegemund. So from 40-love to deuce, which makes it break point as well as game point.
I think 2 outside edges of the line, in fact.
There she goes, charging forward again, Siegemund. Wow, she took control of that game. Back on serve, 2-1 to Team Brazil. So happy scenes here in the Team Germany pod. Happy scenes in Ningaloo. Home to some of the best hikes in Western Australia. Are you a hiker, Fitzy?
Not really, no, but I love this type of landscape, and Ningaloo Reef is also a very famous area in Western Australia. You know what they have there, right? The whale sharks.
Swimming with the whale sharks. Yes, I was told it's just up the road, and by just up the road from here, it's like a sort of 12-hour drive.
There's just up the road, and then there's Western Australian just up the road, yes. That's in very deep water too. Are you a fan of that? Could you get in with those whale sharks?
Yeah, I'd love it. Yeah. Love a bit of Australian wildlife. I've got my quokka selfie.
Well, this is a whole different level. They're big creatures.
Yeah. Yeah. All the teams that come to Perth get their turn flying out to Rottnest Island, don't they, to meet the quokkas. I think Team Croatia are there today. I'll tell you what, Rabatkina's quokka picture is going to take some beating.
Really?
Oh, yes. It's a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. Yeah.
typical point for modern doubles players. Just move into the middle of the court. Laura Siegemund there was moving to cover down the line, the return, but Tim Putt's there just all over the net.
And again. Looks so comfortable with points like that, doesn't he? They're having long conflaps, aren't they? Luckily, we have a German speaker within earshot.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my ears open from now on. What a rally. I love it. So much fun watching this mixed doubles. And I guess the communication is just one of the most important things in doubles, and the two of them haven't played with each other that much, or at all, I should say. That's why they're just fearing each other out. It's just like a marriage, isn't it? Gotta talk to each other.
Would you play mixed doubles with your husband?
I have, my friend. Finalists of the Australian Open. Did you not know that? Would you play mixed doubles with your wife?
Can I answer that off air?
Sure.
Oh, he moved a bit early there. Gee, that's an impressive stat. Final of the Australian Open with your husband, or husband-to-be it was, right?
Husband-to-be, yeah. And just to add something, he obviously got broken twice in the first and in the second set, and we lost.
I want to know if that final sealed the deal in him asking you to marry him.
It doesn't sound like
No,
it.
It all happened way later. I was actually quite angry, so he lost a few bonus points there.
Oh, this is good stuff. Good stuff. After a point like that, it deserves credit where credit's due. But I want to make the point that Josh Eagle is the man we're talking about. Our fellow commentator who is doing the United Cup in Sydney as we speak.
And isn't here to defend himself.
No,
and,
for him.
And he won the match of his life when he got Bubsy to marry him, didn't he?
Oh, thank you. That's so nice. Yeah, it was a tough one, but he won it. A 5-setter.
Another deuce point. We're being spoiled in this match so far.
Gee, I like the fact that Laura went straight to the body and got a free point out of that. It's a serve I think that's underused a little bit in the modern games, particularly in doubles where you can handcuff the opponent trying to return serve. It was a perfect second delivery there.
Such a canny player, isn't she, Siegemund?
Too much talking.
Oh.
Oh, that's world class, that smash. That's the harder one to control, the one you fade away to the forehand side of the court. And he hit that beautifully.
Did very well there, Team Germany, didn't they? I mean, I suppose no surprise that Siegemund was able to move on quickly from the time violation, because she's no stranger to them. She actually got one while receiving earlier on today in singles, which is definitely the lesser spotted time violation.
So maybe she's one of the guilty ones of running the clock down, Catherine.
I think she would probably hold her hands up to that, yes. As I say, she doesn't mind a few dark arts. She'll do whatever it takes to win, and sometimes that means walking a fine line. She got the US crowd against her at the US Open a couple of years ago when she took on Coco Gauff, and didn't go down well with the New Yorkers.
No, I'm not sure that you'd advise that if you were a coach.
But it works for her. It wins her matches. She gets under people's skins. She almost beat Coco Gauff that day. What a forehand.
Yeah, and there's a difference between hitting a forehand hard and flat, which is actually not that hard to volley. Pretty easy to volley, really, but when it dips like that, it's a whole new ball game, and that's, I think, the agenda. Has to be the agenda of trying to make a net player hit that low, dipping, spinning ball.
Good hold, no danger there for Brazil. They take the lead once again, 3-2. So the final match of the day session. How about the night session, though? USA against Canada. We were speaking about Coco Gauff a few moments ago. She took on Lara Siegemund en route to that US Open title a couple of years ago. Well, tonight she'll be taking on Leylah Fernandez. What a way to open her tennis season. Fernandez already off and running. She won yesterday and it was in incredible form. This is tasty, this one, Fitzy.
Well, I think Leylah, you know, can be a really big star in the game. I like the way she plays. She's a pocket rocket, not overly large in stature, but gee, she takes the ball early and proving she can make a Grand Slam final in her young years. And I think she's probably ready for a surge as a more mature player now.
Yeah, played a great match against Donna Vekic yesterday. Really bamboozled her with all those lefty spins. She's another very, very canny tennis player, Leylah Fernandez. So
she wasn't lifting a lot of weight there, was she? She was just a couple of drink bottles.
That was my type of lifting.
I was just imitating those exercises actually down here. I've got 2 water bottles. That keeps me in shape on the side of the court.
Were they empty water bottles or full
No,
ones?
they're full. Look at me.
Okay.
There you go.
Apparently that's what the pro athletes are doing these days. So,
gee, those biceps, stop it.
I know.
Doing the right things. It's a sellout tonight for USA Canada. Love it.
Let first.
I'm sure the Brazilian team's still ruining that lost opportunity there in the previous Alves service game where they led 40-love. You know, you've got to close those games out. The scoreline would be a lot different if they'd won that game. Geez, overhead has been a bit erratic, hasn't he? He's hit a couple of beauties and a couple of shockers.
Yeah, and that one he was in position for. He had plenty of time to set up, didn't he? Oof. Looking for explanations. It's not a sunny day. Except that gift. Oh dear.
15-30.
Turning into a bit of a shocker of a game here from Germany. Here's an opportunity for Brazil to get back what they squandered.
Targeting the body too, which drew a short response in the end.
It's a good time though that Tim Pitts got broken. He wouldn't be happy about that.
So serving once again with the break. Carolina Alves for Brazil. Clever play from Putz, switching the play there.
So the movement of the net player sometimes causes those errors, and that's the objective of the guy at the net. Laura there, I think, sees him move again. She decides to go with the shot that she's least comfortable with there down the line off that two-hander and draws the error. Closes the net so well, Siegemund. Really opened the racket face beautifully there and controlled that backhand volley. Very natural at the net.
Needed that. Desperate to back up the break this time. Put a bit of clear water between themselves and the Germans. This would be a big win for them if they could get it. The Germans on paper, heavy favourites for this. So danger again. Break point to Siegemund and puts, and it will of course be Siegemund to receive, and it would be again on the juice point if required. Puts.
There's a few too many unforced errors coming off his strings today, that's for sure. I don't know if he feels pressured or doesn't feel 100% comfortable just yet.
Doesn't look quite dialed in to me, Babsy. I don't know, you can sort of see the whites of his eyes in a way that I can't from up here, but it just looks...
They're very white.
Maybe even a bit jet lagged. He's being propped up, though, by Laura Siegemund, the MVP. Just at the moment, they break back. Back on serve, 4-3 to Brazil. Yeah, could be nerves, could be fatigue, but I don't think he'd rate his scorecard particularly highly at the moment, Tim Puts. He's a really classy player when he's on.
They were a little bit unlucky as well. The first 4 games, I believe it was the deciding point. And they ended up trailing the scoreboard. Laura Siegemund just said, if you don't feel like it, don't move. I can cover my side. That's her.
Is that a not so subtle way of saying butt out?
Well, you got to be clear with the communication out there, and that certainly was very clear.
I wouldn't mess with Laura Siegemund. If I'm Tim Puts now, I'm leaving everything to her.
It's all about the balance, isn't it?
Okay. Germany to serve. Siegemund this time. She's been holding just fine. Let's see if she can do so again and level up this first set.
30 love.
A couple of cheap errors on backhand returns from Matos this game.
Yeah, the depth of serve has been good. It's, you know, if you're trying to take the ball early and move forward, not that it's his favourite play to come in and volley necessarily, but he's trying to take that return early, and the depth has hurt him a couple of times. Yeah, good game, wasn't it, Laura?
Very good. She's brimming with confidence, isn't she?
I'm feeling the intensity up here.
She could create intensity in an empty room, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
She really could. Everybody else on the court's pretty laid back, but she's just...
She's desperate for a win here.
She's in a world of her own.
To me, it seems like Tim Pütz is actually feeling okay once he's at the net, but he still hasn't found his rhythm with the returns, and certainly on his serve, the transition to the net doesn't seem to work that well today.
That'll do nicely. Self-defense from Alves there. Just a bit of rhythm creeping in for Tim Pütz, maybe.
Well, the two-hander is pretty solid, isn't it, from Siegemund? And I like that change-up. It took a bit of pace off that one and made it jump a little bit as a first serve into the forehand. I think naturally it's easier to control that two-handed return for Siegemund than a left-handed serve coming at your forehand. Another well-directed serve there.
Very clever. That was sort of bananaing into the body of Tim Pütz, wasn't it?
Alexander Zverev Senior.
Did he just roll his eyes there?
I
think he did.
No, I think he was just looking at the roof.
Game, Team Brazil.
The lead again for Brazil. They won't go away. 5-4, a game away from the opening set.
Só lembra de algo. Você pega em cima dela, chegou na tua posição na paralela. Se ela olhar pelo centro, ele fecha dois. Certo? Foi aquele ponto que você bateu super bem e quis recuperar um metro. Sempre meio perfeitamente. No meio passa.
Big smiles from Team Brazil as they get up from the changeover. I've just seen Beatriz Haddad Maia hobbling past Babsy down there. It's been a tough week for her, hasn't it? Tough time generally, since she kind of promised a lot at the end of the 2023 season. Almost dipped inside the world's top 10, didn't she? It's tough for her. She didn't look in great physical shape there. She played 2 marathons this week. Unfortunately lost them both. Yeah, I hope she's okay for the Australian Open. So serving to stay in the set now, Tim Putt. It's been broken twice already this set.
15 love.
I think that was an eye roll, but at herself.
The ball came quickly, you've got to acknowledge that, but there was no footwork, was there?
Lovely touch from Siegemund and movement.
Yeah, she likes to play those volleys short, drop shot volleys. Obviously, it's very effective because as an opponent you have to lift the ball, and it's easy to put it away.
Gee. Wow, this is dangerous now, isn't it? 2 doubles.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is he tight? Is he nervous? I've never seen him play like that, to be honest.
He might have been celebrating that ATP Finals win.
Too long.
Yeah.
Maybe.
A big moment now.
Really big moment. Twice broken already in this set, and now set point.
That's pressure
to the Brazilians. Didn't they do well there? Great second serve, held his nerve, and of course Siegemund right there up at the net.
But honestly, it's all Laura Siegemund, isn't it? In that team, she's carrying Tim Pütz today. I mean, that's what you do in doubles, but I think even Tim Pütz feels like that she has to take control of the points, help her out there until he finds his rhythm and gets his confidence back. Gutsy from her.
And one thing I know, Bubsy, is after serving 5 faults in a row, his elbow would have felt like glass on that last one.
I was nervous for him.
Oh, so was I. Tough situation to put yourself into, but great reflex there at the net.
He needs Laura Siegemund to give him just 10% of her energy, I think.
You know, you've got to admit though, that was one heck of a second serve after
Wasn't
serving
it?
5 faults in a row.
Did very well there, Matos, because he'd moved in the other direction, had to quickly adjust his weight. Get in for that first volley. Or second volley, rather. Yeah. Commanding stuff.
Video.
So from 30 love to 30 all. This was through the legs here from Tim Pütz. No harm, no foul. Just a dangerous moment for Carolina Alves on serve here.
What a let off there, though.
14.
I mean, immediately in her mind, she was going to hit a drop volley. She's just failed to execute that one. And Carolina Alves hasn't held her serve yet. That was a big moment to put even more pressure on her.
Let's listen.
good to see him smile, Tim Putz. He knows that they were a little bit lucky there. But smart move for him to stay on the baseline when Siegemund was returning. You got to change things up all the time in doubles, don't you, Fitzy?
Well, I think so. Gee, there's a lot riding on this first serve here. So he needs to get it in and near the line, you would think. Did well.
Team Brazil.
We've been spoiled for deciding points, haven't we? Big drama in this first set, but another hold for Brazil and another lead, 6-5 as we edge towards a tie-break. So Team Brazil guaranteed at least a tie-break. They'll be out to serve in just a moment. I wonder if they've checked out Cottesloe and Scarborough. I bet you've been there, Fitzy.
I certainly have, Catherine. I've been to both beaches, probably Cottesloe more often. There's a beautiful grass tennis court, tennis club down in Cottesloe that a Davis Cup tie was played at a few years ago now. But a lot of grass tennis courts in the western suburbs, all over Perth, actually.
Now that really is just down the road. So if you come to Perth, definitely check out Cottesloe and Scarborough. It's where they start the Rottnest swim.
That's your normal down the road, not the...
Yes, my definition of down the road.
Yes, not the Western Australian version of down the road, which can be 1,000 kilometres away.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Big game here. Siegemund and Putz serving to stay in the set. Tim Putz has already done that once, of course. Now it's Alara Siegemund's turn.
It's been pretty entertaining, hasn't it, really? I mean, a few erratic results from the racket, but all in all, very entertaining mixed doubles here. You know, I'm always torn about modern doubles and how close to the net they get. I mean, that should not have been a difficult volley, but because Tim Putz is so close to the net, and sometimes that works because it's an easy put away, but when it comes quickly like that, you have your fair share of errors off that volley, it can be costly.
They're trying to avoid having to volley up, aren't they? They want to be on top of the ball, but as you say, there's a cost as well.
He's just lost all his confidence, hasn't he?
I think so.
He looks a shell of himself. You know, I watched him win that ATP Finals title just a few weeks ago. Can't believe this is the same guy.
Different environment. You know, mixed doubles is a little different. I'm not sure how much experience he's had at that, but
he's a Grand Slam champion at it.
In mixed doubles.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, there was my ignorance, but well, he just seems a bit lost today.
Yeah,
and very hesitant now.
I'm putting it down to jet lag.
Oh, my heart was in my mouth. He made it. Not sure that was the cleanest hit, but no matter.
He's hit some awfully good overheads and some ordinary ones. It's a real mixed bag.
He's just lacking consistency today. But they're still in it.
I'm not sure you'd want to be on Laura's end of the court and miss a volley, though. She might give it to you if you.
Maybe that's why he feels pressured. You know?
I do wonder if that's genuinely a factor.
Well, it could be.
Certainly, perhaps exacerbating the situation, if not creating it.
And I've got to say, you know, there were times when you play doubles in your career that the partner you play with doesn't necessarily suit you in terms of personality, because if you feel like a partner's putting pressure on you, that's the last thing you want. Now, I'm not sure if that's what's happening here, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, chemistry's everything, isn't it? And it's another set point here for the Brazilians. This time on Siegemund serve, so it'll go to Alves.
Wow. He is so close.
Deciding point.
How much further back did you stand? You'd see? Your days, like a meter.
2 meters more.
2 meters more? And then worked your way
Maybe in the middle of the
closer.
box, probably halfway, maybe a fraction further forward than halfway in that box there. But what they do is move forward after. He takes his stance and then runs at the net.
It is close.
This set, my goodness me, it's been nip and tuck.
What do you think, Bubsy? How close did he end up there when he ran at the net?
He nearly touched the net with his racket. He's got to be careful there.
Not just his racket. I think he was close. So his whole body was close to the net. It's incredible. Like if they swing, if they extend the forehand volley there, they're going to touch it.
And I guess if you're closing the net that much, you're relying on your quick reactions. And if he is just a bit sluggish today,
chip lob would be good as a return, I guess, every now and then.
Let's see.
1-0.
He does like to take a big swing every now and then, doesn't he? I'm not sure that was the smartest shot selection from Matos to start the tie break.
You just wonder if they've had too many opportunities to win this first set, the Brazilian team. Sometimes you do run out of them.
Alexander Zverev reappearing in the Germany pod there to support.
Bit of sustenance.
Yeah, I wonder what's in that box. Sushi, I reckon. It's always sushi with tennis players.
2-0, Team Germany.
Did you used to chat behind tennis balls, Fitzy?
No, well, nowhere near like they do now. You didn't do that sort of stuff last century.
The fourth one! He made it. His shoulder's definitely warmed up now.
He got slightly more confident with every one, didn't he? It was a very tentative approach.
He kept on yelling out, mine, mine, mine. So he wanted to put it away.
They were high lobs, though. It's not the simplest thing, is it, to take a ball out of the air? Especially in an indoor stadium where well, it's not indoor, it's a versatile stadium, but the roof is open.
Oh, that'll do nicely.
Well, he's coming through when it matters most, it looks like. He might be the hero after this tiebreaker.
Yeah, all will be forgotten.
Team Jet.
He's obviously feeling it a bit more on the backhand side, isn't he? Trusting that a bit more. He's surprised to see that drift long. They've upped it, haven't they, for the tie break, and that can be where class just shows through, as you say, when it matters most. They bring their best.
Aber du meinst zweiten auch, oder?
Wenn du dich wohlfühlst, aber ich finde den zweiten aus der Regular aufs T, also ich finde ihn schwierig, wenn du dich wohlfühlst.
Ich finde den einfacher zu
Ich finde ihn nicht so einfach.
Nee,
aufs T.
Nee, servieren mag ich den viel lieber als den anderen.
Das ist für mich so gesehen einfacher, ne?
Ja, okay, das ist... Let's go, let's go.
Any state secrets from that exchange, Babsy?
We were just talking about the returns, what they like, what they dislike, where they like the return. Siegemund likes the one down the tee to return it. It feels like very natural to her. Tim puts, I don't know. Today, anything can happen.
So it's a kind of getting to know you session for these two.
Yeah. Went a bit too early.
Yeah, and
By 2.
I don't quite get that either. I mean, you serve a second serve to a forehand, which is the strength of Matos. That's the easiest shot for him to hit. And you leave early and just leave a huge gap down the line. I don't get it.
Maybe the serve wasn't supposed to go on the forehand.
Maybe.
If you look at her expression.
Maybe.
Wasn't planned like that. This could still get dangerous in this tie break. They were up 5-1. That's 5-3. Could be easily 5-4 soon.
Yeah, it's just the one mini break.
I feel like the momentum can change so much quicker in doubles than in singles, don't you think, Fitzy?
Well, yeah, I agree. And this is really changing quickly.
Oh, I got that one.
Now it's a bit of a toss of the coin. They've come back
5-4.
from a long way, have the Brazilians.
That puts forehand is shaky.
He puts it there and he puts it there. So he's not quite sure. But look, his serving is at times is really good, isn't it? I like his action. But those double faults really, it shook me up in the box here. You can't afford that right now.
This is seriously out of character for Tim Putz. I've seen him be an extraordinary doubles player.
6.
There we go.
Yeah.
4.
Beautiful motion.
But, you know, his body language is good. He's not playing his best tennis today, his best match, but he's positive out there. Certainly not showing any negativity, really. I like that.
Yeah, if they can just get this set under their belts, and they've got 2 set points here, you get the feeling they could surge in the second.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah.
She's apologizing right away.
6-5, Team
Team
Germany.
Pütz, she knows.
She's made a couple of those, and you know, the touch shot under pressure to me is harder. You need such control in that hand there.
She's asking a lot of herself, isn't she?
That was 18 inches in the old language, down 20 centimetres or more.
So still one more set point, but this time
40 centimetres.
This time on the Brazilian serve. So the mini break is gone, but still set point.
Well, that had 5-1, remember? This is a gutsy effort from the Brazilian team.
Sure is.
6-all.
Incredible get from Siegemund midpoint there, but not enough.
And that was good timing on the cross. He waited till that ultimate moment when before he left, just as she was swinging and committed to the direction of that forehand, he left and timed the cross beautifully.
Six games all, 6 points all, an hour and 7 minutes on the clock. We've had whole matches last a lot shorter time than that. This has been a real tussle.
Ou é taco ou ele queima, né? Atento ali.
Tá ali cá.
So someone's having a set point after this. Who will it be? Not Germany, not with that forehand return. So a third set point for Brazil. The first of the tie break. 5-1 they trailed.
Bateria cruzada. Mas lá no corredor, lá no corredor.
Acho que o mais importante é o impacto, né?
Impactar.
6 of the last 7 points
Impactar na cruzada no corredor.
going the way of Team Brazil.
Now, I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm thinking the coaching staff is telling them to stay back here. Make the return, get involved in the point. Well, that's not a difficult volley.
7.
The ball's coming hard and flat straight at you. You're on top of the net. To me, that's about as easy as it gets. So you want to avoid giving that net player there that easy put away.
Yeah, she put an awful lot of power on it, didn't she, Alves? But placement more important. So 7-all now.
Team Germany.
So we remain on serve. Ball's going now to Rafael Matos to face a set point to the Germans. 5th.
Miscommunication. That return was so good from Siegemund. Just chipped it in.
8-all.
Were we either at fault there, or was it just one of those things?
Fitzy?
Well, I'd like to say that the communication would be a bit better. That's at a starting point, but
I think Siegemund didn't know that Pütz was behind her.
Yeah, I couldn't see her hitting that volley and then moving to cover that side of the court. I don't know why he left. Always a solid point there, though.
3 forehands in a row for Tim Putz.
9-8. Team Germany.
So the last time in this tiebreaker against Carolina, he went down the middle with an ace. So if I was her, I'd be thinking that is a possibility here.
So another set point, this time on their own serve.
The other way.
Siegemund the one to win that set for Team Germany. What a set, a marathon, a real tussle, an hour and 12 minutes. The Germans come out on top. And breathe. I think that might be one of the longest sets we've had of the week. Potentially a longer one between Zhao and Haddad Maia the other night, but certainly in the doubles, that's the longest set we've seen. So little to choose between them.
See, the big line there, though, is the unforced errors, isn't it? That stands out like a beacon. And that was some of the unusual errors, I think, that the German team made there. And they got away with it. Only just. It was a toss of the coin in the end.
Lucky to win a set with 17 unforced errors in it. But the good news is room to improve. There were some highlights too for the Germans, for sure. I'm looking at a few of them here.
Sort of makes it interesting, doesn't it? When, you know, you can make some weird, strange errors, but then the opposite of that is that they came up with some really good stuff at times. So they can solidify their performance in this set, and they'll probably go to another level, you would think.
Siegemund does not know the words dead rubber, does she? No such thing to her. She cares so much about every single point. Tim Putz looking a lot more relaxed and happy with life. I wonder if he can just ease into this match now in the second set. Zverev there in the background, happy to see somebody else doing the legwork in the doubles. We were talking at the start of the match about how he played 10 matches across singles and doubles en route to the United Cup title last year, and it was incredible, but I think in his mind he thinks maybe it cost him in Melbourne.
Right. We had some long matches at the opening Grand Slam down there too.
It's a fine line, isn't it? Because it played him in as well. It played him into great form.
Gives you form, gives you confidence. Yeah, but then, yeah, there is a fine line.
Team Germany to serve.
Serving to start the second set. Tim Putz.
30-15.
Well, not all is lost if you have lost the first set, because in this format, you just got to win one set really here. That's all they need to think of, the Brazilians. Win this set, and then it comes down to that 10-point tiebreaker. You know, to me, it just looks like Tim has had a couple of weeks off. That's what it looks like, because his best tennis is still very, very good here. But he's just missing balls that he normally wouldn't. And sometimes, you know, they need a break at the end of the year. There's not much of an off-season. I don't know if that's the case, but it looks to me like he hasn't played a lot of tennis in the last week or two. But he'll snap back in. I mean, one match here and he might be back on schedule, but just missing some shots that you would not expect.
Yeah, it's first day back at the office after Christmas energy, isn't it?
30-40.
And at risk here of having his serve broken once again in this match. Not the start to the second set we were expecting after the German seized the momentum in that tie break. But here we are. Break point Brazil.
That was a big second serve, wasn't it?
Yes,
From Tim Putz. Has to win this next point. You'd think after winning that first set, you just are a little bit more relaxed, you know. The pressure is off slightly. But he still looks tight.
Wow.
First game, second set.
Team Brazil breaking to start the second set. Just when you think they found the form, Germany. It's a weird old match, isn't it?
Very strange. Yeah. I'm glad someone else was thinking that too, Kat.
Yeah, I really didn't see that coming.
No, I thought they were going to be in control. I mean, they're both excellent doubles players with so much experience. But again, I'm not sure how often they have played or have teamed up together before. Clearly, Tim Putz today, not his day. But we all have those we all had those matches, you know, in a year where you just don't feel the ball at all. You have to make the most of it and try to push through it. Just never comfortable in a team event. It's not just you, but all the team members as well involved.
frustration in that forehand from Tim Putz.
Yeah, I love it. He went for it, though, because that return, once again, he pushed it in. He framed it almost with the forehand a little bit. I think if just physically, you know, with his footwork, he would be a little bit more aggressive playing that forehand. That would help as well. And he's done that in the last one.
Let out a little smirk afterwards as well. He enjoyed that shot.
15.
Just don't know what's going to come from his racket at any time, do you? 20 unforced errors in total now. To the Brazilians 3. And yet it's been incredibly close. Great serve, some real swing on that. 2-love for Brazil.
Team Brazil leads by 2 games to 0.
And now Siegemund to serve to try and get the Germans on the board in this second set. Did you ever have partnerships that you were kind of thrown into in team environments, maybe Davis Cup, that just for whatever reason just didn't quite gel?
Well, not so much in Davis Cup, Catherine. I mean, you knew the players so well and from your country, your team. But certainly on the tour, it used to happen. You know, sometimes you need someone with a better ranking to get into a tournament, and sometimes then you felt like an orange playing with an apple. But not so much in a team event.
And also a big factor is which side you're playing, I guess.
No.
No. You have a preferable side. Which side did you play, Fitzy? Backhand or forehand?
I played the second court. Yeah.
Okay.
I found that
me too.
Suited me more.
See, we could have never played mixed doubles together.
So now I have a question for you. Your husband, Josh Eagle, played on the second court too. Who played on the first court in that?
No, I actually played backhand.
Right.
He let me play backhand, yeah.
So second court.
So, Bubsy, you were a bit angry at him because he didn't play great in that match, and yet he did a nice thing and let you play on the side you wanted to play.
Are you telling me now it's my fault?
No, I'm just saying he had to play on his most uncomfortable side.
But it was really good at the beginning, you know, the first 4 matches. Well, there's a bit of rain coming now, by the way.
Yeah, we do have a roof, and it is partially closed.
It won't take long to close either, I'm sure.
No, there's only a small gap. Yeah. We'll be able to get this show back on the road quickly, I think.
Just the most important thing is that the court doesn't get too wet. It gets slippery very, very quickly.
Yeah, enter ball kids with towels. That's tennis's very high-tech solution to that.
The roof is not moving yet. It needs to start, I would think.
Well, it's just a little drizzle. It's actually Getting less again.
Just to clarify, the second court is the backhand side,
yeah,
and the first court is the forehand side, and the roof is closing.
Well, it started to close now. It
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
gradually,
of course,
yes.
Rain has made the court slippery. We're closing the roof so that we can continue play as soon as possible.
Yeah, this delay won't be long, I don't think. They'll mop down the court, and we'll be good to go. Lots to think about for Tim Putz.
Yeah, this break is maybe not too bad for Team Germany. Just to regroup, have a little chat about it. I saw that Sasha Zverev took the iPad. Maybe he's having a bit of a look at all the stats, what he can take out of.
So much data available to them now, isn't there?
Or maybe he's just having a look at his single stats. Who knows?
Would you have been into all of that if it had been around in your day, checking out all of the stats?
Probably less than most, I would say, is my guess, but I'm no technological genius, Catherine, so I'm not sure. If I'd grown up in a different era, probably a little more, but I have a son and a daughter who are both software engineers, so so it's come from somewhere, but probably not me. And it's so complicated. There's so much information now. Sometimes I felt that I wanted to simplify things for me. Just play with a sense of, you know, just your own knowledge of where to hit the ball and when and why. And
yeah, it's a very interesting point generally, because we are living in the age of sort of information pollution, aren't we? And being able to filter and identify what's important, what's pertinent and what's not. There's a real skill in that, and you don't want the information to cloud your instincts.
no, and sometimes, you know, when you're playing a tennis match, your heart rate is so high, and so you're contending with all of that physicality, the movement and the heart rate and the decision making on the court. And if you get too much information, for me, sometimes it can complicate that. But it seems to be that, well, it is the modern trend, and I think some information is very, very good. You know, you need to know what the strengths and weaknesses are of your opposition, and I think all of that contributes to it. But for me, I think it would have been less rather than more.
I suppose something that you can outsource to your coach a little bit. You can say, you take in the information and you tell me what's important. Just give me the top lines. Okay, well, as you can see, the very, very high-tech system of drying the court is well underway. That is an army of ball kids with towels. So tennis is going to be back underway very soon. But in the meantime, Babsy's down there with a special guest.
No, we're not speaking German, Sasha. We're already on air here. It's nice and cozy here. We've got the umbrella up. The ball kids are cleaning or drying the court. I saw you were just taking the iPad, having a look at a few stats. Were those the stats from the doubles or actually from your singles?
No, it was on my singles, and I don't know how to change it, so I was looking at my singles.
You're not going to give any advice? Not going to give any advice?
I already gave some advice, but
yeah,
I think...
Which was in doubles?
I think, I'm not going to tell, but I think they're doing a good job. They're up 1 set, down a break, but that's okay.
Last year, you played all the mixed doubles matches. Today, you're sitting here on the bench. Would you have liked to actually play? And who took the decision that Tim Putz was going to play today?
Well, last year we weren't up 2-0 once. I mean, we always had to play the deciding match, and also last year we didn't have Tim on the team. I mean, he's one of the best doubles players in the world. Won the NITO ATP finals last year, US Open finalist. So, you know, we have the options, and it made a lot of sense for him to play today. You know, and I was struggling a little bit physically with my elbow still. So it's not necessary for me to serve for 2 more sets today. And I think they're doing a good job. They're playing well, and hopefully we can come up with a 3-0 win, because I think they would give us great chance to qualify. Yeah.
How happy were you with your performance in singles? It was straightforward, but is there something you probably want to do better in your next match?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit scrappy from the baseline still, but it's the first match of the season. It's never the best tennis you're going to play. And if you are playing the best tennis of your life, the first match of the season, then you've done something wrong in the off-season, because that's not what you're supposed to do. I think if you worked hard and you did a great off-season, you're still not 100% on the tennis court. You might feel physically well, you might feel quicker, you might feel stronger, but I think on the tennis court it takes time to adapt. And that's exactly how I feel at the moment.
You got the job done.
I got the job done. I thought I did a very good job on my serve. I think he actually played quite well as well. He was serving phenomenal, except, you know, the first games, 2 times the first games in the first and second set. But apart from that, I thought it was an okay match for the first
I think
one.
so too. I think so too. I just found your credential there. That's a bit of an old one. If we can just zoom in, you had more hair. Can I say that, or is that a bit rude?
I'm not losing. I'm not losing hair yet.
No,
but
and it was a little bit
different.
shorter.
It was a
different old photo, isn't it?
Different haircut.
When was the last time you had a haircut? Actually, I always wanted to ask you that.
I don't know actually. I don't think I had one since my injury.
Really?
Yeah.
So is that
2.5 years?
2.5 years?
Yeah. Well, no, I did have one since my injury. I haven't had one since I'm back from my injury, so that's 2 years.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good set.
Yeah.
What about that red buzzer? Are you going to press that red buzzer in?
I was about to press it when the rain started, just for them not to play the last point, but we won the last point, so.
But are you going to do it? Can you please do it? And when they commence the match?
I don't get the point of it.
Why not? You have 60 seconds to give your advice.
What situation in the match would you want extra time on your own serve? Like, tell
Probably
me.
not you, because you're serving so
No,
well.
it's
But
not
when
that,
you're a
but
little
like-
bit tight, maybe? I don't know. Just do it.
But then you don't want the time, because then you start thinking about stuff.
So you don't think it's a good idea to have that buzzer?
I actually think the buzzer would be more useful if you would be returning. Like on break
okay.
point,
Maybe
you press the
that's
buzzer
something
to make the opponents
about.
think a bit more.
Oh, okay, all right, we'll think about that. I have no more questions. I think that's it. Is anything else you want to get off your chest now? Because they're still drying the court?
Yeah, what's happening with the rain on Australia all of a sudden?
I don't know. I'm from Austria, so yeah, what's going on?
This is my 5th time in Perth. I've never seen it rain here. So.
Did you not finish your meal? You know how we have that saying in German, when you don't finish your meal,
finished all my vegetables.
then it's that you finished all your vegetables. Okay, so it can't be your fault.
No.
Yeah, Perth, Fitzy, Catherine, what's going on with the weather here in Perth? Why is it raining? Up to you.
This is all on Fitzy. Fitzy, you're the representative of the Australian weather in this booth.
Well,
people demand answers.
Yeah, I'm not a meteorologist, and I'm just so happy with that interview. Look, I would have paid money to hear that. I thought they were in English, naturally speaking German
That was
language.
Great insight, wasn't it?
Yeah, one Austrian, one.
Babsy asking the hard-hitting question on everyone's lips about the red button.
Yeah, and you know, she's intimidating. You know, when she gets in there and asks that question. He was great, wasn't he? Sasha, he was relaxed, as he would be.
Interesting, he just mentioned the shoulder being sore.
Mm. Yeah, well,
not ideal.
No, but he's not worried, you know. And these players play with little niggles so often. We're back on the court. The ball kids have been extraordinary. The roof's closed. It's now an indoor match here.
Shout out the ball kids. That was a great effort from them, because the court did get quite wet there. So there we have it. The roof closed.
I'm not sure if I'd give the ball kids the #1 vote there or Babsy for the interview. That was entertaining.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
We'll give it to Babsy.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Kids come second.
Shame on you, Catherine.
Well, look, I was just giving it to the ball kids.
Good on you.
That's on you.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, it was great stuff, Babsy. Do you feel the same as Fitzy, Babsy, just about the shoulder niggle that Zverev mentioned there, not a concern?
Yeah, he said elbow. Actually. I don't know how much of a concern it is. It's the first time I've actually heard it, so it's good that he's recovering a little bit. You don't want to start the season with a little bit of a niggle, but I'm not sure how much we should read into it.
Yeah, just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we will.
I suppose. Zverev got a quokka selfie earlier in the week, didn't he? Not a Hall of Famer in my view.
No, Elena Rybakina, as you said it earlier on, that's the best one. Really,
I
check it out
agree.
on social media. So much fun.
Game, Team Germany. New balls, please.
I agree. It's a tough field.
Brazil lead by 2
Federer and
games.
Nadal in the past have got excellent quokka selfies, but Rybakina's right up there. As Alves and Matos lead 2-1 in this second set. So this doubles match really going on. Should be done just in time for the evening session, and what an evening session we have in store. USA against Canada. That means Goff against Fernandez in the women's singles, and in the men's, we expect to see that man there on the couch, Felix Auger Aliassime, taking on Taylor Fritz. There he is, looking loose. Season opener for Taylor Fritz. Felix Auger Aliassime had a bit of a tough one yesterday against Borna Coric. Was leading 6-love, 2-love. 4-2, was close to sealing a double break, and ended up losing from that position. So dealing with a bit of mental baggage from that, potentially, Felix Auger Aliassime. But in terms of the game, it's all there for a great match against Taylor Fritz. And then we expect to see them all team up in the doubles as well. It's going to be so tasty. It is now just around the corner. In fact, this doubles match has really filled the gap nicely. Depending on the length of the afternoon session, sometimes there can be a gap, but I think we're going to segue seamlessly from one tennis match into another here in Perth, pretty much. So Alves and Matos trying to confirm the break once again.
Ooh, that ball toss. Too far out in front.
Maybe that rain delay, the reset that the Germans have been needing.
Maybe Tim Pütz needs to play indoors, just like at the ATP Tour finals, where he won.
She likes to take a big swing at that forehand, really cut underneath it, doesn't she?
Well, I think in this match, certainly, the ones she's missed have been in the net, haven't they? And a couple of them have been attempted touch volleys. And then that one was a bit uncharacteristic. I thought she missed a straightforward forehand volley, not like her.
30 all.
Okay.
That can be the price you pay if you're so close.
Karma.
30-40.
Just lost her rhythm a little bit with the delay, I think.
Well, it does put a little bit of extra pressure on the server, right, when you have that delay.
Dangerous moments now. This happened a couple of times in the opening set. The Brazilians were soon broken back, and it is a break-back point here for Team Germany. Really targeting Siegemund there with the power, Alves. Noticing that she's missed a few in the last few games, but it is still break point, of course. Sudden death juice once again.
Game, Team Germany. 2 games on.
Well, you know when Siegemund's won a point, don't you? Because she lets out that roar. Yeah, clever shot down the middle with Matos's weight going in the other direction. Break back secured. Pressure now on Tim Putz, who will serve next.
Let's visit. Love. Team Germany.
Most confident hold of the match from Tim Putz, and it's 3 games in a row since the resumption for Germany. 3-2, they lead now. So Siegemund Putz sit down feeling a lot happier about life with the lead in this second set, so edging closer to victory, a 3-0 victory it would be. I'm going to take you now, Fitzy, to Cygnet Bay, 2 hours north of Broome on the Kimberley coast. You can go on a tour of a pearl farm. Giant tides, pristine beaches, red rocks. Looks pretty nice to me. So 2 hours north of Broome. How many hours outside of Perth is that?
That is not what we'd call a hop, step and a jump. That is a long, long way up the Western Australian coast. Gee, it's pristine, isn't it? What a beautiful spot. They have untold numbers of beauty in Western Australia, and that's one of them.
Yeah, worth travelling for a beach that pristine. The problem in the UK with our beaches is you get one sunny day and everyone in the country is on them.
Well, if there's half a dozen people on that coast, it'd be crowded probably, you know.
Yeah. Not like Brighton Beach. Our Brighton Beach, that is.
Yeah,
You've got your own.
We have one of those in Melbourne, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice too. You're pretty good at beaches here.
Not bad.
Brazil, good at beaches.
Yeah. The advantage Australia has is that the whole country has beaches all around the island.
Well, we're an island too, but
it's a little smaller.
Slightly different vibe on the beachfront. Yeah, you are blessed down here.
Can we talk about mountains? The Alps, for example.
Hey, we have
getting too carried away.
No, we have mountains in this country, don't we?
No,
they're hills.
You've got blue mountains, haven't you?
They're hills. They're not called mountains.
She's competitive, isn't she?
It's what got her to that Australian Open mixed doubles final.
Yeah. That top 10 singles ranking.
Still hit and miss from puts on the return.
Team Brazil.
Back on the board, Team Brazil. First game since the very brief rain delay. And just as we were in the first set, we're at 3-all. This is the final match of the United Cup for Brazil. Been tough for them. But they do have an incredible young talent. Just won the Next Gen finals a few weeks ago. João Fonseca, remember that name.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool name, by the way.
It's a good name, isn't it? He's got all the ingredients.
Well, it's time for a new Guga. The world could do with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the most popular male tennis players there has ever been, Gustavo Kuerten.
He likes the beach, likes a bit of surf.
He looks like a surfer, doesn't he? Yeah, they're big shoes to fill for Brazilian tennis players. Bit of danger for Siegemund here.
A couple of loose shots in a row.
30.
Unusual for Siegemund.
That was an opportunity, wasn't it, for Matos?
Rule number 1 in doubles, you got to make that return at any time.
Yeah, off the hook, Siegemund there.
Well, good choice, I think, there from Matos. Sensed the opportunity to handcuff his opponent. Just ball was sitting there. All he had to do was push it into the chest of Tim Putz, and there's a good chance he was going to win that. Again, look how close. And that's the place to go. Straight at the chest. Didn't have time to react.
2 break points. Tough one. What a point from Laura Siegemund.
And Matos knows it. He should have gone, actually. He was hesitant there.
Yes.
So close, isn't it?
Wow.
And that's the moment.
Yeah, that was it. Heck of a backhand up the line from her a couple of shots earlier. To take control of that point. So 2 break points saved, but a sudden death juice to come.
Game team.
Which
Germany.
they take. And they take another lead, 4-3 to the Germans. I think the only thing this match hasn't had is the big red buzzer.
And I have a feeling we're not gonna hear it.
No, it doesn't feel Just doesn't feel imminent, does it? Approaching 5 o'clock local time, so we will start the night session just a little late, I think. Coco Gauff and Leylah Fernandez backstage, extending their warm-ups, I'm sure. Tennis players well used to not knowing what their match start time is going to be.
Time.
Well, the crowd will need to move out from the stadium after this match, and a new evening crowd file in, so that's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I believe it's pretty much a sellout tonight, so there's going to be a lot of eager tennis fans.
Coco Gauff.
Absolutely. How brilliant to have her in Perth. Danielle Collins on the US team as well. She's unlikely to even get to play. What a second string singles player to have on the bench. Great serve from Alves after that aborted toss.
Thank you.
Clever.
15
Well, the opportunity is there, isn't it? I mean, Carolina struggled a little bit to hold a serve, and there's two very good returners down the other end most of the time, I would say. And if they can come up with a couple back-to-back, just like that return from Laura, then there might be an imminent break of serve here.
Oof.
Gee, that's a missed opportunity. At this level, that's not a good result. I mean, a second serve into the middle of the hitting zone.
Yeah, once again, it's his footwork. He's just not aggressive enough taking that return, don't you think? He needs to move towards the ball, not waiting for that serve to come to him.
It's disappointing to miss a second serve like that. Yeah, good move from Matos there. He got burnt 2 points ago by moving, but read the play better there.
Team Brazil.
Missed a few of those, Siegemund. And that game, a bit of a story of missed opportunities. On we go, 4-all. Still so little to choose between these two teams. Not always the highest quality, this match, it has to be said, but
it's been a mixture, a real bag, because some of the stuff has been poor, but some's been really entertaining. So it's players, I think, getting their act together early in the season. Well, I think Laura got lucky there. She hit an out ball, I think, Babsy, for sure. I mean, I thought it was going long by a distance, and she chose to take it and kept the Brazilians in that point, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. That should have been long, but sometimes when you're on the court and you don't want to change your decision last second, but that could have been dangerous, I agree. It's amazing how Tim Pütz is pushing his forehand from the baseline. He really doesn't want to miss.
There's a combination now. I mean, Laura's missed half a dozen pretty simple volleys in recent times too, so...
Who's carrying whom now?
I don't know. Pretty easy up here, isn't it? Yeah, good overhead.
13-15.
It does change the environment a little bit, doesn't it, when the roof closes? Even though there's only a thin sliver of this roof that's often open.
I was just thinking that. It shouldn't feel that different, but somehow it does.
It does.
Robbie just yesterday was saying how similar these conditions are to indoor conditions in relation to Felix Auger-Aliassime, who has played his best tennis of his career indoors. It's very sheltered, fast surface, but still different to actual indoors, which is where we are now.
Team Germany. Team Germany.
Scrappy, but job done. They're a game away, Team Germany, 5-4. Changes the acoustics, doesn't it, being indoors, and that shouldn't affect the tennis, but it's part of the atmosphere, isn't it? And
yeah, it's a strange one, because in a wide open stadium, the wind has more of an effect, you know. But when there's only a thin sliver of the roof open, this is a big stadium. There's I think a maximum crowd in here of around, I don't know, 11,000, I think. And so it's big and it's quite steep, so the roof is high in here, and then there's a sliver of it open on the top, and it does have a different feel when you close that. It's a strange thing.
That's pretty funny. Tim Pütz just said to Laura Siegemund, come on, just be a little bit more kinder to yourself, because she wasn't happy with those few volley mistakes. She got a little bit negative towards herself, and now she has a smile on her face. That's good.
Yeah, well, you've got to love that, because she's not only giving it to the partner, she's giving it to herself as well. But good for her. What a competitor she is, and that's nice, though. I think that is good. It'll loosen them up. They might break now.
watching team bonding before our very eyes. It's going to be the next great mixed doubles pair. DJ thinks this could be it. Pumping up the volume, serving to stay in the match. Rafael Matos.
Sad forehand. We've seen it yesterday with Maria Sakkari, today with Tim Pütz.
30 love.
Yeah, that's how close it's been.
And that's tennis. Siegemund puts her up in the scoreboard with 1 less point.
What a shame, because that was a heck of a run from Matos to get to that ball, but just couldn't get enough on it.
You know, Carolina Alves has made some great reflexes too, hasn't she? I mean, almost under the radar. She stands her ground. She gets the racket face behind the ball. It's good stuff. You know, a lot of power coming at her at times.
Yeah, I don't think her winner count is that high, but she's kept them in a lot of rallies, hasn't she? Just thinking, oh, she's going to add to her win account here.
With that one, you thought?
Well, with a few of them, quite honestly. Definitely with this one. So from 30 love to 30 all, and Siegemund puts now just 2 points away from the win. Well, an apology for it going in the direction of Carolina Alves, but no apology for finally making a forehand return. Opening up 2 match points for Germany. 1 all to themselves, 1 if needed. That would be a sudden death point. That is the Timbert's forehand that gets the job done. A weird match, a compelling match, a clean sweep for Team Germany. 3-0, they win the tie over Brazil. 7-6, 6-4, Siegemund puts over Alves and Matos. He got there in the end, Fitzy.
Well, they did. It was hard to pick, wasn't it? I mean, you didn't know when they were going to play well and then not so. And the irony of it all is that his forehand in the end came up with 2 winners on the last 2 points. So good for Tim, and you know, he's obviously trying to, like everyone else, trying to play himself into form in this first part of the season. And they're pretty happy with that result at the end of the day.
There's a lesson in there, isn't there? Just keep trying, keep at it.
And have a laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, they stayed loose, didn't they? It was a scrappy old day for Germany in the doubles today. But Siegemund wanted that win. Tough for Brazil this week. They have fought incredibly hard and got no rewards. But as I say, João Fonseca, remember that name. Brazilian tennis is potentially in very good shape indeed. Hopefully we'll see him in United Cup action in years to come. A reminder that there really won't be long to wait now before we get to see USA against Canada. The opening match of that tie is Coco Gauff against Leylah Fernandez. I can't wait. We've got Taylor Fritz, Felix Auger-Aliassime as well. And the mixed doubles. Some real star power in action. We're also going to get to hear from Tim Putz, and when she's ready and had her debrief, her Siegemund as well. Over she comes. Over to you, Babsy.
Tim, Laura, congratulations. There was a lot of momentum changes, I have to say, in this match, but you got through at the end. How relieved are you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird match. I think they played, they played solid. They play what they can, and we struggled a bit. But it's not easy. We never played together. First mixed in a long time, and in the end, the score is for us. So I'm personally not happy with my performance.
You're never happy.
That's true. Yeah.
Tim, what were the biggest challenges for you out there today? Was it the opponents? Was it yourself? Was it the forehand? Was it the serve? What was it? No, not your partner.
No, I think just the fact that it's the first match of the year. Coming to Australia is for us is a world away from home. So it's never easy starting here. Maybe I'm a bit less self-critical than Nora. Yeah, for sure, it wasn't the best match of all time from all of us. But yeah, that's typically what you get in the first match of the season, or the second match, like for the Brazilians. It's probably not going to be the prettiest of all time, but hey, we're happy to be through. It doesn't really matter if you play well or not. What matters is we won the first group match 3-0, which is really important in this format. So yeah, we're thrilled with that, and hopefully we can keep going tomorrow.
I'm just interested, who was calling the shots? Who was telling whom what to do out there? Why are you laughing, Tim?
Take a guess.
Laura? Laura, was it you?
Yeah, I mean, not at all times. There were moments where I was like, whatever I'm suggesting is not working. So usually I like to make suggestions, but I'm totally fine when I just like to speak first, let's say. It doesn't mean that needs to be done. And then at some point I was just like, he also needs to find his rhythm. I don't know him that well. So at some point, in some moments I was like, okay, just tell me what you want to do. I try to be ready for whatever.
Well, you got through. Congratulations. That's the most important thing. You got that third point for Team Germany. Well done, and keep up the good work and energy.
Thank you, Babsy. All smiles from Team Germany. Very validating that they had the same take on that match as we did.
That was beautiful. Babsy brings the best out of them, doesn't she? They spoke, so well. And they're happy they got the win in the end. Wasn't perfect, but it was good enough.
Yeah, 26 unforced errors is why Lara Siegemund is not thrilled with her performance today, and it was a weird match, as she said there, and it was patchy, but look, first match as a team, first match of the season in the doubles, they got the win. That really is all that matters, and I'm quite sure they'll be better the next time they play together.
I would think so, yeah. And we know they're both individually such quality doubles players, so it's inevitable that if they played a bit more together, their performance would improve in leaps and bounds.
Absolutely, and that was the second win of the day for Lara Siegemund. The first coming in the singles over Beatriz Haddad Maia. Feels like an age ago now. 6-3, 1-6, 6-4. She had to battle in that one as well. More comfortable for Alexander Zverev in the men's singles, 4-4 over Thiago Monteiro. And as you've just seen, Siegemund puts with the straight sets, if not straightforward victory in the mixed doubles. So things are very simple in Group E rather. Simple is what we like. It's a straight shootout between China and Germany for a place in the quarterfinals. And that match will take place tomorrow. China against Germany, the afternoon tie tomorrow. We still have one tie to come this evening. What a tie it is. All of these matches utterly mouth-watering, starting with Coco Gauff against Leylah Fernandez. The women's singles first up in this USA-Canada showdown. Then Taylor Fritz against Felix Auger-Aliassime. And then we expect to see Gauff and Fritz team up to take on Fernandez and Auger-Aliassime. So, given how long that day session went, those matches, that incredible tie is just around the corner. Go get yourself some refreshments and get back to watching some tennis. We'll see you soon.
Are we on live TV? Go France! Let's go America! Yeah.
Some serious wheels, Siegemund.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, stop it! He has come to play. Coco Gauff, too good. You won't see better tennis than this all summer.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to Perth in Western Australia for night 3 of the 2025 United Cup. These are the lucky fans with tickets for this evening's blockbuster tie between Team USA and Team Canada. Two tennis titans battling out for a Group A victory that would see Canada go through to the quarterfinals, and it would put the USA in good shape with hopes of progressing to the quarterfinal. They still have to face Croatia, of course. Canada beat Croatia yesterday. They're in rocking form. Leylah Fernandez in particular, she was awesome yesterday in singles and doubles. We expect to see her doing the double tonight as well. First of all, she takes on Coco Gauff, a first meeting between the two US Open finalists. Coco Gauff, champion in New York a couple of years ago. Of course, great to see her make her debut here in Perth tonight. That'll be in just a few moments' time, followed by Taylor Fritz against Felix Auger-Aliassime. And then we'll see the four of them team up to take to the mixed doubles court. It is a delicious night of United Cup action. So this is how Group A looks right now. Canada with that victory yesterday over Croatia. Croatia did get one win on the board in that tie. Borna Coric over Felix Auger-Aliassime, an extraordinary match where Auger-Aliassime had led by 6-love and 2-love. Coric fighting back to get what could end up being a crucial win on the board. We will see in the fullness of time. But at the moment, Canada sitting pretty at the top. United States yet to make their mark on the competition. That will come over the course of tonight. So here we are, the final moments before USA and Canada take to the court. The season opener for the Americans. Coco Gauff ended the 2024 season on an incredible high, winning the WTA Finals title in Riyadh. How awesome was that to see her lift the biggest title of her career since that US Open in 2023. Taylor Fritz there, he had an awesome 2024 as well, that US Open final. They want bigger, they want better in 2025. Leylah Fernandez there. Can she hit the heights that she hit back in 2021 when she reached that incredible US Open final? And Felix Auger-Aliassime, well, we've known about his talent for many, many years now. Is he ready to deliver on it? Danielle Collins there, a surprise entry. We were expecting her to retire at the end of 2024. She's back, and she's starting her season here in Perth at the United Cup. Team USA vibes are very good, just like Team Canada. The countdown begins. The players are ready. We are ready.
Please welcome our first team tonight, representing Canada. Benjamin Siegemund, Ariana Arsenault, Stacey Fung, Liam Draxel, Leylah Fernandez, and Felix Auger-Aliassime. And their opponents for tonight's session, representing the USA. Team captain, Michael Russell. Desiree Kravchuk, Robert Galloway, Dennis Kudla, Danielle Collins, Taylor Fritz, and Coco Gauff.
Big receptions for both teams. Michael Russell, the captain for Team USA, he of course part of Taylor Fritz's coaching team year-round. Felix Auger-Aliassime is the playing captain for Canada.
If you're able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Canada and the USA.
stirring way to start off every tie with the national anthems of both teams. I'm Catherine Whitaker, alongside me Jill Krabass, and down at courtside we have Bojana Babusic. We've drawn the lucky straw tonight, haven't we? Because as soon as the draw was done, this was the match that drew the eye.
I was getting very excited about this, as you can imagine. Yeah, no, this is going to be great. I think you know, such high caliber players, of course, across all the nations that we have here in Perth. We knew it was going to be a great showing. There's a ton of people in the crowd ready for this battle, so this is going to be fun.
Bojana, how are the vibes down there?
Well, it's exciting. I mean, it's the biggest crowd we've had so far here in Perth at the United Cup, and the energy is high. It's the first time we've seen Team USA out on court as well. They're the #1 seeds at the United Cup this year. You know, we've got Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz both having outstanding 2024 seasons, so the atmosphere is electric down here.
Yeah, we can feel it even up here, can't we? It's spine-tingling stuff. It's really exciting to have Coco Gauff here in Perth, isn't it? It really feels like, you know, last year when Novak Djokovic rolled into town, Coco Gauff is, you know, she's a massive superstar in the sport.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is her, of course, her debut, so she was very excited to be a part of the team. She loved being a part of the Olympics earlier this summer. That was something, a new experience for her. And she loved it so much that she wanted to sign up to be able to be here and be part of Team USA. And they've loved it. I mean, they've had so much fun together. They've been to Rottnest Island together. A lot of pictures of her and Taylor Fritz taking selfies with the quokkas, of course, as that's the thing to do. But yeah, they've been having a good time.
Carried the flag, didn't she, for Team USA at the Paris Olympics? An incredible moment for golf and for tennis.
I believe they're going to introduce our guest right now, so let's... Thank you. Let's face this way first. Thank you so much. We'll start with, yes, let's do the photo first then. The photo will be that way? That's okay, that's okay. Photo this way, please, thank you. That's great, thank you so much. Okay, just a few things before we get to do the coin toss here. Live ELC, close calls will be shown automatically on the big boards. For the times, that's the only difference for you ladies. We follow the ATP time clock, which means the time starts automatically. The only times I really want you to be aware of the time is if you go for the towels. Okay, apart from that, if you have any questions, please let me know. And I guess it's over to you. So AO has been called. And it's John Newcomb.
I'll serve.
Serve? Okay, great. They're marked with your flags. Yeah, thanks.
So Leylah Fernandez of Canada winning the toss and electing to serve. No real advantage to switching sides because the roof is closed, and I think will be staying closed for the duration of the evening. So as the players begin their warm-up, we can welcome a very special guest to our build-up to tonight's match. It's Team Canada captain Felix Auger-Aliassime. Felix, the vibes in Team Canada look excellent. It looks like a really vibesy place to be. As the captain, tell us about those vibes. What's it like?
It's all because of our players. We've got a great group of players, starting with Leylah on the court, ready to go, but always bringing in a good energy and a smile, and you need a bit of that to get some wins. So I'm happy to be part of this team, and like you said, excellent vibes from everyone involved.
I was reading an interview that you and Leylah did a while back, and you're talking about how much you've learned from one another. What have you learned from Leylah being part of the team with her this week?
The competitiveness is great. We had a lot of fun yesterday in the mixed doubles, but for me, it's the way you compete, because that's ultimately what you control on the court. Obviously, sometimes we want all the balls to go in, but they don't always fall where we want it. But you know, we can control our mindset and how competitive we are, and she definitely brings that to the high level.
And Felix, you know, just coming in as the top player, but also taking on that role as a captain, it's very different to be in that leadership role. How have you enjoyed that, and just being able to gel the team together?
Well, I've enjoyed it in the past in other competitions, and that role of trying to be a positive leader, trying to bring the right mindset. But it's true that I also have to manage the group chats and the practices and the information. So yeah, it's not always easy. It's like a parenting role. You know, you tell your kid don't forget your lunchbox before you leave.
Managing a group chat is no joke.
It's no joke. I can tell you.
What kind of a watcher are you? You an anxious watcher?
Yeah, and I think I like to just, from a player's perspective, I like to put myself in the shoes of the player, you know, and not be. It's obviously easier to watch from the outside and always say, like, your coach can tell you should have done this or that. But I think what's, you know, extra special that I can bring as a player perspective is just like, okay, what does the player feel right now because they just played a great game or they've just played a bad game. So I try to encourage them thinking what they're actually thinking in their minds. So I think that's the perspective I can bring.
And just finally, on a practical level, you've got a singles match immediately following on from this women's singles match. Like, at what point will you feel like you need to go and get ready for that? Obviously, you'll want to stay and support Leylah for as long as possible. Will that be on your mind?
No, I mean, I actually need to go quite soon. I think I might just watch the first few points and go, or maybe as soon as this warm-up is finished, because I need to get my physical warm-up done, and then I need to get on the court, because I like to warm up, you know, pretty close to the match, and feel like, you know, there's not too much time between my warm-up and the time I get on the court. So, and I trust the support team. We've got a great support team here that's gonna get her in the right mindset, so she doesn't need me.
Yeah, I'm sure she will understand. Felix, thanks so much for speaking to us. Best of luck tonight to you and to Team Canada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good stuff. Great insight to have. Everybody always says that he is the nicest young man, Felix Auger-Aliassime. I'm not sure I've ever heard a bad word said about him, and there's clearly so much respect between he and teammate Leylah Fernandez, still just 22 years of age. Hasn't quite hit the heights of that 2021 US Open final, but the potential is there. And my goodness me, Jill, was she good yesterday against Donna Vekic?
She was very good, and right from the start too. I think she knew she had to get, you know, on top of Vekic from the beginning. We know how dangerous Vekic can be. She has such a big game, the huge serve and huge first strike off the ball.
This match will be the best
but
of the three
I think Leylah just moved exceptionally well and was so consistent, especially not only in her tennis but mentally strong in those tough moments as well.
Here's Coco Gauff, world number 3 at the moment, turned pro incredibly 6 years ago, but still only 20 years of age. Of course, the crowning moment of her career so far, that 2023 US Open title, but she ended last season on an incredible high, winning the WTA finals in Riyadh just a few weeks ago. Will be very interesting to see if she can continue that form, pick up where she left off. So it's a tricky time of year to have momentum, isn't it? Because everything stops.
Yeah, I mean, I was there in Riyadh watching her play, and she was exceptional. I think we all know how much of a fighter she is. I mean, she's never going to give up. And, you know, she had some swings, some up and down swings, but she always backs herself. And even if she doesn't feel like she's playing her best, she can take 1 point and take so much motivation from that 1 point and turn things around. But, yeah, she was exceptional in Riyadh at the WTA finals. It's going to be tough. It's amazing that they haven't played each other before. This is the first meeting between the two, and both so young, but they've both been on the tour for, you know, a number of years.
Match violation, Team Canada.
Wow, well, I think that was umpire Julie Kenley announcing a start of match violation to Team Canada. Wow. I presume because of that extended chat that she was having with her father and coach there, Fernandez. We'll try and get more on that, but for now, let's get going.
I mentioned this is the first meeting, and even though they haven't played each other before, obviously they're going to be very well aware of each other's games. They're going to know what to expect. Of course, Leylah in particular, her assets are her quickness, and also she just loves to hug the baseline, likes to rush her opponents. She takes the ball so early throughout every rally.
Oh.
That's great anticipation from Goff.
Well, the one thing that Leylah really did well against Donna Vekic was her ability to move forward and take time away from Vekic, but it's a bit different when you're up against an athlete like Coco Gauff, who gets so many balls back, and her ability to be able to produce shots just like that last one that wasn't shown. Really has to make sure she executes well tonight, Fernandez.
The serve was so crucial for Fernandez yesterday against Vekic, and in the mixed doubles as well, which is incredible, really, given at the end of last season, her last match of last season at Billie Jean King Cup, her serve deserted her.
Yeah, great hitting. I thought she served really smart, you know, because you can get caught up in, if you don't feel like you're serving that great, you can get caught up in trying to use power and overuse it a little bit. And what I thought she did well against Donna was mixing it up. She chose at the right moments when to take some pace off, use that lefty angle out wide. I mean, it really threw Donna off. She struggled on the return.
This is some hitting for the first game. Very clean ball striking from Coco Gauff right from the off. Those aren't really the kind of rallies that Fernandez will want to find herself in too much. As you say, it's all about guile and courtcraft for her.
Just so far inside the court. Well, when I'm thinking about the matchup, because Leylah likes to use that lefty forehand and get it off the court cross, but that's right into Gauff's strength. I mean, her backhand is absolute world class. So she's going to like that pattern, Gauff. And I love how Leylah just stays up inside the baseline, does not back off of that baseline. That's what was so effective there. It just cut down on the reaction time for Gauff.
Impressive, just watching the backspin off that ball. It had plenty of height over the net, but then when it hit the ground, it just stayed so low. The execution there was beautiful.
Already a battle in the opening game, and she needs to be careful, Fernandez, because the serve clock is going down to 0 and the umpire is using a bit of discretion, but that'll only last so long, I think. She's already on 1 warning.
Advantage Team Canada.
Next warning would be a loss of first serve. And a point penalty. And well, we rarely get beyond that point. Good serving from Lola Fernandez. A good nerve settler to get on the board there. And if that game is a sign of things to come this evening, then we're in for a good night, I think. Yes, please.
It's such a good game to dig through, though. So important for her. This is a look, actually, at Fernandez's match against Donna Vekic. We were talking about her core position and how much she likes to take time away from her opponents, but this was her return position, and she really hurt Vekic throughout this. I mean, she was so far inside the baseline, even on the first serve, with how hard Vekic serves. She was willing to take that ball so early. She loves using the pace against her opponents. On the second serve, she was well inside as well. We also saw a few saber attempts where she was just attacking, trying to come forward. Wasn't successful on most of them, but that's something obviously that she's been working on, just wanting to even apply more pressure to her opponent's serve.
And a sign of confidence that she was up for attempting that, you know, even though they didn't all come out. And after she did it, she would look back at the box as if to kind of say, did you see that? Did you see that I just did?
Well, she said they started joking to her and basically saying, I bet you can't do it again. I bet you can't do it again. And she took it on. She kept trying. I mean, I do like how aggressive she can be. Having said that, it can be a vulnerable position sometimes, because if you get caught so far in the court and you don't connect with that ball well enough, or you don't spread the court well enough, it can put you in a dangerous position.
It's very all or nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They are middling these balls. Early doors, perfect conditions, of course, the roof closed. The wind predictor gives Coco Gauff a very heavy edge in this match. Interesting.
Well, we spoke about the year that Coco Gauff has had. It's been incredible. Started the year well by defending her title in Auckland again. Had a great run at the Australian Open, made to the semifinals before losing to Sabalenka. And then maybe in the middle, you know, wasn't quite as happy with her summer as she would have liked, but she had tons of points to defend. And I think she was thinking about that a little bit. That can play on your mind. But then end of the year, of course, winning Beijing, and then, of course, the WTA finals.
And the Olympics as well.
And the Olympics,
in the middle of the season.
Attention, yeah.
You know, that was such a priority for her, but it was at an inconvenient time of year, you know. That was an incredible schedule, playing French Open, Wimbledon, then back onto the clay for the Olympics. You know, some tennis players skipped the Olympics for that reason, but not Coco.
Seconds.
I'm not sure I can imagine her ever skipping an Olympics. She's
I think that just also the emotion it brings. I mean, it's such an exciting event to play. I'd say it's on everyone's list to try and make an Olympic team if you can. It's definitely one of her goals, but it does bring so much emotion because it's so exciting.
That's a lot of the reason why she decided to play at the United Cup, because she loved the feel of the team environment at the Olympics. She got to play mixed doubles with Taylor Fritz, got a feel for what it was like, and you know, a lot of the time on tour was spent alone. So she just loved that team environment, and we're so lucky to have her here as part of the United Cup as a result of that.
Yeah, Francis Tiafoe elected to skip the Olympics and talked about it at the US Open shortly afterwards and said he couldn't watch. It hurt him to watch it and feel the FOMO, but he just felt it was too much physically.
Excellent volley from Fernandez. I love how she's going about this match from the beginning. I feel like she's not trying to allow Coco Gauff to get into many long rallies. She's trying to take control right away, dictating on her service games. It's good to see.
Suffocating depth from Gauff. Wouldn't know it was her first match of the season, would you? She's hitting the ball so crisply.
Well, like you mentioned, she didn't finish too long ago. It's only a few weeks ago that she won in Riyadh.
That you mentioned, Jill.
Right.
Incredible shot.
It is, yeah. She handled that so well. I mean, I like the intention from Fernandez to maybe try and throw in variety, mix it up. She tried to keep that slice. It stayed low, but with Gauff's quickness and how well she accelerates through that backhand, it's just, Coco loves that. I wouldn't mind actually seeing some slices maybe to the forehand side and see how that pans out, because that's where Coco can lift the ball a little bit more.
Well, a drop shot against Coco Gauff has to be good, doesn't it? Because
very good.
She's got some wheels.
Yeah, this one had a little more height to it than her previous one. She closed the net hard, just trying to make the court look smaller for Gauff, but got there so quick and got it by Fernandez in plenty of time.
That's something that Laura Fernandez did so well against Donna Vekic, was her ability to finish at the net. And it's a good sign early on that she's still willing to do that, especially up against someone like Coco Gauff, who gets so many balls back. So she's really establishing herself and her game style early on in this first set. It's good to see.
She was trying, Jill, to do what you were wanting to see from her there, the slice into the forehand. Right idea, wrong execution?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think she decided a little too late to go for the slice. I think for a moment she felt like she started to get behind in the rally, and then all of a sudden at the last moment wanted to change it up. I do like it, though. I do like that she's trying to use the variety. We've seen a couple drop shots. Too good. And the depth on that ball and the pace behind it.
USA.
Just excellent placement.
I think you truly appreciate how good of an athlete Coco is when you're sitting on the sidelines. For a lot of players, that backhand that she just hit, not many players will be able to produce a shot like that when you're out on the stretch, almost forcing the play. But Coco, when she's out of reach, is able to produce some unbelievable shots.
Game, Team USA.
A first double fault and a costly one. Handing the break of serve to Coco Gauff.
Team
And
USA
the lead,
2-1.
Opening set. So all good on the Team USA bench as we take you to Margaret River. Known for its impeccable vineyards, but it doesn't stop there. Surrounded by some of the most stunning scenery. Enveloped in nature, hiking, kayaking. There are limestone caves. Have a look at that, wow. Just a few hours south of Perth, I believe, Margaret River. Fitzy would call that a hop, skip and a jump from the RAC Arena here in Perth. So not a lot for Michael Russell to say to Coco Gauff. Keep doing what you're doing. It's been a stunning start, particularly considering this is her first match of the 2025 tennis season. You just know, Jill, that she's put the work in the off-season, don't you? I mean, she is a player that will leave no stone unturned in her
absolutely.
career.
One of the hardest workers out there. And actually, before we came up here, I was chatting with JC Farrell, one of Coco Gauff's coaches, a little bit, and he was saying you couldn't have asked for a better pupil, student, athlete, whatever you want to say. He's like, I mean, she never complains. He said you ask her if to go hit at 8, she'll go hit at 8. You ask her to hit at noon, she'll go hit. She just does not complain about anything. She's there when you want her there. He said she's amazing.
Fernandez needs to find a way to avoid that Coco Gauff backhand.
I just think even though you know how much pace she can get behind it and how good she is at striking that ball, even if you cover that area, it's just the quality of the ball. Not only the power, but the heaviness of it. It's just outstanding. It was the right idea going for the lob because Fernandez closed hard at the net, but just mishit it slightly, so it couldn't quite get the height. Good pressure there from the Canadian.
She's not intimidated, is she, Fernandez? No. Bojana was touching upon that. Got into the forehand finally and got an error. The Coco Gauff forehand is a constant running topic of conversation in tennis, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, people talk about it a lot, but it's amazing because she handles it well. I mean, she won the U.S. Open, so we got to give her huge credit for that. And I do feel like where she hits it the best is where she doesn't hesitate about accelerating. Sometimes she slows the arm down a little bit, and that's where she can get into trouble. But she's looked good today so far.
Game, Team USA.
Big pump of the fist from Coco Gauff in the direction of the Team USA pod, where I can just see Taylor Fritz making his exit to prepare for his singles match. We saw Felix Auger-Aliassime leave earlier, and I think Bojana is having a chat to someone in Team USA who I imagine is really enjoying what he's watching just now.
Dennis, thanks a lot for your time. We've been eagerly anticipating Team USA's arrival. You're finally out on court. What have you been up to these last couple of days?
Yeah, last couple of days, you know, just really getting to work on the practice courts, getting everything kind of dialed in. You know, Fritz, this is his third year. It's my third year. It's Desiree's third year, so it's her first year here. It's just kind of get the team camaraderie going. And, you know, and then just kind of just hanging out, staying loose. We do escape rooms.
Escape rooms. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, we've been doing, it's been since the first year. So it's been kind of a little bit of a good luck charm for us. So we've been doing little escape rooms here and there, kind of make our minds work every single night. Keep it fun, keep it light, and it's been really working for us.
Can you talk a little bit about what it's like having players like Coco and Taylor on the team, and what are they bringing? Is the energy super high, or do they keep it calm?
It's definitely calmer than you would probably imagine. Yeah. But again, the intensity, the focus on match day is incredible, and just watching them live and up close and personal, and kind of getting that first-hand look of how their minds work, how their games are. It's pretty special to watch, especially, you know, arguably Fritz and Coco are the two hottest players on tour. So it's really an honor to have them on the team, and hopefully we can do something special this year.
Now, you're the #1 seeds. You won it in 2023. Is there the added pressure to do it again? Are you feeling it?
I think last year we had the pressure, but you know, that kind of went off, and we just know how team environments work. It's tough. Everyone's kind of gunning for you, especially when you're champions. But I think this year we get a nice little reset, and again, I'm pretty confident with how our guys are playing, and hopefully we can capitalize on the opportunities we get.
And just last question, Coco's off to a great start. What have you been impressed with so far in her game? How's she looking?
She's looking really good. I mean, her movement's honestly incredible. The backhand's unbelievable. And just kind of watching her develop, I feel like every few months you watch her, she's just getting better and better and better. And again, I have to capitalize on the movement. It's incredible. So fun to watch.
Thanks a lot for your time. We're so excited that you guys are back out on court tonight, and all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dennis. Good luck for those insights. What is it about tennis players and escape rooms, Will?
It's a great bonding experience. Have you ever done an escape room?
I haven't, no, but
It's
I know
fantastic.
Andy Murray is really into them.
It's very good. It really does bring people together. A lot of businesses do it as well, just for that reason. It's really good. Actually, our team should do it together. Our commentary team.
I'm open to escape room invitations.
It's very fun, and he made a good point. It does make you think in a completely different way. And it's actually a good escape to get away from the courts, too.
What happens if you fail to escape?
Oh, you can still get out, don't worry.
Okay.
They end up giving you the clues at the end if you can't get out yourself.
I imagine that must be quite a chastening experience if they end up having to tell you how to get out. That there, perhaps an example of what you were talking about, her refusal to back off from the baseline. There's a heavy shot coming at her very quickly.
That's a tough one to time on the rise with how early she takes the ball.
Trying to target that Goff forehand.
Advantage, Team Canada.
Aggression from Fernandez. An important hold for her. Stays in touching distance. 3-2 first set.
3 games to 2.
So no sign of Felix Auger-Aliassime. He has gone to prepare for his singles match, which will be upcoming after this. Women's singles, Felix Auger-Aliassime will be taking on Taylor Fritz. This was nicely struck, wasn't it, Joel?
That's a very solid part of her game. That was so secure against Donna Vekic in particular. She took a lot of balls out of the air, opts to use the swing volley most of the time as opposed to the overhead, but that's just what she likes. She feels comfortable, and she hits her spots very well. So you're going to see her trying to do that more often throughout this match, trying to get as many opportunities to move forward.
Two of the best competitors in tennis we're watching right now.
I would agree with that. Yeah. They're both, and they both have such good attitudes. You rarely see either one getting down on themselves, getting frustrated. They're just able to bounce back right away and just compete for every single point.
Yeah, now that Rafael Nadal is officially retired, there's a spot vacant for best competitor in tennis.
There'd be a lot of choices, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of options.
It's such a skill, isn't it? I mean, forehands, backhand serves, it's all important, but if you have that intensity and that ability to stay present, it's an incredible weapon.
It's great to see Layla continuing to just still hover over that baseline despite the pace coming off Coco's racket. She's holding her ground, she's staying low, she's absorbing the pace as well. So it doesn't seem to be rattled a whole lot in this first set so far.
First double fault of the match for Goff. That also has been a talking point in her game for the past couple of years. Can be a bit of an Achilles heel. And it gives Leylah Fernandez her first 2 break points of this match. What an athlete.
That is high quality from both players. I mean, that point was just incredible, from the power hitting to the defensive skills. And that overhead is not as easy as it looks, because she had to backtrack, had to judge off the bounce. Did a good job of getting spin on that overhead, so played it a little safe, but that was smart.
I just question whether the drop shot is working for Layla tonight, because she did use it a lot against Donna Vekic, and it really worked because Donna doesn't really like moving forward a whole lot. But for someone like Coco, who has such great athleticism, to me doesn't seem like she's won a whole lot of points off that drop shot. So she just has to be careful she doesn't use that too much tonight. I think she'd be better off attacking the shorter ball as opposed to using that drop shot.
Couple of first serves doing Coco Gauff the world of good. Still only at 39% in. She's well below where she wants to be, but a point here to get herself out of trouble.
Let second serve. Game, Team USA.
Opportunity snuffed out for Leylah Fernandez there. And Gauff
Team USA
back with a 2-game lead.
I like that serve, a little bit more kick to that serve. It really just jumped up on Fernandez.
Love 50.
Well, I was just about to say that's how good it has to be to get Coco Gauff out of position, but what even is out of position for Coco Gauff if she can produce that from that place on the court?
Yeah, what a stretch on the backhand from Gauff. But a complete misjudgment here from Leylah Fernandez. I mean, the flight of the ball, it looked like in the beginning it was going to go way wide, and then it just lost speed and flight and just dropped into the court. Great hustle.
You know, there's not a lot that Leylah Fernandez is doing wrong. She's playing really well tonight, despite what the scoreline says. She's had breakpoint opportunities, but you have to give credit to Coco. She's just making her work for every single point.
Asking a few more questions of the Gauff forehand. She likes that shot, doesn't she? The lefty backhand up the line.
It has to be placed so well, though. I mean, that one was pretty much perfect, right into the corner, good depth.
What a hold that is. 4 straight points from Love-Berty. And the deficit reduced to one more. 4-3 to
Team
Gauff.
USA leads 4 games to 3.
She scored the second most hard-court victories of the year last season, behind Aryna Sabalenka, did Coco Gauff, and of course Aryna Sabalenka won the 2 hard-court Grand Slams, so that's an indicator of just what an incredible season she had on that surface. It's of course where she's won her biggest titles. Have to put her as one of the favourites to win in Melbourne.
Definitely. She's definitely up there, yeah. I mean, especially the way she finished the year this year. I mean, we're still in 2024. And it's just incredible how much she's been able to work and progress, and she still has that mentality always.
Coco Gauff is a tough player to make predictions about, because some of her biggest titles have come when she hasn't been playing her best tennis. You know, US Open 2023 was far from her best tennis, but it was her best hustle.
Yeah.
She hustled her way to a Grand Slam title, which is extraordinary, but sometimes playing amazingly that isn't necessarily an indicator of her going on to win a title. It's a funny one.
But I think for her to understand that perspective too, to have that perspective, to be like, not let that get the better of you, that you're not playing well. I mean, you want to play your best at a slam. That's what you try and peak for. But to be able to embrace that and understand, okay, I know I'm not playing my best, but just how much the fighting has helped her.
Yeah, there's a real humility to it, isn't it? To put your natural perfectionism aside, because Well, you tell me. I feel like all tennis players are perfectionists.
Pretty much, yeah. You're right. Your feeling is correct. But that also impressed me about the way she finished the year. You know, having won Beijing after having, you know, the summer that she wasn't as pleased about, because she went into that particular tournament and was willing to work on things. So she was making some tweaks to her game. Incredible get from Goff. But yeah, she was experimenting pretty much, and she basically almost used that part of the season as like, okay, I might as well start working on things now. And I think that's amazing that she was willing to do it in a big event, a WTA 1000 in Beijing, and be willing to be like, okay, whatever happens, happens. And then she ended up winning the tournament, and then of course going on to win the finals. But I love that she wanted to do that. She was willing to take that on.
Determined to go for that backhand down the line.
She's very good at that, Layla, taking that ball on the rise, on the backhand, more so than the forehand, in my opinion, because she likes to flatten that out. She actually times it a little bit better on the backhand.
Game away from the set. Yeah, she brought in a new coach, didn't she? Yeah, Matt Daly. Not one of your sort of well-known celebrity coaches, but specializes in grip changes and the more technical side of the game, and it's clearly had an instant impact.
Yeah, he's been a great addition to the team. Very calm, mild-mannered, but you know, I mean, JC Farrell, her other coach, was saying that he's just been fantastic, and they both think alike. They both have the same philosophies, the same perspective. That's unfortunate. It's the right play. Moving forward again, trying to rush Goff.
She certainly has to do something, doesn't she, Layla? Because Coco gets so many balls back, so that when Layla feels it's time to almost execute that last shot, she's just starting to press a little bit too much, and feels like she has to hit a winner, as opposed to just maybe making the play, maybe playing one or two more shots, looking to finish inside. Just has to be careful she doesn't press too early.
Yeah, she's trying to redline it, isn't she, Fernandez? And maybe that's what's required to beat Coco Gauff. But it's a gamble. And in this game so far, not paying off. 2 set points for Gauff.
There it is. Team USA by 6 games to 3.
Great start to the season. The first set on the board for Coco Gauff, 6-3.
Anything?
Well, I think that just about sums it up. And any feedback? Not really.
She loves getting the feedback. She always wants more. But yeah, just looking over the numbers, I mean, the first serve, Coco Gauff 50%, but she's winning so many of those points when she gets that first serve in. She's really been dominating in that category, 92%. Layla's been struggling on the serve a little bit. What's not up there is, just want to mention the second serve points won just 38%. So she's getting caught a little bit under pressure when she's had to throw in that second serve. So that first serve percentage is going to have to get even higher for Layla. She's trying to come forward. I like the fact she's won 50% of the points when she's come into the net. We saw a little bit more variety from her in the beginning of the match. And you know, as Boyana mentioned, now she's trying to go toe-to-toe with her a little bit more. So I think if she can incorporate, you know, maybe a couple drop shots. We know how good they have to be against Coco with how fast she is around the court. I do like the fact that she was slicing a bit more in the beginning, but I feel like the last few games she hasn't really been doing that, and it's really just fed into the rhythm that Coco Gauff likes.
Just to put one of those numbers into context, 57% of points won on first serve today for Fernandez. Yesterday against Vekic, that was 81%. Yeah, that's a big, big difference.
Time.
And Coco Gauff just at 50% first serves in, but that number has been climbing throughout the set, hasn't it? She started off poorly. So,
and it's interesting you bring up Vekic because it was strange. I felt like Vekic really struggled with the return when Layla played against her, and I don't know what it was. I almost felt like Donna was struggling to read the serve very well, and almost got into caught in the trap that she ended up guessing instead of just reacting and trusting her instincts.
She doesn't always love playing lefties, Donna Vekic, and Fernandez is a very lefty, if you like. Really uses those angles. What's she got in set number 2? Well, that's a good start.
That's what Boyana mentioned a little bit earlier about trying to go for too much, but that's the type of player Coco is. I mean, she's so quick. She makes you feel like your ball has to be absolutely perfect. And so it's normal that you feel like you have to maybe take a little more risk.
Another example there of what you were saying earlier about Coco's ability to hit winners from positions that other players, pretty much any other player, they'd be hitting a defensive shot from there.
I mean, it's pretty often that you feel like she's in trouble, and then all of a sudden she comes up with that. I mean, that's just too good. And she was off balance, but yeah, she's so strong. She's got such great hands.
Can you think of any other player on the WTA Tour that would have been able to hit a winner from that position as Coco
there
did?
were quite a few that had really good backhands on the run. like a Yankovic. She was one that had a really good backhand on the run. I mean, God, now you put me on the spot. There are a few, there are a few though. I mean, Kleister's was always pretty good. She rarely looked off balance though. Another great get.
40-50.
I think like the reason her backhand also is so strong is because she really uses the left arm very well. I mean, that's two examples there where you could really see that left arm snap through, and that's where she gets that extra pace and the depth on that one.
Game, Team USA.
Yeah, another example of feeling
First
like it
game,
has to be too good to get it out of the reach of Coco Gauff.
And I think we're starting to see a few more unforced errors coming off the racket of Leylah Fernandez, purely as a result of how many balls Coco has gotten back. And they're the balls that, against Donna Vekic yesterday, Leylah was winning. And now she's having to play one extra shot, so she's having to press more, and almost seems like she's not quite sure how to win her points right now.
Technically perfect, the Coco Gauff backhand.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't change anything. I would take it.
Yeah, that follow through is incredible, isn't it? Such a sweet strike.
Even the miss hits are going in now. There's JC Farrell, Coco Gauff's coach, one of our coaches. I think Matt Daly, the one she added just after the US Open, is making his way over to Australia in a few days.
Fernandez must feel like she won that point several times over.
15.
That's how good it has to be. Well, she set up the point nicely there. Was the backhand down the line the right shot to go for?
It's hard to say because she's been hitting that one pretty well. I just feel on that particular shot, she panicked a little bit. All of a sudden, she had a little more time, and in those moments, sometimes, okay, this is my chance to go for something to try and put some pressure on, and you can just panic slightly.
Game, Team USA.
There it is, a set and a break now for Coco Gauff. She is all over Leylah Fernandez. It's
Team
difficult.
USA, 2 games to 1.
It's difficult to see what Fernandez could be doing differently. Bojana, from where you're sitting down there, what would your advice be to Leylah Fernandez right now? She's trying her heart out, isn't she?
Absolutely. I'd try and say to her, slow things down a little bit. I think it's starting to get away from her a little bit too quickly. And almost try and keep things simple. Maybe start using, or start hitting a little bit more through the middle. You take away the angle from Coco and look for a way to use that forehand, because that's the shot that Leylah likes to dictate. And I just haven't seen her come forward towards the net in the last number of games.
She heard you.
Love 50.
Taking on the forehand.
You know, you just play every point as it is. You know, don't worry about the scoreline now. It is what it is. I think her job right now is just to get herself on the board, reset.
That's excellent acceleration. That's what I like when she does, where she really has the hand fast going through the ball. It's been so consistent tonight. Coco hasn't really given that many free points away to Fernandez.
Game, Team USA. Team USA leads 3 games to 1.
It is all Coco Gauff and Team USA, just now a set and 3-love. So we'll be back with Coco Gauff at the RAC Arena shortly, but first a quick trip to Lucky Bay. Goodness me, that looks beautiful. Stunning white sands, clear waters on the Esperance coastline, the Indian Ocean. Australia's whitest beach, apparently. That is me sold on Lucky Bay.
I think we need to make a trip together out there. That looks amazing.
Yeah, it's probably only about a 14-hour drive away.
Is it really? Is that far?
I mean, in this part of the world...
We can do it.
In this part of the world, a 14-hour drive is nothing. Bojana, you're a local. Bojana is a local. She's about to do an interview for us, I think. Bojana getting in position. I think we'll be hearing from her shortly. A little teaser for you. I think she's going to be speaking to the Team Canada pod, maybe find out what advice they have for Leylah Fernandez. Hope that Coco Gauff drops her level a bit, I imagine, because she's been getting better and better as the match has gone on, and that's a fearsome prospect for any opposition.
Well, you and I have watched enough tennis matches to know that anything can happen, right? I mean, it doesn't look like Coco Gauff is going to drop her level at this moment, but we've seen matches switch around often enough. But I think you can't hope that your opponent's going to drop, right? You got to try and problem solve, figure things out, and I think Leylah's trying. I mean, I think I still would like to see maybe a little bit more. I mean, that's great. A little bit more variety, but I think, you know, she did start spraying quite a few balls. Like I said, I really felt like she hit the panic button a little bit, and that was much calmer first point in this game. What an excellent combination, but the serve was absolutely perfectly placed to really open up that down the line. And good redirect as out there as well, right into the corner.
Stunning from Fernandez, and on the board in set number 2.
Team USA lead 3-1.
So, as promised, Bojana is in the Team Canada pod with Stacey Fung for a Canadian perspective.
Stacey, thanks for your time. You all had a great win against Team Croatia yesterday. It's a quick turnaround. Now you're back playing the #1 seeds, Team USA. What's been the plan, you know, from the win yesterday back out onto tonight up against the US team? What's been the focus?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is a quick turnaround, especially we had quite a long match yesterday. But I think everyone was just really excited to get back out there and just put our heart and everything on the line. So, you know, Layla's been playing a solid game so far, and, you know, never count her out of any match. You know, she's such a fighter, so we're all just here to support and, yeah, watch her get through this.
and they've never played each other before.
No, this is the first encounter.
Yeah, is the focus for Layla on her game plan, or is it, you know, taking away some weapons from Coco? What's been her approach?
I think for her first time matchup, she's just really focusing on herself and what she can do and playing her game, and just focusing on her goals for tonight.
And what's impressed you so far about this match? I mean, despite what the scoreline says, it's been a really high level of tennis.
Yeah.
How can Layla get back into this match?
I think just playing her game, you know, just opening up the court, using her craftiness. She's hit some beautiful drop shots, maybe a few more of those. But yeah, definitely just playing to her strengths.
And there's a big match coming up after this one. Taylor up against Felix. How do you see that one unfolding?
I think they're going to put on a show tonight.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Me too.
Thanks for your time, Stacey.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bojana. A show. Can't wait.
Me too. Well, they both left early to prepare, so they both are going to be ready to go. But they've been supporting their team incredibly well. I mean, Felix, as the playing captain, he said he loves taking on that leadership role. And Taylor is someone that has been very outspoken in how much he enjoys the team environment and how everyone is getting along. And yeah, it's just been great to see. I love these kind of events.
Yeah, me too. Spot of bother here for Goff, 30 all. And the serve just dropping off again. What a second serve.
Yeah. Wow. It's gutsy, right? Very brave to go for such an acute angle on a second serve at 30 all. It gets so nice and low with the legs and really does a good job pushing off the ground to get that power.
Third double and the second of this game. And this is something that can happen with Goff. When the serve or the forehand goes, sometimes they can go quite dramatically. It's not happened yet, but something to watch. Yeah, another missed first serve. But another fantastic second serve.
I think that's an area that she's improved, actually, is how she's responded after a double fault. It was really impressive at the WTA finals. She came up huge on some serves at some crucial times when you felt like maybe she was starting to get vulnerable. She did a good job of that, so it was a great change. She really likes to be almost taken out wide on that forehand because that's where she can produce that angle that is so good. Great defense. I like that Fernandez. She put a little bit more pace in that rally. I think she has to do that and kept the margins good too. I actually liked that point from her. It's just unfortunate that last one got away from her. But it was really good defense from Goff.
She knows there's opportunity in this game, Fernandez, doesn't she? She can just hang in there. Goff has dropped off just a touch. Wide second serve.
It's working. That was a saber attempt from Fernandez. She finished inside the service line on that return, but she was expecting it. She was anticipating that particular serve, so she guessed right, but still was a pretty effective serve.
This time the first serve doing the damage. Big roar from Coco Gauff. She moves a step closer. It's a set and 4-1.
Thanks. I knew she was sabering.
You tried to save your first one.
Yeah, I know. I was like, if I would have made it in, it was impossible for her to play.
Yeah, but it's impossible to see her.
Well, yeah, I know.
No,
I'm just,
you didn't, yeah.
no, I didn't see it, but I knew that, like, after the first point, I was like, for sure she's gonna try to get into this. She's like, off the ground, she's struggling. Well, not struggling, but. I think I could have my body more. Yeah.
You do very good. Very good. Deep breath between the points, you know, and you complete it.
Fascinating insight, isn't it, that you get from being able to hear the players chat to their teams. So Coco Gauff eat her fruit. That's a sort of trademark move, isn't it?
Instant sugar always gives you a little energy. Yeah, someone usually has dates. Who has dates?
Novak Djokovic.
No, thank you. Perfect timing to jump in.
I've been so impressed in how Coco's approached this match tonight. She's been so clear in her intentions and what she's trying to do. Physically, she looks great. She's hitting the ball so clean. Sure, she's had a few, a couple of double faults, maybe a couple of unforced errors, but overall, very clinical.
Oh, that was close. Still striking the ball well, but margins have been. And that's as close as you can get. Hit it very cleanly, but just that added pressure of the speed of Gauff. Once again, having an effect. was a smart return, actually, because she was out of position. So just to give her a little bit extra time to get back into the court. But just mishit that slightly. It looked like she got ahead of herself.
Very rare mistimed backhand from Goff. This would be a huge hold for Canada.
Left first.
She's flowing on that forehand, isn't she?
She's been pretty good at the shot selection, because she had time to actually flatten that one out and put a little bit more pace behind it, but she chose the heavier one. And I really liked that option, and more of an angle, because it just kicked up on Fernandez, because Fernandez likes that flatter, pacier ball. That's Jorge Fernandez, Leila's coach and father.
An ever-present dangerous moments for Fernandez and Team Canada here. A break point, which would leave, if taken, Goff serving for the match.
Huge. Advantage, Team Canada.
No pienses.
Game, Team Canada.
What a hold from Fernandez. Real grit
Team
from her
USA
there.
lead 4 games to 2.
Still climbing a mountain, but not done yet.
Actually, I like seeing that little smirk and smile from her. That was something that she was vocal about during that final run to the U.S. Open a couple years ago. That's what she said, that it really helped her when she kept smiling. It relaxed her. Do you remember when she was smiling so much during that run? I mean, it really, she did a good job, and I like seeing that smirk. It reminded me of that, how well she did. It really does work. Kind of releases some tension.
I'm sure I read somewhere a few years back that smiling sort of chemically does something, releases
does.
endorphins. Yeah. We're both sitting here grinning now. Good advert for Smiley.
15-all.
And she really has nothing to lose, does she now, Leylah Fernandez? She's setting 4-2 down, so she may as well go out swinging in it. Just love that placement off that backhand. Lots of margin for error. And then creeping forward.
Second game in a row that there's just a little pressure on the Goff serve.
She really understands the length of the court on that backhand when she's pushed out wide. Consistently can hit that corner.
Put her whole body into that.
Didn't really look like she was in position at the time. It looked like she was getting jammed into the body, and it did kind of slide away at the end, but was able to find that line.
Advantage Team USA.
Did a good job of making first serves in that game from 15-30 down. Another hold for Goff. 5-2, the lead now. She has beaten top three opposition before, Leylah Fernandez, but not since that 2021 US Open run. What a run that was, Jill. If she could recapture that somehow, it would be good news for tennis, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think if you can tap into that, right? I mean, she knows she can do it. She's done it before, and I don't really find Leylah Fernandez the type of player that is going to doubt herself that she can come back. We were talking about what incredible fighters they both are. So we know she's going to fight until the last moment.
And now he's negative on the thing. So I don't know why you're being negative, because all I am is positive. I'm always positive, right? Always positive. Okay. So stop being so cranky. My goodness. I keep telling him, come on, believe we're gonna do this. Look, right now we can do this. And he goes, no, we can't. Even if he was upset. And he doesn't get upset with anybody. Come on. Let's enjoy this.
Time.
Very easy when you're not the one out there playing, isn't it, Jill?
Just enjoy yourself. I think she's trying to. I mean, I think the last couple games we did see her burst out with a few smiles.
Interesting that he was suggesting there that she's being too negative, because I think of her as such a positive player.
I do too, yeah.
She does a remarkable job of keeping her head up. You know, she's facing such tough opposition tonight. Most players would be struggling against Coco Gauff in this kind of form.
Excellent reactions from both. Again, the quickness, Layla tried to disguise that well with the drop shot, but good reaction there from Gauff.
Rushing Gauff on the forehand. Well, for a moment, I thought Fernandez was going to take that next ball out of the air, backtracked a little bit, but really pushed off that back leg to strike that ball well. You have to say too good to something like that, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Fernandez did anything wrong. She actually played a great point. Maybe almost rushed the net too fast because she never actually stopped to get balanced. But, I mean, you can't fault her too much for that. She played a perfect point. It's just too good from Gauff.
There's a rare loose one from Gauff, and it takes Fernandez to gain point here. This would be good hustle from her. Force Gauff to serve it out.
A smart return on such a tight, tense game. You have that opportunity. She just went hard, deep down the center of the court. Kept her margins high.
That was gutsy.
Advantage,
wow.
Team Canada.
Gutsy and good.
Good time to do it too, though, because she was coming forward into the court. Normally, that's an opportunity where a lot of players are going to get aggressive on that short ball. and she disguised it well, so it did catch Coco by surprise.
Incredible wingspan she has, Coco Gauff. I mean, that was a good sliding wide serve, but still in the Gauff hitting zone. 2 points away once again.
Advantage, Team Canada.
And now Coco started taking the ball just as early as Layla was both trying to rush each other. What good strength from Coco again on the stretch.
Advantage, Team USA.
That's tough. Taking a moment here, Fernandez, because she is on the brink. It's match point, Coco Gauff and Team USA. A trademark point from Coco Gauff to get the win for herself and for Team USA. Coco Gauff's season is up and running in style. Statement tennis from the world number 3. 5 years in a row now she's won her season opener. And at 20 years of age, this could well be the best season yet. What a player she is. Tough for Leylah Fernandez. She fought her heart out, but not a lot to be done in the face of that level of tennis from Coco Gauff, Jill.
Yeah, good start to the new season. I mean, it's always tough, I think, coming out, playing your first match. There's going to be nerves. You put so much effort into the off season to work on things, so it's always a nice feeling when you come out and get that first win, and she did it very well. I mean, it was a very solid performance. Leylah, I think, threw everything at her. I mean, she was trying the variety in the beginning. That wasn't working. Tried to go toe-to-toe with Gauff and put a little bit of pressure on, but in the end, Gauff was able just to be so strong, and it meant so much to her. You can feel it, especially with that response at the end after putting that overhead away. I mean, she loves being part of this team atmosphere.
Yeah, hopefully that's a loss that Fernandez can take on the chin. The moment belongs to Coco Gauff, who is with Bojana.
Coco, congratulations. The first win for Team USA tonight, and it's your debut here at the United Cup. How happy are you to get that first win tonight?
Yeah, very happy. Layla played a great match. I knew going in it was going to be a tough match, but super happy with how I played and happy to get a point on the board for my team.
Now, you've got this incredible ability, and we saw it tonight when you're on the defense, turning it into an offense, and so many points tonight were won when you were pushed out in the double sidelines. How do you do that? Is it something that you work on, or does it come naturally because it's so impressive tonight?
A little bit of both. I know going today I was going to have to run a lot playing Layla. She, can hit some crazy angles, so I was just trying my best to hit the best possible shot I can on them.
And I was talking to your teammate Dennis tonight, and he mentioned to keep things lighthearted for Team USA, you like to do a few escape rooms. Yeah. Can you explain to us what that looks like?
Yeah, we did too. The first one we didn't get out, and I blame it on Taylor and Des because we had the answer, but they didn't know how to work a regular lock. And then the next one we got out with 20 minutes left, so super proud of us. We went back to another room because we said we couldn't start off the week with the loss, and apparently, this is my first time on the team, and apparently they've been doing escape rooms for the last 3 United Cups and never got out of one. So I think I'm just going to say I was the lucky charm. So hopefully we can continue that.
And there's a big match coming up not too far away between Taylor and Felix. How do you see that one unfolding? Because I think it's certainly going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough match, but I have a lot of confidence in Taylor. He's coming off a great end of the year last season. The season's so long, it's the same year.
We're still in 2024.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago. That's how short the season is. But I hope that he can, just do well. And I have full confidence in him. And I'm excited to team up. We teamed up together at the Olympics. So hopefully we'll be able to team up again tonight for mixed doubles.
Well, we're super excited to have you. Thanks for your time. Good luck for tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Coco Gauff.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, she's amazing, isn't she? I am starting to feel like the only person on the planet that hasn't done an escape room.
I think you are. You've heard of them, though, right?
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them.
Good.
I didn't know they were only here in Perth.
We might have to make this happen here.
It sounds like Team USA might have gone through all the escape rooms in Perth. They need to get themselves to Sydney to refresh their supply of escape rooms.
It was nice, actually, that Taylor Fritz actually came back out for the match point, and just to congratulate her. That was pretty cool to see.
Yeah,
he was bouncing around, staying warm.
Really nice touch, and we'll be seeing him out here on this court in just a few minutes' time, taking on Felix Auger-Aliassime. These the numbers.
The serve was incredible from Gauff tonight when she was able to convert 87%. It dipped a little bit. She was actually 92% in that first set, but overall, very high number in both sets for Coco Gauff. Quite a few unforced errors, I'd say, from Leylah Fernandez. She had 29 total in that match. Coco Gauff had 19, and 27 winners for Gauff, compared to 13 from Leylah Fernandez. So those numbers actually stick out for me. And they're both pretty good at coming to the net, both converting extremely well. That's why we saw Leylah trying to get up there as often as possible. But with the speed and the defensive skills of Gauff, it was just too good tonight.
One of those matches where you think, what is an unforced error? Because Gauff just kind of
that's true,
pushing Fernandez to play casino tennis, and well, that's a high wire act. Coco Gauff, too good tonight. We'll see her again in the mixed doubles alongside Taylor Fritz, who we'll be seeing very shortly indeed in singles action against Felix Auger-Aliassime. Don't go anywhere, plenty more to come.
So we have two players with some serious firepower. Cannot wait to watch Taylor Fritz and Felix Auger-Aliassime go at it for the third time in their respective careers. Last time they played at the beginning of the season and at the very end of 2022. And you know what an incredible season that was for Felix. How is this evening going to shake out? Because he is yet to beat Taylor.
Please welcome, representing Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime. And his opponent, representing the USA, Taylor Fritz.
Well, 2024 was a career best season for Taylor Fritz. He saw himself compete in a Grand Slam final for the first time at his home major in the US Open. And that man alongside him there is Mike Russell, his coach, who was voted ATP Coach of the Year this season. He's been flying the flag for American tennis, and they've got a good bunch at the moment. A few missing out this week. The likes of Tommy Paul, Francis Tiafoe, not able to make it into the United Cup team because of this guy. Somebody who has made it into the commentary team, and his first pick is John Fitzgerald. Good evening, Fitzy.
Robbie, why do you always bring a smile to my face? Good to see you, as always. And yeah, this is probably the match we've been waiting for on the men's side of the United Cup over the last 3 days, more than any other. I mean, we get to see Taylor Fritz for the first time. This man is a huge, exciting prospect still, even though he's been around a while. He's 24, but Taylor, what a year. He's not afraid to do some travelling, this guy, is he? And he's number 4 at the top of his powers so far.
Coin toss. And then we're going to do a picture. We're going to do a picture facing the other way. Just wait, let me talk to them and then we can do it. How does that sound? Yeah? So you've got the towel boxes in the corners, 25 seconds automatically. Automatic line call in. And do you have any questions about anything? No, the ball kids aren't, so you can either go to the box yourself, or we have the people in the blue shirts. You can put the towel in their basket and they'll bring it out to you. Okay, all right? Wait 1 second. Felix, you want heads or tails? All right, heads is AO. Right, Hugo, go for it. You can do it now. Perfect, mate. Okay, your choice. You're going to serve, you're going to stay. So just face that way, Hugo. Stand in the middle of the boys. There we go. And then look up over to the camera.
Hugo's pretty excited. Why wouldn't you be?
Good on him.
And no hesitation from Felix. Wins the toss and has decided that he will serve first. And I tell you what, he'll enjoy these conditions, Fitzy, because the roof is closed, and there's no question that this guy plays his best tennis with a roof over his head.
Well, why wouldn't he? It can be a cold place up there in Canada during the winter.
It certainly can be, and I mean, he's been around forever, and he's just 24 years young. He was winning matches at Challengers when he was 14. He was already physically so advanced, and it served him well. But of course, it's one thing being able to move through the ranks, but when you get to the very sharp end of the sport, you need nuance.
You do. Incrementally improve at that stage, don't you, just to try to get to the top of the tree. But look, it worries me a bit. I haven't seen a lot of improvement in him in the last few years, and you know, I would say 3 years ago he was probably playing his best tennis. So his rankings dropped a little bit. He's you know, not as young as he was. He's still only 24 years of age. However, I want to see him come through more often, Felix Auger-Aliassime, because his athleticism and ball striking deserves it. I'm not sure about some of the other parts of his game, though.
3 minutes.
currently ranked 29 in the world. That's our host, the RAC Arena, and it is nice and full. The biggest crowd that we've had in the opening 3 days. And when the draw came out, it certainly was one of the matchups that drew our eyes in. Two players with plenty of firepower, and they know each other quite well. But after what we saw in the opening match from Felix, we saw so much good stuff against Borna Coric. Keep in mind that he has played a match already. He was literally blowing Borna off the court. He was up a set and 2-love. He was up 4-2, and he had that short backhand of 15-30, a short forehand, didn't he?
2 minutes.
Yeah, it was an easy one. He should have put that away. Easier said than done, but it was a simple forehand by his standards. And then his game started to chop and change, and it fell away at the end. You know, I looked at his ranking, Robbie, after the first set in 2 games, and I thought, how can this guy be ranked 29 in the world? And then at the end of the match, I understood. Yep. Because he faded badly. So I just want him to maintain his standard and show us what he can really do, Felix.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm glad to say that we've got team captain, coach of 2024, Mike Russell, on the mic. First of all, Mikey, it's great to have you. Thanks for talking to us. Why has Taylor played so well this year? What's been the key ingredients?
Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, he's just been really consistent with his average level every tournament. He's faster, he's more explosive, trying to do
1 minute.
A little more transition, come forward, and you know that has given him more confidence.
And tell me, when you've got weapons as well, how do you not neglect those weapons, but of course still work on your deficiencies? How do you find that balance?
Yeah, I mean, we call it micro-dosing. So, I mean, the season's obviously incredibly long.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you
Team
can
Canada won the
5, 10, 15 minutes here or there to work on transition, coming forward. It just, you know, really pays dividends, as we always like to say, going forward throughout the year.
You know, Mike, John Fitzgerald here. Good to see you down under again, Mike. You bring a smile to all of our faces. I noticed the modesty's still there, just like when you were a player. You're not taking any credit for last year. You're giving it all to the player. Take some credit, will you?
Thanks, John. Happy birthday yesterday, too, by the way.
Thank you, mate.
But yeah, no, I mean, we've worked really hard on his fitness and coming forward more and just being more consistent with serving and staying in matches. You know, obviously you're not going to play your best tennis every week, but finding ways to win.
Oh, thanks very much for your time, Mike. It's always nice to get the insights, and best of luck for the season ahead.
Thanks, Robbie. Thanks, John.
Keep it going, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is he one of the best guys you've met on the tennis tour?
I'd tell you, he's one of the fittest still.
Mate, I saw him in the elevator yesterday. His short sleeve shirt, well, it was shorter than that, and I reckon he can crack almonds in those biceps with it.
Oh, no kidding. So we're all set. 2023 United Cup champions USA taking on the neighbours north of the border in Team Canada. I tell you what, we're guaranteed plenty of fireworks in 2 days' time, Fitzy, but tonight there will be ample supply with plenty of pyrotechnics from these two. So let the battle begin. Canada playing their second match. It's the first for the Americans.
Ready. Play. Lovely.
mention that these two have played on 2 previous occasions. And they've both been tight encounters going the distance. They played at the ATP Cup in early start of the year. I think it was the first match of the year, if memory serves, for Taylor. He won that one 6-4 in the third. And later on in the year at the Nito ATP Finals. How about that? And again, Taylor came out on top, 6-2 in the third. And over those 6 sets of tennis, Fitzy, I was just doing some deep diving. In fact, Felix didn't break Taylor at all. He had 1 break point in Australia at the beginning of the year and 3 in Turin.
Well, it's a worry if you haven't broken a guy's serve in 2 matches, as well as Taylor Fritz does serve.
Yep.
It's tough to win too many matches if you're not breaking a little bit. So an early opportunity now for Taylor Fritz against the Aliassime serve.
And a nervy start. And the US Open finalist from this year gets the early break. Speaking of US Open finalists, of course, we've got Mark Philippoussis in our team.
Robbie, Fitzy, wow, what a great atmosphere. It's almost a packed house, and tell you what, Fritz doesn't look like the guy who hasn't played a match yet. That was a very solid first game, and he's ready to go, and let me tell you, man, he is looking good.
You know, Flip, not only is it a good atmosphere out here, that was a good introduction for you, huh?
Amazing.
US Open finalist, Wimbledon finalist.
Yeah. Proper player.
They were the days.
Proper player.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. If you hadn't broken Taylor Fitz in two matches prior to this, and you lose your opening serve in this match, that doesn't do a lot for your confidence.
No, it doesn't. And
Taylor Fritz representing Team USA to serve.
Yes, a little bit more to discuss as well about the return of Felix in those 2 matches. And that's to do with the second serve. Really making a definitive move backwards here.
Well, that's the level of tennis you need to play if you're going to beat Taylor Fritz from the back of the court. And, you know, the enigma for me about Felix sometimes is that out of nowhere he will miss an easy ball. And if you're going to play predominantly from the back of the court, you need to be rock solid in this modern game to be up near the top of the rankings. And there's something there that I don't know why he misses some of these shots. He played a great point in the opening one. But if you watch Taylor, he will generally only miss if he's pressured into missing, whereas Felix can give you some free points, and surely that costs you matches.
And that's what Mike Russell was talking about. That base level of play this year from Taylor has been outstanding. Australian Open quarterfinals. Second major of the year. His least preferred service. Made the round of 16 at Roland Garros. Quarterfinals at Wimbledon. Finals at the US Open. That's a pretty good CV at the majors this year for the American.
It sure is.
Let's not forget how he finished the season.
14-15.
Finals of the tour finals. Lost to Jannik Sinner, both at the US Open and in Turin. I love this guy's serve. I want to get your thoughts on it as well, Mark. I love the simplicity of it.
Game, Team USA.
Easy power, isn't it?
Team USA lead 2 games to love.
Yeah, it's a unique serving style. Very simple, but I love his ball toss. With that ball toss, he can go anywhere. He can go flat down the tee. He can go into the body. He can go out wide. He uses his frame, a lot of knee bend, and extends and jumps into that, and just great racket head work all the way through the body.
Sort of a delayed right arm, isn't it? I mean, it's not like some of the great servers. I mean, the ball toss goes up, the right arm's delayed. It's an interesting action for me.
I love it. The greatest server had that massive delay, right? Your friend. Pistol. Very delayed right arm. Left arm leads.
You're talking about Pete Sampras,
Yes.
Pistol Pete.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the best serve I've seen live in my lifetime.
Yeah,
I know
too.
there's been some great ones, and you know there'll be some debate on that, but I think his second serve in particular was the best that I've seen.
You know, I think there's a few similarities.
I hope he's watching. We miss him in Australia, Pete Sampras.
Oh, we do.
So sorry, Robbie, if Felix is going to hit that backhand up the line there, he's got to do more with it, because that's a shot where you can hurt an opponent rather than a rally ball. As soon as he hit it there, and it was in easy reach for Fritz's forehand, he was in trouble. This ball there, it's not enough, and it's the wrong shot to hit. Now he's in trouble. Go back across court until you get a chance to hurt the opposition with that backhand down the line.
30-15.
Well, he served well yesterday until he got 6-love, 2-love, and then didn't serve quite as well. But yesterday it was pretty awesome for about 8 or 10 games.
Lovely ground reaction force off the serve. You can see how he drives with the legs into the court. That helps to propel him upwards. And upwards and onwards now for Felix as he gets his first game on the board. And Fritz, a break early for Team USA.
Return.
Yeah, exactly. As he hit the line on the serve.
Well, there's so many beautiful beaches, so many beautiful vistas to see in this place. This is Esperanza. Four-wheel drive adventures on the beach. So much stunning scenery. Look at that ocean. It's a good drive. It's in Western Australia, but it's about 700 kilometers southeast of Perth. Maybe a 7 or 8 hour drive. But I tell you what, Fitzy, when you get there, you're in heaven.
My father was a wheat farmer, Robbie, and before I was born, he nearly moved to Esperance. Wow. I would have been a Western Australian instead of a South Australian. But I've got a good friend I went to school with who moved to Esperance, and what a beautiful place that is.
But also, like, my lifted forehand, like changing front, like me going forehand line, is going to bother him. That ball is going to bother him more than like.
Of course, that man just behind Taylor in the head.
So if I go across and he was back on.
Wolfie, his physio, who does so many weeks with him, he's almost more important than Mike Russell. They're a dynamic duo, the two of them. It keeps Taylor's body in good working order. But Wolfie is an Australian, spends a lot of time in Arizona now. That's been his home for many, many years. And he is a very important member of the team. And as you mentioned at the start, Taylor likes to play a lot of weeks.
12-15.
It's a world-class forehand. I find him an interesting case study, Taylor Fritz. He's such a big body. You know, he's a modern tennis player's body, isn't he? Sits 6'5", around there, give or take.
Yep.
Big serve, but the forehand is really, really good. He doesn't miss much. He really doesn't. I mean, it's
40-15.
From the back of the court, you know, I expect the shorter athletes to be, you know, sort of more dour. They miss less. They get their feet into position more. But he does it as a big athlete. And in some ways, he looks really lanky, but he's always in position. And, gee, he doesn't miss much from the back.
Game, Team USA.
What a start. This guy's been red hot. Plenty for
Team USA.
Auger Aliassime to think about, but probably a good time just to head down to the Team Canada bench where Mark Philippoussis is going to have a chat with Benjamin Siegemund.
Hey, Benjamin, thank you for your time. It's a little slow start here compared to the other match you originally had, Felix, but it's a tough team in the States here with Coco and you know, Taylor. But what would you like to see Felix doing, maybe try and turn this match around?
I think the most important thing would be just the belief. You know, I think he can compete with anyone in this event, and I just think want him to stay positive and just believe that he can get it done tonight.
How was he feeling after the first one? Because it's always a tough one, you know, especially leading the way he was. You talk about belief. Was he was he hard on himself, or was he kind of forgotten about it and rebounding? You guys ended up winning the tie, which was the mixed doubles, which was fantastic. But is he just was he a little down as far as confidence right now?
Honestly, I think he got over it pretty quickly. I think playing the mixed doubles right after helped a lot. Just, you know, not to dwell on the result, but he responded really well, and he was in good spirits this morning.
Well, you guys always have really positive box as far as Team Canada. You seem like you're always having fun, and because that's an important part of trying to get each other through these matches, I would imagine, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're all really happy to be here and representing Canada, and hopefully do as best as we can.
Benjamin, thank you for your time, man, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
That's where you've got to try and outmaneuver Fritz. It's not easy because he hits with such good depth to get him moving and stretching. His movement is not as dynamic as some of the other top 10 players, but it's not easy to get him at his extremities.
Moving and stretching and changing directions too, yeah. Robbie. I think that'd be the plan.
Out. 30-15.
I do wonder, Fitzy, given that as a youngster he was very lanky. You'll remember his dad, Guy Fritz, pretty well very tall. And I wonder if the lankiness as a youngster really helped him with his ball striking. Because he wasn't as quick as some of the other youngsters, he knew he had to hit good, deep, penetrating shots. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble. Comes from a tennis family, of course. Mum Kathy May was a former top 10 WTA player. Technically, he's been coached well. You can see that in his ground strokes. The serve is stunning. I love it. Love its simplicity. I love its effectiveness.
I think you and I love most of these modern serves, Robbie. We keep comparing them to ours way back. If I may put you in my category there, like
definitely not.
Yeah, it wasn't my strength, I know that.
Juice. Advantage, Team Canada.
Yeah, well, the serve is the most important thing there. It sets up this easy forehand. See if we can make it. Great preparation there.
Second serve. Game, Team Canada.
Okay. Roger Aliassime starting to settle into this match.
Team USA lead 3
But
games.
it's still down an early break.
Hit it well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like people break. I thought it's good to like throw one of these in. So it's fine. Because normally I want to go across something.
The love 15 point, you played a good point construction.
Yeah, that 4 week was poor.
The point construction is good.
So good conversation there between Mike Russell and Taylor. And he doesn't talk too much, does he, Mike? Just when he needs to, when he senses the right time. But he gives his player information. You see a little less at this end. I'm a bit, don't quite understand that. Generally.
On sait ce que c'est, mais genre c'est dur à gérer. Parce que tout a mal, tu vois.
Felix has just been over to speak to the chair umpire. I hope everything's okay with him.
Yeah, so do I.
C'est comme à balle et tout, c'est la même chose.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried too.
Ladies and gentlemen, the physiotherapist has been called to court.
Well, chair umpire Richard Haig has just called for the physio. We saw at the change of ends Felix go up to the chair and say something to Rich. Fingers crossed, it's nothing too serious, but
Dans le fond de cours, après, ouais, j'en ai une, puis sinon je les envoie, mais mon feeling c'est que... Parce que la balle, c'est humide, mais ça part bien quand même, quoi.
Parlez-vous français?
No. I need my daughter here, Robbie.
Okay.
But yeah, he didn't. There's something wrong physically, I would say here.
Well, this would be such a shame because beginning of this year when he played in the United Cup, remember, he was plagued with that knee problem. I think he played maybe one match, if memory serves. Early part of his season was really hampered because of that knee injury.
Did you guys happen to pick up anything as far as movement during the points? Or
I didn't. No. I mean, he moved well to get to that short forehand, didn't he? A good serve and then followed it up beautifully. But he...
when he was talking to his coach, I wasn't sure if he was holding, he had his hands around his hips when he was saying something, something on his hip. I'm not sure. Obviously, we'll see what there might be now. He's pointing to.
So he's asked for some pain relief, hasn't he? Previous inflammation, he said. We're just not sure where.
Jack, did you hear the word shot pain? That's never good.
Lower back. Mark thinks maybe around the hip area.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Canada are now receiving a medical timeout.
Yeah, so lower back. Yeah, if there's sharp pain there, that's, well, that can be a significant problem. Certainly in the context of this match to start with.
Sure if it was that combination of shots that have tweaked the upper back.
It's a pretty normal combination of shots, though, isn't it? The first serve and then a forehand. That's how most points are played.
I thought he said on the previous game when he was moving up, running to a shot, there was a sharp pain. And he was talking to the trainer. I'm not sure what that point was.
It sounds like there was something pre-existing too there, Mark. He mentioned inflammation. Nevertheless, one way or the other, he's got an injury timeout, so there's something, and that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, I thought he might have played one match last year, but he didn't. Just checking the results. In fact, he did. That's right. I saw him in the mixed doubles. My memory was right against the Greeks. It was the only match that he tried out last year because of knee problems. It would be just so tragic if he picks up an injury at the early stages of this United Cup, because his coach was telling me he's been practicing so well. We saw so much evidence of that in the opening set and a half against Borna. He's been practicing really well. He was excited. Knee hasn't been bothering him, Fitzy, which has been a real thorn in his side for a long time. So much hope at the start of the new season, isn't there?
There is.
We've done all the preparation for it.
Yeah, it's an exciting time generally because everyone's living in hope for a really good year and looking forward to it. A lot of the Northern Hemisphere players come down to the summer.
Yes.
Get out of the cold, and so it's an exciting time. But this is not a good start for Felix.
always amazed when you see an athlete like him who just looks so strong and so well proportioned. You wonder how a body like that could break down. The muscles would have to be so strong, right? How do those things ever get injured?
It's been a pretty long break too. I just wonder how long it has been. There's a finite time they can take as an injury timeout.
Time.
Yeah, assessment period, which is almost indefinite. And then, of course, you get the 3 minutes. And I think it's delayed because it happened at the back end of the change of ends, so it's elongated. This wait.
Taylor will be cold before he serves again. Got to be a bit careful of that. Big crowd tonight, Robbie. How good's that?
Oh, it's the best.
Do you think Coco had a lot to do with that?
Absolutely. Now you've got 4 well-known players playing this evening. Leylah Fernandez, of course, a US Open finalist as well. Coco, a US Open champion.
That's a good sign, though. He was quick. He had a quick first step there, didn't he, to get to that wide forehand?
That's a nice wide serve, 175, but Felix takes a huge cut at those returns, doesn't he, guys? Doesn't have a lot of time, but boy, does he have a good swing at it. Sure, it might be better just to turn the shoulders and block some of those back.
Some frustration there. When he wasn't in position to hit that backhand early enough, so he mishit it and it looped long, and then he showed his disgust by slamming a ball into the ground before the net. He's frustrated.
Oh, that's how good it's got to be.
I wonder if any bit of that frustration is not so much also about the backhand, but about what he's feeling physically in that back as well.
Exactly. See, I actually like that from a player at times. Some of them just trade ground strokes, so many of them at the same pace, no variety. I think sometimes a change-up's good from a baseliner.
Advantage, Team USA.
I love the subtlety there from Fritz. We speak about him being a big ball striker, but when he needed to improvise, did it well. I think the nuances improved in his game.
Deuce.
Taylor just losing a little bit of focus now in this game. It's, you know, can happen when you wait a few minutes like that, just overplaying some shots right now, but
advantage. Well, Team USA.
Missed an opportunity there to make a spectacular running forehand. Taylor Fritz hit it right into his zone, but it was just a bit too quick.
Game, Team USA. Team USA leads 4 games to 2.
Sure what Fritz was saying either to the chair umpire or towards his camp. He seemed pretty happy with the situation. Backhand to backhand. Comfortable in that exchange. Leaking a few too many unforced errors off his backhand wing is Felix.
Love.
Well, good signs for Felix. I mean, I didn't see anything that last return of service game, and I was thinking, let's wait and see what happens when he serves, but that was a over 208 kilometers an hour serve, so back mustn't be that bad, so that's a good sign.
Very clean, very clean. Fitzy, I was just looking back when he won that set in their most recent encounter at the ATP finals, when Felix won the second set. He had to hit 20 winners.
Right, and he had to win it in a tiebreaker too because he didn't break his serve.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's how well he had to play just to win it 7-6. Just a handful of unforced errors. That's how clean the set had to be.
Gee, these ground strokes they're top-notch, aren't they, from Taylor Fritz? Easy power. He structures his points simply but well too, Taylor. Uses the backhand a lot of the time to get to his forehand. And then he's versatile on that wing. And the other strength is he can hit a cold winner off the backhand down the line as well. That shot's a good one as well.
40-15. Team Canada.
So after the initial break of serve in his opening service game, Felix has responded well.
Team USA lead 4 games to 3.
I think that chat is the chair umpire.
Parce qu'en général, je le laisse aller le long ligne en revers avant moi. Moi, j'essaie d'y aller avant quand je suis bien.
Ce que je vois là, c'est qu'il ne fait pas grand-chose avec son revers. Tiens ta diagonale revers. Tiens ta diagonale revers. Ça, c'est important, soit plat, soit en slice. Parce qu'il ne fait rien que toi. Il va aller de temps en temps en ligne, mais ce n'est pas grave, tu sais que tu peux pouvoir ça. Toi, dans ton schéma, la diagonale revers, et à mon lieu, tu vas avoir l'opportunité de faire mal avec ton coup droit. Toi, tu peux faire mal de l'autre côté. Inside out, inside in. Lui, tu sais, il va là. Si il il va accélérer croisé, sinon il fait plus lentement quand tu vas sur ça c'est son schéma. Et là, lui il te tient comme toi, sa solidité, c'est ta gamme qui la tient, avec la variété slice. C'est que s'il a le temps.
Mais sur mes slices, pour l'instant, il prend des coups droits, quoi, à chaque fois.
Et tu sais que tu peux accélérer là-bas, mais après toi t'es là, t'es tranquille.
Mais il accélère justement.
Ouais.
Je suis pas en avantage sur les slices, quoi.
Alors à ce moment-là, tu restes sur. Si tu sens que c'est lui qui va te mettre, tu ne mets pas là. Reste simple. C'est toi qui. C'est à toi de dominer cette diagonale rondelle. Et c'est à toi après de prendre l'opportunité en décalage.
That's the most animated that I've seen. Yeah. Freddie Fontaine in a long time. Of course, former top 100 player from France was Frederick. Topped out at 59 in the world. He's been with Felix for a good 5 or 6 years now. And a constant in the team, even when Tony Nadal came on board. Freddie was there.
I wish I'd paid more attention in French class because I'd love to know what they were talking about. What the tactics were and what he was telling you.
I sensed a little bit of disagreement though. Did you or not? In the body language?
Something about a slice. Yeah, definitely asking the question back.
He's got such easy power. It looks like he's not, he doesn't overhit the forehand, does he? It's just a naturally powerful shot and generates so much forward speed with a normal type of swing. Great technique, and those long arms help when you generate racket head speed.
Taylor's done a good job of defending his second serve tonight. We know when he lands that first serve, he's going to win the vast majority of the points. That's been the case, almost 80% this evening in that department.
Game, USA.
Can you imagine having a serve like that?
I can't. Flip, what's it like, having a serve like that?
It feels good when he goes in. It's nice to be able to run around, but like you said, guys, his effortless power in all parts of his game. With his forehand, his backhand, and his serve.
He looks so nonchalant, doesn't he? It looks like he's ready for a Sunday afternoon picnic, and yet he's always in position.
Yep.
Well, generally.
His off-the-ball movement is so good. Anticipates the patterns of play well. I remember one of his childhood coaches, Christian Groh, who traveled with Tommy Haas for many years. He was with Grigor Dimitrov, who coaches in San Diego. And when he was helping Taylor from 13 to 16, he said he just loved competing and he loved the big moments, even as a youngster.
Well, that's probably an untaught asset, that one.
A heck of a second serve. And he'd come up to the fence and he was playing junior tournaments and he'll, third set tiebreak, and I say, watch me now, coach. Watch. Just love the big moments. Chris Grove very instrumental in helping learn a teen of late. Brandon Nakashima honed his skills for many years. I think he's one of the best developmental coaches out there. So Felix reduces their rears, and he'll force Taylor to serve it out in set number 1. It's 5-4. Was the champions in inaugural United Cup. Devastatingly good were Team USA. Got a pretty strong team. They're going to be tough to beat. You know, Coco can play great doubles if it comes down to the mixed. This time it's Freddie Fontaine giving a bit more information to Felix. Mark Russell, not saying anything. Just keep doing what you're doing, Taylor. Of course, sometimes the art of coaching is knowing when to say nothing.
No point in filling the gaps if it's not necessary.
Let's see if the boss boy can close out this opening set.
Wow. I do find it interesting that with such long limbs, he times the ball so well. No matter how fast it comes to him, he was just in perfect position really there to hit that backhand. Saw it early and went for the line. Well, he dropped that forehand too short, Taylor. And good play from Felix there to jump on that short ball.
15 all.
I want to see him do that more. Too short. And as soon as you drop that forehand short, the opposition, if they're good enough, should win the point.
It's been a serving masterclass. The accuracy, the variation. He's defended his second serve well. And a nice high percentage of first serves. It's up at 76 now. Let's lay the foundation for these set points.
Game, first set, Team USA.
Simply stunning.
6 games to 4.
That is tennis of the highest quality from first ball to last in this opening set. Fritz bags at 6-4.
That serve I hit at 13 long was the worst thing ever. So bad.
I mean, how do you rate that set of tennis out of 10 for me, Fitzy?
Well, if we look at these stats, it'll probably sum it up, I'd say. Probably a few more unforced errors than I expected from on Taylor Fritz's side. But he just appears to make the right ball at the right time to me, and he knows how to structure points and knows what his strengths are. That's pretty obvious. And then bases his whole game around that. And the first serve is where it starts. And he uses the backhand to get to his own forehand to set up. And then occasionally, when he has plenty of time and it's the right ball to go down the line with the backhand, he'll do that too. What'd you give it? It's just a casual 8 out of 10. Bit better.
I'm going to give him more, given it's the first match of the season as well. I think that's what's impressed me even further. I'm going to go with an 8.4.
Okay. I accept that. I accept that. He doesn't take much time off, does he? He's a big traveller and he's on the road a lot. He loves to play.
Yes.
Plays a lot of matches.
To be honest, I have not really been.
And I'd say in Taylor Fritz's case,
Start paying attention to it, to be honest.
you better listen to him first.
No, I haven't been looking.
Time. Tough to hear him there with the noise of the stadium, but I'm sure he has the mindset of why not just play tournaments, play matches. If I stay at home and practice, I'm going to have to play sets anyway.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was the 2019 season, and he just played in Miami. It lost early there. As the Americans tend to do, they play Houston. He lost early there. What does he do? He just flies straight to Monte Carlo.
Second set.
And unlike so many
Team Canada
Americans,
to serve.
he just stays right through the entire clay court season. Plays Barcelona, plays Estoril, Madrid, Rome. He plays Lyon the week before French Open.
Come on.
Every week on the clay. I don't see that too often from the Americans. Set number 2.
15 love.
Hey guys, I'm sitting on such a great angle that I could look at the rotation of the ball, the height over the net, and Taylor does such a good job mixing up the play. He's flat in the backhand side. He can hit through the forehand and then give it really super heavy. Some of those slices of Felix were incredibly low, but he handled them well, and that was an impressive point.
Yeah, there's a reason he's ranked number 4 in the world, Mark, isn't it? I mean, he's so safe from back there, but he mixes up the speed and hits the right amount of spin and clearance when he needs to, and then flattens out the forehand when he wants to go for a winner. He's just a naturally intuitive player from the back of the court, that's for sure. Some players have the ability to hit the ball out of the centre of the racket better than others. Yeah, I like that play. We'll take advantage of that after the good first serve.
40-30.
I mean, this is a a spinning forehand volley, taking it out of the air. But Mark, I think he needs to work on his volleys more. His regular standard volleys, I don't think he's quite, for a player of his ilk, I think he needs to improve that facet a little bit. And then he could use it more. He could come in a little bit more and have more variety in his game if he. Great shot.
I couldn't agree more, Fitzy. I mean, as you said, look at Taylor in the back of the court. He just looks so comfortable, never looks rushed, playing within himself, changing the pace, changing the height of the ball, and then look at that feel off that forehand side when we thought he was going to rip the ball. But Felix needs to, you know, do something different, and it's nothing wrong with a nod serve and volley. We haven't seen one of those off that huge serve of his, and he's going to have to try and finish some points a little bit shorter or try and put some kind of pressure on Taylor.
It's a learned thing, though, isn't it? I mean, it takes time to develop, you know, different shot-making skills, and I think the strategy of playing out points, I don't think there's enough variety. I mean, it's more natural, I think, for Taylor. I mean, you just saw that with that drop shot, but I think if he improved his volleys a bit, Felix, it'd give him some more options, at least.
Lex, I mean, he's a little more one-dimensional right now, but there's a lot of upside in his game, like you said, but it's also a confidence thing. If you're not doing it on the practice court, it's tough to do that in a match under these conditions.
Game, Team Canada. First game, second set.
I think if you have a look at the very best players, they really do have that growth mindset, don't they? I mean, I remember Yannick, 2022 US Open. He wasn't scared to come in. He was missing occasionally, but even in that epic match with Alcaraz, he actually came in more than Alcaraz. Already there, just looking to the future.
Yeah. When you mention Yannick in my vintage, I think of Noah. You're talking about Sinner.
Yes.
Oh, I'm with you. I know. But you're right. And
don't know, but I think he's going to keep serving. On a big point, I think he might change it. But I think the majority is going to
see, even that is I like that, because it's Taylor, whether he's right or wrong about his intuition about where Felix is going to go. He's thinking about where he's going to go at a different time or a specific time in a game or a point. So he's thinking about strategy.
15 love.
You know, the other guy's strengths and weaknesses. That's just inbuilt in him, I think. Now, you won't always be right about that, but with Felix, I don't see as much structure. I don't see him building the points the same and necessarily hitting the right ball at the right time enough. Sometimes choosing the wrong shot. But he's a beautiful athlete, and what a ball striker he is, and how good could he be? That's my question. So that wasn't a conventional volley, but that's a ball he's got to make. I mean, he played a good point there, and he came in at the right time. But gee, that was a gift he gave away. I'm not sure you can put that down to technique on the volley, because it was high and a little bit awkward in the end. But you got to make that.
The good thing about him this year is letting Taylor know, showing him that he's, you know, willing to come forward and just to get him thinking a little bit something different.
There's where he flattens one out. He sees a gap and then hits it faster from A to B when he sees the opportunity to finish the point.
Yeah, that takes a lot of strength, guys. He made contact well above the shoulders and the strength, and also he has that really extreme grip. But the way he can just flatten that out and get that pace from up there, that's a big hit.
Yeah, it's okay to know what shot you should hit, Mark, and it's no good if you're not physically capable of doing it. He knows both. Or he's got the physicality and the ability to hit the shot when he knows it's the right one. So that's why he's good.
Of course, this man made his first Masters 1000 final this season in Madrid. Did get a little bit of help. Got 2 retirements and a walkover.
Come on. That's unheard of.
It is.
In a Masters series?
Yep.
Gee, go and buy a lottery ticket.
And his retirement was against a pretty good player. Not a retirement, the walkover.
Well, don't keep me guessing, Robbie, because I don't know who it was.
I mean, if you won the lottery ticket and you didn't want to play one player in 2024, who would it be? Yannick
Okay,
Sinner.
I've got it.
Yep.
Gee.
So we got the walkover against.
Well, happy days if you're the guy that gets there.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. He deserves it.
Team Canada leads 2-1.
And it was a good game. A strong hold to lead 2-1 in the second set. Well, why don't we take a look at the Kimberleys? What's the Kimberley region? So much to offer. Beautiful sailing, stunning clear water. So many picturesque walking tracks. Should give and ride camels along the beach there.
It's the colours of the Kimberley, Robbie. And you like your fishing. I know you do. Get up there.
Look at that. Take a helicopter ride. Take in the vistas. That is nature at her finest.
You're from South Africa. You know what a crocodile is.
Yes.
There's a few up there too, but I'm not saying put your foot in the water at the wrong time. I'm just saying go fishing up there. You'll have a ball. It is magnificent country.
She asked, like, what are you guys been doing up there?
Dennis Kudla, part of Team USA there.
Time.
Sitting just behind Felix there. You can see him in the background. Hands on his knees there. There's Felix's dad. Sam. As Felix visited his dad's birth country. A couple of weeks ago, went to Togo with his now fiance. The length from Taylor Fritz, almost everything in the back half of the court, just suffocating Felix into submission. Well, the touch wasn't great. He almost got himself out of trouble here.
Well, we probably should dwell on the drama of that point a little bit, but I just wonder if Felix practices the volleys and the drop shots enough. I mean, there was no feel on that drop shot, and it just lost him the point. So give him credit. He's trying a bit something different. But you know, you just sense, as good as Felix is from the back of the court, he's not going to win the majority of points from back there. I don't know what that majority is that I think Taylor would win, but it's more than 50%. I know that I suspect. So he's going to need variety, Felix, and a bit of adaptation to some of his. Oh, yes. There's the athleticism. We know he's got that. That's pretty spectacular, wasn't it, actually? But I think he does need more variety, generally speaking. And he just that was a heck of a shot. I don't know how he made that, and Taylor didn't do enough with the volley. Is this a window? 30 all?
Absolutely.
First time for everything.
What a second serve.
There was.
40-30.
Not a lot you can do about that. He's done well this game, hasn't he, Felix? But that's just too good, really. Second serve right out on both lines, virtually. Great physicality. We've forgotten about the injury now, haven't we? I mean, at least he's there, he's competing, and that was the most physical he's been in the whole match, Felix. Still doesn't break, but he got a little closer.
Just getting back to your point about winning these ground stroking rallies, I just get the feeling he has to redline in order to win.
Good way to describe it, yeah.
And when he did win that second set, when they played indoors, and Chiron mentioned 20 winners, he still only just wins it in a tie break. The kind of levels we're talking about. That's what Fitzy's alluding to. You've got to find other ways to win the point.
So that's an example of the wrong choice of shot. Should win that point. I mean, a beautiful first serve. Gets the short point. I know he has to skip a long way here, but if he doesn't hit that for a winner, he's gone. So come on, pick the right ball to hit.
I'll tell you, I've got some news for you. We've got Mark Philippoussis, who has snuck over onto the leading bench at the moment. He's changed sides, and I think he's got Coco alongside him.
Guys, I do have Coco here. Sorry, we're into a long point. Let's just see what happens.
That is world class.
Coco's pumped here. First of all, thank you for your time. Congratulations on the first match.
Thanks.
It's always tough to play the first match of the year, but you came out hitting the ball incredibly well. You must be very pleased with how that went.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how I played today. I knew going in that Layla would be a tough opponent to play for the first match of the year, but overall I'm just happy that with how I managed today.
Also, too, with the way you're feeling, it's not a bad backup to have here at Taylor Fritz, right? You had a pretty good year last year.
Great year.
Not a bad team.
No, yeah, I think one of our strengths is that we have, you know, pretty good, like, depth, and Taylor's been playing great tennis, and I have like full confidence in him today, honestly, and the way he's been practicing. I feel like, you know, he's could beat anybody on any day.
It's also great to see. I see your family's here. Have you guys had an opportunity to have Christmas here? Did you get here a few days before Christmas?
Yeah, we spent Christmas here. We got here Christmas Eve, and you know, my brother fell asleep during my match, but you know, I'm happy for the support.
Well, thank you for your time, and congrats on the first match, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
He's still got the charm, hasn't he, Mark?
Oh, when you got it, you got it.
He's not listening to us right now, so we can say whatever we want about him. But he's not a bad bloke either, we would say down here.
It's a good bit of raw athleticism again from Felix. He's not out of the woods.
No, look, it was the athleticism that won him the point. But I like the structure at least. He didn't quite hit the forehand approach as well as he wanted, and got him into a little bit of trouble, but no one can deny the athleticism.
Front door. A moment of magic from Fritz to get the break in the second.
3 games to 2.
It's 3-2. I mean, how good was this, Fitzy?
Well, he does the right thing. It's the right play. Look how deep Taylor Fritz is in, but maybe he had to take a little bit off that one to give him more time to close to the net. He's a long way back when he hits the approach. It takes an extraordinary shot to win the point from Fritz, but sometimes you've got to hit the ball a little softer to give yourself a little bit more. It's like hitting a serve and volley and taking the speed off, hitting a kick like a Stefan Edberg or a Pat Rafter serve. Give yourself time to get into the net. But he didn't do a lot wrong on that point, Felix, so he was beaten by a better ball.
Slide the big second line. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, he served a good game. All right, the ball is to it.
Time.
I guess if you are going to get broken, you want your opponents to have to do something pretty special in order to get the break. And that was top-tier stuff from Taylor. And when we chatted with his coach Mike Russell at the start of this contest, he spoke about the fact that he's continually working on making him a better athlete, a better mover. And it's in moments like that, when all that hard work, when you're training in front of nobody, you can shine in front of everybody with a shot like that.
Reminds me of the Robbie Williams song. Just want you to make me a better man. And he's certainly becoming one of the world's best, isn't he, Taylor Fritz, at this endeavour.
It's pacey, that.
I think that's Min Woo Lee, isn't it?
It is.
Min Woo Lee.
Perth boy.
He can hit a golf ball.
He's not bad. I think he's the second best player in his family, though.
Oh, that's rough. Can we dwell on golf for a second?
Absolutely.
What about Elvis Smiley?
Big shout out to
he's my man. The son of my mixed doubles partner, Liz Smiley.
That's right.
Peter. Just won the Australian PGA. Elvis. That's a marketing name.
No kidding.
He's making some inroads, to his credit, Felix, here. Really physically competing. So good to see that the back's not dwelling as an issue in this match. And he's been to 30 all. Last game in this one. On the Taylor Fritz serve I'm talking about.
I think go on about Fritz's serve because I love everything about it. I love the platform stance, nice and simple. Push off with both legs. I like the way he leads with the left arm. Not too dissimilar from the great Pete Sampras in that department. Really delayed serving on. They're both from California. And I just love the way as well that he just walks up to the line, one bounce, boom.
Yeah.
Doesn't think about it too much.
If you're comparing this with Pete Sampras, that's high praise. There is none higher, in fact.
Not as good as Pete's, obviously, but tell you what, Fitzy, it's not far behind. I like what I see.
Well, it was a major part of helping Pete Sampras win 14 major titles. What a player. What an athlete and a player he was. I had a man crush on Pete.
He was a proper ball striker, wasn't he? That running forehand.
Yep. The running forehand.
We send all our best to Pete. And of course, his wife, Bridget, who hasn't been too well of late. We hope she's doing really well.
Well, I don't think that was the wrong choice to take that out of the air. It's not an easy shot. That was a high lob, but I think to put the ball away, it was worth the risk. I mean, you let that ball bounce, and it's not necessarily going to be easy to put it away. And unfortunately for Felix, he just overplays it. That, didn't he? I'm sort of relieved he's physically okay.
Yes. Just snuck ahead in the ace race as Felix with that delivery, 8-7.
Game, Team Canada.
But he's still playing catch-up. He is down a set and a break against a very much in-form Fritz. Stays nice and upright on contact with the ball, maximizing his height. He's not falling over.
Gets both arms up at a similar time, so a little bit different than the Taylor Fritz motion. But there's a bit more delay, I think, in the right arm. Both good serves. Well, that's an understatement.
Time.
I'm sure there'll be a reassessment of his goals this year. Like to add to his Masters 1000 tally. Of course, won his very first one in his own backyard in Indian Wells, a tournament that he went to as a youngster with his folks.
Can you imagine how big it'd be if he did win the US Open? Taylor?
Came pretty close this year. So we need US tennis to flourish. It's so good for the industry. But a fair few women and guys now really cluttering the rankings in the top 20 positions. It's nice. Women have been doing it for decades.
I've had some fair plays out of there, haven't they?
No kidding.
So I like that from Felix. I mean, especially if he can be inside the baseline when he hits this shot. He's behind it there and he's good enough still to hit a winner, but he can use that approach much more if he just lifts his volleys by 5, 6, 7%. 10 would be better, but just improve them a little bit and he can go in more. Because against Taylor Fritz, for example, he needs to. Probably not going to beat him often from in a match, over the course of a match from the back. Good. I like that too, and he's happy. Took that early, shortened the swing, by the way, but took it early. So gave Taylor less time to recover after the serve. Really good stuff. This is a good forehand, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't smash you in the face all the time about how big and heavy and accurate it is, but he just does it virtually every time.
He's got quite an extreme grip, but you're so right. I mean, the accuracy.
Yeah.
When he gets that first ball that's begging to be hit, he is so good at hitting the corner. And he can go either way.
And he rarely misses.
Yeah. He's been very clinical thus far.
Good feel this time. It does help when you're inside the baseline to attempt that.
50 love.
Just steps in a fraction and gives the ball. Well, it takes less time for the ball to get to where you want it to go there.
30 love.
40 love. This is how he served in the first set and a half of his first match. Before it sort of fell apart a little bit. He's not hitting service winners. It's almost like every rally, Fritz is in it. Yeah, oh, yeah. I don't have the stats in front of me here, but I'd like to know the percentage number of points that Fritz is winning once the ball's in play and they're in an equal position at the back of the court. What do you think? I think he's winning 60%. At least. Yeah, it's just a guess.
Second serve.
Felix has only won 30% of the points behind his second serve in this set. He's going to have to defy the odds here as the Canadian. And he does. And he will force Fritz to step up to the line one more time. 5-4 to the American.
USA lead 5 games to 4.
Always thinking maybe he might go back.
Well, I can tell you in the previous 2 meetings that have both gone the distance, Felix Auger-Aliassime was unable to break the Taylor Fritz serve. He's had 4 break points in total, yet to convert. And this evening, he has yet to fashion a single break point, is Felix, against the American. That's how strong Taylor has been behind his deal. He'll be hoping for one more solid service game to get the W for Team USA. It's the best possible start for Felix. You happy with that shot selection?
Yeah, I'm unsure. I mean, one thing is for sure, if you go for that at that stage, love 15, you've got to make it. Now, this is the closest he's been, I think, all night. 15-30. He hasn't had. He's had a couple of 30-alls in this set, but this is probably the best opportunity he's had. While Taylor's serving for the match, in fact. So you've got to make balls here when you need to. Nothing you can do there.
Double digits in the ace department for Taylor now.
He serves well when he needs to, too, doesn't he? Generally.
A backhand that seared the line.
I could make an argument, Robbie, that this was almost not the right play. He was way back in the court, wasn't he? It was high risk, but he needs something special to happen, that's for sure, to break serve. Is this it?
First time in 3 encounters, Felix Auger-Aliassime breaks the serve of Taylor Fritz. And all of a sudden, it's game on.
Well, I don't know about you, but I didn't see it coming.
Yeah,
I really didn't.
Canada.
He hadn't made any inroads, and then when he missed that backhand at love 15, I thought maybe it was a missed opportunity, but gee, he played some good tennis there.
8 sets of tennis before he was able to convert. It's 5-all. How's the atmosphere down courtside there, Mark?
Robbie, I was literally just about to say that it's safe to say that this crowd wants to see more tennis. I mean, that was an impressive game. As you said, they kind of came out of nowhere, that break, but let me tell you. But everyone is fired up. Felix has just gone to another level. The bench is jumping up. Crowd's gone nuts. I mean, that was excited to see what's to come, but that was very impressive. And I tell you what, Taylor, you know, Taylor was pretty calm considering looking over to his coach, Mike, back to work. But yeah, right now it's taking it to another level.
Adrenaline-fueled game, this. Some pyrotechnic tennis when he needed it most. 6-5, Team Canada, second set.
6 games to 5.
backhand line for the first time all night. So,
I mean, he played 2 of the same points.
no, he played a good game. I just got to serve a little bit better. I need to serve the second a little bigger. He's standing so close. On the ad, it's whatever. On the ad, it's fine. On the deuce, I need to serve like that second needs to be a lot bigger. It's tough on sort of kicks the entire match.
Or you could mix it wide as well.
He's so close. Like
He's afraid
he's been
he's been
so on that. He's been so on the whole match. I don't really want to do that. Like it's riskier, and I might not even like help me. Could, but not worth it. Fine, you're giving a break.
Guys, I've really enjoyed listening to the conversation of Taylor with Mike, you know, on the side of the court. Just the way they're communicating, it's just so nice and calm. He's not freaking out, you know, he's been up the whole match. It's serving at 5-6, but he's just saying that he just thinks he should go a little bit bigger on the second serve. And Felix is standing a little bit closer, and he just feels like he needs to change things around and starting to get onto his wide serve and maybe go a little bit heavy on the kick. But it's just great listening to a nice conversation between player and coach.
There's a lesson there for a lot of players, I think. How to handle some disappointment and move on, but also how to actually converse and communicate with the guy on the side that's trying to help you.
39.
And he has only lost his serve once. He's not out of this set. He's even, actually.
Starting to feel that backhand.
Must be a confidence thing because he's missing less now all of a sudden. He's got a surge of adrenaline and confidence from breaking, and now he's not missing. So obviously he can do it.
It's like the opposite of his first round match. His first match.
Well, it wasn't clean, but it was clean enough, and it's such a rare sight. Well, Taylor frames it.
And if this goes to a tiebreaker, Robbie, which it looks like it might, there'll be some drama, you would think, now because of the change of atmosphere. So that's the one he said he had to go bigger with. The second serve, particularly to the first court. Because he said that's what Felix was doing, standing in and attacking the second serve more, and case in point. He's gone to another level, hasn't he, Felix? It's the best tennis easily tonight we've seen from him.
Well, a few more adrenaline-fueled forehands. I mean, look at the depth and the pace, 150 Ks an hour. Can't defend that.
Lad for serve. Advantage, Canada.
He's got a chance for a second break.
Juice.
That set point quickly snuffed out. Courtesy of ace number 12. Ferociously swift again. How good is the shot making?
Advantage, Team Canada.
Gee, for a moment I thought Taylor had broken his racket, but not so it seems.
After not breaking Fritz in 8 sets, it's back-to-back breaks for Team Canada. And we are going the distance here in Perth.
7 games to 5.
It's all to play for. How about that? 7-5, Felix wins the second.
But like that serve was...
That serve wasn't bad.
No, that serve was an inch from the line, man. Like he puts it on the baseline.
No, he was
I feel like if I don't hit the slide...
Just, I don't want to say anything, but like the last 2 service games, you're just not going. You good pose-wise? You don't need to change?
I'm fine, I got plenty. I don't need to like change short shot. I just like... I think I need to go sometimes on the forehand.